Well, Johnny, they're back again. What,
Yes.
what do you say we do a show? What do you think? Oh, we're
What do you
live.
say?
Yes, we're live.
What do you say we bust up?
Let's do something, man. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. Hello, everyone else. Yes, I'm speaking really loud to wake everybody up. Let's get ready for today's trade. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. Yes, each and every day we have that all-star cast that will give you real traders, real educators with 100% transparency. You're not going to find another show out there like TopstepTV that has education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is opening call. He's Charlie, and we're his angels. So we got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you those who are not courageous enough to take risks will accomplish nothing in life. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny's your game plan ready?
Your game plan's ready.
All right, checklist checked.
Checklist and rechecked.
Thank you, sir. Journal ready to go?
All set. Got my blank sheet of paper right here.
Okay, you ready to be courageous?
Yes, I am ready to be courageous, ready to take risks, ready to have losses, ready to have wins, ready for it all.
Ready for it all. Be ready for everything. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, that handsome guy next to me, and our trading mentor, Charlie, aka the Hogue, John Hoagland. Good morning, John.
Good morning, angels.
There you go. Good morning, Charlie. How you doing today, Johnny?
I'm good. I have a mission for us all today. Let's have a successful and profitable trading day, angels.
Okay, I will. Thank you, Charlie. Let's move forward here. For those for you youngsters out there, that used to be a TV show that all of us used to watch intently and with much focus. But
There
anyway,
was there were three. I think there were three movies after that, wasn't there? Charlie's
yes,
Angels.
they revamped it, redid it, but the original was on TV.
Hey, if it works, keep doing it.
If it works, keep doing it. Exactly. Well, that's what we say here at Top Step TV. It works, keep doing it. So we're going to keep doing it. And let's get to the news. U.S. stock futures traded higher today, continuing the recent positive tone despite the previous session's breather amid confidence that the expected upcoming Fed rates will boost the country's economic performance. Earlier today, we did see the Dow up about 0.1%, S&P up 0.3%, and the NASDAQ up 0.5. Now, Wall Street posted slight losses yesterday, but the pullback came back after last week's strong gains. And during the index reached a new all-time closing high levels. They remain on course for a fifth consecutive month of gains. It's pretty good. Apple once again is in the news, not from yesterday, but something else. More lawsuits for Apple. Apple's troubles appear to be mounting. That's after the iPhone maker was hit by a number of new consumer lawsuits accusing of it monopolizing the smartphone market. Lawsuits seeking to represent millions of customers mirror the Justice Department's claim that Apple violated U.S. antitrust laws by suppressing technology that would have increased competition in the market for smartphones. Apple has denied allegations. We did nothing wrong. But as you can see here, Apple stock has fallen over 11% year to date. There it is, falling some more.
Oh my goodness.
Boeing. Here's something here. Boeing's looking for a new CEO. All right. The U.S. plane maker has been wrestling with growing crisis following that mid-air panel blowout. So the CEO, Dave Calhoun, is going to be walking by the end of the year. If you feel like being a CEO and you need an application, get your resumes updated, contact Boeing regarding the CEO job, and you could use John and myself as a reference. All
Yeah,
right.
I've decided not to put my resume in the mix for that job.
Well, you could do what this guy did. You know what? Get the
Nothing.
get the nothing and get the payout and walk out quietly. There you go, and
Right.
retire.
Right.
But
Jeez.
anyway, Johnny, what else you got in the news for us today? We got some numbers that hit the wire and some new numbers coming out. What do you got?
Mhm. First off, I just want to ask everybody to pray for those involved in that collapse in the Key Bridge in Baltimore and all their families and all of the first responders. What a horrible thing to wake up to here this morning. So make sure you pray for all of those folks. As far as economic numbers this morning, we had durable goods orders come out, and they were both a little higher than expected. This is the February numbers. The outright number came out 0.2% higher than expected. The core 0.1% higher than expected. People are still out there ordering durable goods, apparently, and I think that's a little bit inflationary. Take that for what it's worth. Now, we did have the Case Shiller and HFHL housing price indexes come out. Really, just getting my first look at those. Housing price index came out a little lower than the previous month, a little lower on that, and the S&P Case Shiller numbers came out, a little bit mixed. Some adjustments to the previous month. We have to see how these markets digest these numbers. We also at 9 o'clock this morning have consumer confidence or lack thereof, the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, and at noon there is a 5-year note auction. The VIX is last I checked slightly lower this morning at 1309. Dollar index back down right above that 104 level at 104.14 last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year holding above 4% at 4.26 last I checked. So that's what we're looking at as far as economic numbers so for today. So what else you got, Eddie?
Dude, where's my crude? Well, we did see that crude prices edged lower today, handing back some of those previous session gains. Um, but it remained close on a 4-month high amid the concerns regarding that global supply conditions. We did see that the U.S. crude traded 0.2% higher. Brent climbed 0.1%. Both benchmarks rose about 1.5% yesterday, with production cuts in Russia providing a key point of support, and the country attempted to meet lower productions set by OPEC. Hey, folks, just to let you know, we talked about it yesterday, happening this week, but we don't know. I don't know when. Okay. I don't know when, but we're going to have a 75% off one reset to celebrate our 75,000 subscribers on Topstep TV. And thank you very much for being one of those subscribers. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Everyone who checks in on the form will get a reset. All right. So we'll remind you about that. But like I said, I'm not sure when it's going to happen, but it will happen this week. Also, if you noticed, props to Mac here at Topstep, Topstep X update. All right. We've added a personal daily profit target with the ability to liquidate only or liquidate and block. Right now, you got an option. This setting allows you to auto liquidate yourself with a set profit target. Right when you hit that profit target, a gain profit, boom, shuts it down. You go outside and have a great day. Go to the zoo, go to the park, go to the mall, enjoy life. Liquidate only means when the daily profit target is hit, it will close out all open positions. Liquidate and block means that when the daily profit target is hit, it will close out all opening positions and lock you out from trading for the remainder of that session. Remember, 5 o'clock, the new session happens, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time, and you get back, it'll open up, and the doors will open, and you can proceed. So the new added option, liquidate only, liquidate block, to the personal daily loss limit. Also, we added a brand new revamped quote board that allows you to customize the symbols you want to be shown, okay? And adjust the columns. You can hide them, resize them, um, do anything you want with them, customize them. Just a side note, daily profit target setting is not available on the live accounts yet, only on the Combine and XFA. So working on that, and we'll get that up and running as soon as possible. And of course, we'll let you know here at TopStep TV. So lots going on here at TopStep. And let's not forget James, our good friend. Me and John were complimenting James on what a great job this guy does. He's like a den mother. He makes sure that we're hey, you got 3 minutes. Hey, you got 2 minutes, 5 seconds. You guys are on. So he's been doing a great job there. James, thank you very much. And you got our tip of the week. There it is. There it is. I tell you, he is on the spot. Trading expectations. I'm going to put risk management in that category. Traders should expect themselves to prioritize risk above all else. All right. Risk is so very important, folks. This includes setting appropriate stop losses, managing position sizes, and avoiding too much risk, overexposure. All right. So this expectation should be to protect capital first and foremost. Johnny, what do you got for this we can add?
Well, I want to mention first off how absolutely fantastic, of course, James is, the entire production team is,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the tech team is working at blazing speed on all of this stuff. I'm very excited about these new features, especially reaching your daily profit target and locking you out of the account. We're going to see, I think, a lot more traders finishing their days on the high watermark, and then having the opportunity to study or go do something else, play pickleball, whatever it is you want to do. Fantastic stuff. But as far as trading expectations, my expectation every day is to follow my strategies, follow my process, and manage my emotions. If things don't go well, I have to remember it should be part of my expectation to say, this is going to happen. I've seen what happens when I do start to get emotional, greedy, upset, full of venom, whatever it is. And I have to say, well, it's my expectation when I get to that level to at least take a break or just step away for the day, find something else to do, and come back the following day. Great tip of the week. Manage your
Yes.
expectations.
Yes, sir. Well done. Well done. I hope you wrote that down, folks. All right. Without further ado, let's swing it over to the charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
What do we have? Well, come on down. All right. So we have a potential breakout from a 2-day bear flag that we've been kind of watching. We'll take a look at that on the 30-minute chart. The one thing that I do want to mention about this daily chart and on this pullback, let me get the volume up here again. And we got a little thing going on here. So look at the volume the last couple of days in futures and on the New York Stock Exchange. Volume has been kind of cutting off as price has been moving lower. That's not very healthy for a continuation of a downside auction. And we've just recently pulled off the overnight highs after those numbers came out. So open interest has largely remained steady. We added 8,300 yesterday, and that's an estimate. We lost about 8,000 on the previous day. So for the last couple of days, really overall, open interest has remained static. It hasn't really moved much at all. That is also not healthy for a downside continuation in a short time frame downtrend. So I'm looking for some opportunities today. We were, hold on a second here. Let me get back to that. Let's go to the 30-minute chart. Let's get things scaled so we can see what we are looking at. All right. So I got to get me a new mouse here. All right. So here's yesterday's range. Settlement 52.78 quarter. Overnight inventory until the numbers came out was long, looking like we were going to be opening with a gap. So it looks like we're going to be closing the gap. Looks like we're going to be opening inside of range from yesterday, maybe even back inside of value. which gives me an opportunity to relax a little bit, maybe see if I can find better trade locations as the day goes on. Looking a little bit further back, we have our all-time high here on the 21st. Since then, we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows. This, I didn't put the lower trend line on here, but it's acting a lot like a bull flag. We've been talking a lot about technical formations, and one of my favorites has always been the bear flag or the bull flag. We broke out above it overnight. Overnight inventory has now been reconciled. We don't have any overnight inventory. So what are we looking for opportunities today? Well, if we do open back inside range and value, what was resistance, 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact, may become support. If we get a pullback to this trend line, that could be a decent level for us to look for an opportunity. We also have the point of control from yesterday. The TPO point of control is 52.8475. Looks like the market may be targeting that here prior to the open. And then we've got the afternoon pullback low from yesterday. Afternoon pullback low is something I think created by Jim Dalton and something from the market profile. But just to give you that level, 52.7575. Well, if we continue to try and push lower and we spend some time working our way down to this trend line, there may be some confluence between that afternoon pullback low, again at 52.7575, and this trend line. We may see some confluence with that. So, I was kind of looking forward to seeing an opening range trade because we were going to be opening out of range and out of balance. Maybe we'll still do it, but maybe in a little bit smaller way, and we'll see what the markets have to offer. Again, one of the things that I'm focusing on to the upside is the fact that on the 22nd here, the first pullback off the all-time high, we left a weak high. There's no excess on this high, indicating that shorter time frame laggard buyers may not be finished. They've pulled back in the opposite direction, which we've seen can be healthy for an upside move. We're going to have to see how this market opens up and see what it looks like after the open. Take a look at the NASDAQ, which is largely in a kind of a similar situation, similar, but always just a little bit different. You remember these markets are related. They are like children, and all children we love equally, but they're all a little bit differently, right? So we saw volume drop here. Hold on a second. Let me get the volume back up here. We saw volume dropping on these pullbacks. There's those last 2 days, volume really kind of drying up as price continued to try and press to the downside. How good of a job did the market do pulling back? In my opinion, and according to volume, it did not do a very good job. However, it did add a little bit of open interest on Friday and yesterday's downward move. Now, volume drying up, open interest. I don't think it was all that great, like we were barreling into a whole bunch of new shorts. So we also have the potential for a bull flag breakout. I don't know how many of you folks look at these, but we are going to be talking about these patterns a lot more. This is what we would call a bear flag. Price moves up to it. We have pullbacks a couple of days on lower volume. Typically lower open interest is what I would be looking at. The open interest increases weren't all that impressive, so it doesn't surprise me that we did see some shorts coming into this market. And what do these markets do? They eat shorts. For 40 years, they've gotten the short time frame traders too short, and then they run it up on them. So I don't know what's going to happen. There's no guarantees. ACH, anything can happen, but this is a probability. So overnight inventory again has now been adjusted. No real overnight inventory with which to think of. The numbers today, we were a little bit long before those numbers came out. The numbers basically removed all of that overnight inventory. So that's no longer a thought. We're back in range, back in value. Try and stay patient. Again, the afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ, I'm gonna write this down. You should probably too, is 18,507 half. 18,507 half. That is that pullback that happened late in the day, and price hasn't really even moved down below that level, even in the overnight session. That afternoon pullback low brings us relatively close to settlement, which is 18,513. And we've got a long way to go before we're going to get back down to this trend line. So we know this is a short week. We know there's PCE on Friday. We know that nobody will be able to respond to it because the markets are going to be closed. I'm of the opinion that this week is going to be a week of longer time frame traders hedging themselves for anything that happens on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday coming into Monday. And a lot of shorter time frame speculators, certainly day traders, they're all going home flat on Thursday night. When these markets are closed, everybody has to be positioned or hedged the way they want for Friday's PCE numbers. And I think this week is going to be a lot about adjusting those inventories and liquidating positions that we don't want during that happening. All right. The profile yesterday was semi P-shaped, but not necessarily indicative of short covering, as we did add open interest. So if we did add open interest on a P-shaped profile, that indicates potential longs, not short covering, potential longs, maybe preempting the breakout of this bear flat. We will see. Time will tell, won't it? Take a look at the crude oil now. So yesterday in crude oil, we've been rotating. We put in the high, which was last week's high, 83.25. 82.60 is weekly kickoff high. We got within about, 15, 18 ticks of it yesterday before we saw a pullback. We've kind of got an inside extended trading hour range today. That 82.60 level, I think, is going to be somewhat important. That's the kind of nearest visual to the upside. Volume increased. Hang on a second here. Let me get the volume up here. Having a little trouble keeping that up. So we had a little bit higher volume. And we also added 20,000 in open interest on this push to the upside. So some preemptive new buying coming in a range. Really, we're going to have to see some new business come in, some new participation, some new interest above weekly kickoff high in order to continue any move above that level. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here, and we're getting a little bit long in the tooth here. Let me get to this. I'm really just messing up these charts today. I apologize. I'm only human. All right, so crude oil, no overnight inventory, inside the range, relatively close to balance, suggesting trying to stay patient. The equities aren't the only markets that a lot of traders are going to be adjusting inventories and liquidating positions before Thursday, or before Friday, I should say. Inside range and value with no overnight inventory. My suggestion is, well, let's let the initial balance finish itself before looking for decent or looking for opportunities in crude oil. This morning, gold. This will be the last day that we will be trading the April contract. The April contract remains on the front month here on Topstep X. The volume already today is a little bit higher in June, but we're going to stick with the April contract. We will be trading June tomorrow. Here's the daily. Range bound. We got a pretty decent look, it looks like, up to weekly kickoff high, 2203. The high of the overnight, 2260. So within about 24 ticks of the weekly kickoff high before starting to pull off. Range bound. Not in very long time frame, in short time frame on the daily chart, 30-minute chart. Well, let's take a look, get through, and so overnight inventory was very long, up against an important inflection level. It doesn't surprise me. The opening range remains the dead high of gold this morning. That's the 720 to 721 opening range. The market has been attempting to close the gap. Again, we have gap rules. It was a very small range yesterday. Overnight inventory still showing as a little bit long. Look for a gap close, maybe a move down to VWAP, which we always joke that all roads lead to. The UAP is leading higher, so I'm looking for opportunities, perhaps to look for longs, especially if we fail to close the gap. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day, but it was a kind of a weak low that we put in yesterday in gold with very little to no excess. we will see what happens here. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace. And of course, once again, please pray for all those involved on that key bridge in collapse in Baltimore, their families, the first responders, their families, everybody involved. Hell, heck, just pray for all of us, right? All right, let's get down to business.
Let's do it. Johnny, I think somebody's at the front door. Who do we got there? James, can you get that? There he is.
Hey, Rips.
Hey, good morning,
Rips.
John. Good morning, Eddie. How you folks doing?
You are on
You're
mute,
muted.
my friend.
Oh, still muted. Shoot.
I do that all the time.
Let me make sure here.
Oh, no, he's not. That's on my fault. Here you go, Rips. They can hear you now.
Oh, my goodness.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Mr. Hoagland. How are we doing this morning?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
I'm doing super duper. Just happy to be here and happy to see everybody here in chat and ready for quite a nothing burger day. You know, if we go over to my screen, do you have my screen, Mr. James? Do we have that over here? Yeah. So we got it. All right. So we are looking here in a couple different areas of inefficiency. We have come down into this block of inefficiency down here. We are building up some strength to possibly come back and revisit that one on the higher time frame over at the 1 hour. We do have a little bit of a different story here. We have a higher inefficiency up here at bearish order block. But we have had a very precarious picture this week, given that it is a lower week of volume. We are kind of hanging around in this volume shelf here. And I do expect that kind of to persist throughout the rest of the week. We do have 2.5 minutes here until the open. But the reason why I do perceive this kind of hanging around this area and hanging around and continuing to hang around and not really move much is because the options market is really only pricing in a 0.8% move to the close of the week, even though we do have the quarter end rebalance coming on Thursday in the afternoon. So will the quarter end rebalance actually change their slate and start coming off the books in the beginning of Q2? We'll have to see, TBD, but I don't really have a big appetite for price action right now. I will be only trading in my combines today because I don't want to lose any XFAs in this price action. It has been very thin, sparse liquidity. So as a trader who looks to have price action dictate my actions in the market, it has been very difficult to read. So recognizing that, I will be only trading in combines. And that's kind of my take going into the morning open here.
Well, thank you, Rip. All right, we got that going here. Let's get our ponies in the gates here. And we got about 2 minutes, inside of 2 minutes for the opening bell. There you go. Johnny, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rips, I'm glad that you mentioned, the illiquidity. We were looking at that yesterday. The rebalance on Thursday, the fact that PCE is coming out on Friday when nobody can respond to it, it really just seems to have, most market participants positioning and hedging for the long weekend for not being able to respond to the PCE. Next week, It seems like there may be some really good action.
That's what I'm thinking too, John. I couldn't agree with you more. And I do think that I'm noticing a lot of the liquidity providers are just running at a semi-full clip right now, and they're not really positioned to provide a good amount of liquidity that's tradable. It's very, very difficult. If you're picking tops and bottoms of this market, it makes it a lot easier. But this is not the type of price action where I want to go hot and heavy into. And specifically, I'm not trading XFAs because of it.
Got it. Andre, I'm sorry if I stomped on you.
No, man. I was going to say, no, man. We're all brothers, man. This is a hell of a foursome, huh? This is interesting. This is
wow. Look at this. I can't believe we get Dolby time this early in the morning. My goodness.
Yeah, right? Dolby, let's get it, man. What's up, Johnny? What's up, Rips? What's up, Dolby time?
I didn't even know we were live. This is awesome. Thank God that microphone was muted.
Yep. No, Johnny, I like what you guys are saying. Let's go.
Speaking of live, the markets are open here. We are having a little bit of a shake and bake here off the open, a little 10-handle shuffle in the NQ. The news that came out earlier this morning, which can affect the markets, is the news out of Apple. It was a negative print out in China. 33% sales are dropping in the iPhone. So I didn't get any of that on my squawk. So it's out from Financial Juice. I don't know how reliable that information is. It sounds a lot like the data that we saw in January. So it could be a follow-up to that data. It is released by China State News. So we'll have to see if that actually affects the market going forward. We had seen a bounce in Apple that recovered about half of that drop. It was about a 2-point drop. We've recovered about about 50 cents now on that move. But, markets are looking like they want to roll here. So I still haven't taken a trade. I want to let this initial balance kind of play out here. John, what's your take? What are you seeing so far in the open here?
Well,
Open range trade.
I was really hoping to open outside of the range from yesterday in the S&P and the NASDAQ, and my hopes have now been dashed on that. I'm just gonna be patient. I was thinking about taking the opening range trade, but where we are, I just think there's going to be better trade locations as the day goes on. And usually when I say that, the opening range turns out to be a beautiful trade, but I just don't see it happening. If we were out of balance from yesterday, if we were outside of the ranges from yesterday in the NASDAQ and the S&P, I probably would have taken it maybe a little bit smaller than I did yesterday. We did a 5 lot yesterday. We made a little bit of money on it, but it just did not do what I was thinking. So we kind of cut it relatively early. And I'm just going to be kind of chilling here. I really feel like better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. I'm looking at the dome and the S&Ps. There's 500 on the offer at 52.90 half, which is still inside the opening range by one tick. We have looked below the opening range in the S&Ps. We just took out the high of the opening range in the NASDAQ. Hands off for now, and we'll see if we can't find better trade locations as the day goes on.
Yeah, as you were talking there, John, I did see the opening range breakout there of the NAS, and I am trying to ride that momentum to the top side. I do have a trade on right now, average of 75 3/4, looking for 70s to hold here. If we do, we have room to the top side. I'd be eyeing for a big target up there at 607 if we actually get it. And I will continue to add to this position as we show strength. We are seeing a little bit of a lag there in equities, though. Microsoft is not really holding the push that we saw. So it is a little bit of a cause for concern, but NVIDIA and Google are kind of holding that push there to the top side. Let's see if we can actually hang out above the 70s here in the NASDAQ, or if that was a quick liquidity grab there. I just got stopped out as we're talking there. So it turns out that was a quick liquidity grab, at least for the time being, over those 70s there. And very spotty price action, very tricky stuff. Getting a lot of reports right now that Topstep X is lagging. I think that if you refresh your platform, it can get a little bit less laggy there. So
yes, yeah, thank you. We're looking at 70. I'm seeing 74% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NASDAQ.
I am liking this still to the long side here. If we do see Microsoft reverse this pullback, this can give the market a lot of juice right now. We are seeing laggards right now out of Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple, but Tesla, Meta, and NVIDIA are putting together what could be a nice little topside rally here. And the S&Ps are conveniently holding just above the VWAP ever so slightly. So if we do get this breakout to hold above 75 in the NQ, I will be expecting this can get much higher here, and I will be adding into that aggressively if we do see that start to push up. Just added into the position here on that push up. We are holding above 80s now. We are careening into this inefficiency to the top side. I do want to try to peel off some contracts into that 90 pull. Nice. If we do see that, seeing if 80s are going to hold here at all.
That trade this time it's paying.
Yep, we are paying off here quite handsomely. We're seeing if 85s can trade here. Looking for this push up. Coming out of 2 contracts here, riding 3 more into these 90s. Looking to cover 2 more here on the offer. Moving my stop a little bit tighter here too as well. Trying to get out 1 more there on the offer. 1 more out. And we are going to run this as a break-even trade here. Yep, got a runner as a break-even trade here.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a nice trade. What's interesting right now is that the YM actually is headed lower while the NQ is headed higher. I think yesterday, Anne-Marie and Hogan and I were talking about how the indices are kind of decoupled right now. Isn't that right, Hogan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been, even ranges yesterday were in the opposite directions. The Dow was, I think, the leader on the way up yesterday while you were on vacation, Dolby.
Yeah.
And, I think it was the laggard yesterday on any up moves. RIPS, these equities are we were talking about it. They're like children. You know, you have 3 children. They all have different personalities, but yet you love them all the same.
I mean,
Do you, John?
I don't know about that.
Surely one Marcus. I was talking about Marcus, not kids. I was talking about the Marcus, not the kids.
Well, that's when we were talking about the markets. I mean, they're related, but they don't act the same way all the time.
Yeah. Dow is cracking below 39,700, which was my March 14th high. Below that, we have the March 13th high, which is 39,682 in the Dow. We did bounce there yesterday. So I actually am looking to try longs, maybe some cheap ones here, because we are in a big old range. So this would be a cheap long, and that's what we like. We like cheap trades.
Cheap longs.
Yeah. So we're going to try.
I'm watching on live and a trading combine. I don't think seeing a lot of lag on Topstep X, and I know a lot of you folks are saying that it is.
Mine's working perfect.
Yeah.
We're looking. We are aware, everybody.
Fine.
We are aware, and we are working behind the scenes about it.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm wired. So if you are experiencing lag, if you're on try to be hardwired if you can. Like, Wi-Fi is not ideal. And then if you go to the left-hand side in settings and try to change the data speed to like medium or slow, that might actually help. And that's right in the middle of your platform. When you click settings on the left-hand side of Topstep X, try refreshing. If none of that works, then maybe something really is going on. But it doesn't seem like it's a completely widespread issue, because mine's working, yours is working.
Yep.
I think no one on there is having issues right now.
We are aware of it, though.
Yeah, and we did catch a bounce at 39,700 in the YM. So I wish I had some orders queued up, but didn't really consolidate there.
Did you get in a trade there?
No, because I was chit-chatting, Hogue.
Oh, well. Yeah, that happens.
Goby time.
I'm trying to help chat here. Yeah, I'm at like 20, 25, but I want fiber, so I don't know.
Too.
Finally got it in my neighborhood. So what do we think about this boat running into a bridge in Baltimore? That's pretty crazy, right?
Was that overnight?
That was overnight.
happening.
Yeah, overnight story.
We're still doing that stuff? It's still happening?
Yeah, apparently. I don't think it's really affected the markets all that much. I think crude oil maybe had a little bit of a bid. I think I read somewhere on Twitter that bridge is, occupies, one of the larger ports in Baltimore, so they might have to close down the port for a while. I'm not a civil engineer, so don't take my word for it, but I think definitely something to keep an eye on if you're going to participate in the markets. That is pretty big news. That's a big port. It's a big
Yes,
port.
it is.
I think the rumor going on right now is that it could have been a potential cyber attack, because you see that the power goes out in the boat moments before it strikes the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So
yeah, very scary stuff there.
Lovely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while we got a minute, Eddie, what do we got for economic numbers today and releases?
Well, in about 20 minutes here, we're going to be having a big number, meat on the bone. Consumer confidence for March, prior 106.7. We're looking at a little higher, 106.9. Also, we will be having our API crude stock a little later on this afternoon, and coming up at 12 o'clock high noon, 5-year note auction. We got Atlanta Fed GDP at 11:30. So that's about it. I'll keep my eyes open here. If anything does become added, I will let us know. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, consumer confidence, about 20 minutes, and then we got the 5-year note auction at high noon Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern. Those can be market movers, so we'll keep an eye on that and keep you posted here on Topstep TV. A little thin in the ladder in ES. RIPS, you took one trade today?
Yeah, I'm on another trade right now. I'm just trying to scalp around in this range here. It's very difficult price action to read. It's just not the most prime price action, but I'm trying to catch little 5 and 10 handle scalps here as I'm trading this.
Adapting to the market conditions. I like it.
Got to do it.
Yep, absolutely. I've seen a sell-off here in oil, sell-off in gold. With nothing showing on the tilt, oil's really taking off here. We're down about 50 cents in the last 15 minutes.
I am going to try longs in crude oil if we can get down to 81.59.
Oh, he's back with crude. Wow.
It's it's the only thing that's really moving right now, and it's in a really, really solid range. So we've been stuck in this, 81.59 to 82.20 since yesterday at 8:30, and we've found support there previously. So let's try it again. I think this is also a cheap trade, and we're just hoping this whole structure just stays supported. But it shouldn't cost a lot, maybe like $400 to $500 for 3 contracts for risk. But I think it's worth it. We're getting pretty close to getting filled, so I'm looking forward to this trade.
And you're trading the Dow over there, Mr. Dolby?
This one would be crude oil for this trade.
Oh, crude. Gotcha.
Would be crude. Yeah. We bounced 39,700 again in YM.
Ooh.
There's too many exciting things going on in the market right now. I mean, RTY is at a nice spot for something. I don't know how you trade NQ. That's a crazy market.
Yeah, especially on days like today where it's extremely difficult to read.
Yeah.
And gold
We have
gold is getting
right
hammered right now. Yeah, gold
Hammered.
down $5. Gold down $6 in the last 5 minutes.
Huh.
Something keying on here. Oil getting hammered. I'm guessing that he has something to do. What's the dollar doing? I'm sure the dollar's
Probably going up.
Here.
Well, I can tell you.
Gold just got murdered. Yeah.
I mean, it's still holding above 104. On a delayed quote here, I got 104.13, which is down 0.1%.
Okay, it's not crazy.
Mm-mm.
Roll going on in gold. Thank you, Hoop. Could have something to do
Yes,
with
there
this
is.
roll week.
Yep. Tomorrow we'll be trading June.
Wow.
That's right. That could be causing the kerfuffle.
Look at
going
that.
on right now.
Top Step TV. Everyone watching out for each other's back. Good stuff, Hoop.
Oh man. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try some trades in YM2 then. We're just gonna float these orders in here.
All right.
I'm trying to
what are
short
you
here on
looking
the
at?
NQ since we aren't auctioning higher than these 80s for the time being. We do have the consumer confidence reading coming in about 15 minutes here, so we have time for this trade to develop. I just don't like the weakness I'm seeing out of Microsoft here and Amazon. NVIDIA is starting to roll over as well, so this could be a nice trade if we get follow through down here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Nvidia's rolling over. I know what that means.
Yeah, and that's been dictating a lot of the price action here in the NQ, which has been really decent. We're at the lower end of this volume shelf. We do have room down to the 50s here. This would be a very aggressive trade if we actually get this to see its way to the downside here. We're just trying to defend 80s to the top side.
It's like rolling over for a belly rub type of rollover, or
That's what we'd like to see.
Well
I think
done.
Lacey's looking for that right now.
yeah, right.
Yeah, very much range bound though. Every single time that we start to get a pull in the market, we do get these bounces that kind of, shake and shimmy, and then we go to the extremes of each area. Like right now, we're probably going to go to the 80s. Just going to cover that there. Yeah, going back up to the 80s and then coming back down. Again, push and pull here in the market. Just trying to chop around this range for the time being. If we're looking over at TradingView right now, you can see we're just sandwiched in between two inefficiencies right now, kind of printing a very fat doji candle. And, it's just not super ideal. Probably waiting for better setups is going to be the best move here.
And we're getting fill. Hopefully the bulls come back in and defend this level. We're at 3 ticks away from getting filled. We're going to try 3 contracts kind of spread out, about 5 ticks apart. So if it does hit the low of the day, we will get filled on all 3. And we're looking for a push back up as buyers come back in to support the range. So now we're in 1. And this total trade will risk about probably 300 or 400 on this trade. So now the target's going to be all the way back up again. Maybe we can get up to like 82 or 82.20. But we're in 1 right now, and so far the price action has been decent. And CL trades at $10 a tick.
Got a question from the chat. I thought you guys might like to think about answering this. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but George was asking if me, RIPS, Andre, Nick, are any of you thinking about trading Sunday evening with the markets closed on Friday with the news?
Nope.
Definitely not.
It depends on what PC comes in. PC comes in like super out of whack, maybe, but otherwise, no.
That was my answer too. Typically, no, but I might miss something, but that's okay.
I mean, I'm not even used to trading in the mornings at this point. I'm so used to trading power hour now that I'm actually kind of wondering if I ever should have traded in the morning ever. Like, it takes me a little bit to wake up. So I just wonder if I would have been better off just delaying my trading until like noon or 1 or something. Cause I'm a little bit more, put together. I just don't wake up and like I'm ready to trade. I think that's why Rips gets up at like 1 a.m. because then he has like 6 hours to prepare for the trading.
I mean, that's a good reason why. I mean, I wake up usually around 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm a huge morning person. I think that everybody's built differently, and I just love mornings. I've always been that way. I've always loved to wake up very, very early in the morning. And so for me, it's par for the course, and trading fits right into that. And being on the West Coast, waking up at 2, it's 5 a.m. Eastern time, 4 a.m. Chicago time. So it's not that early when you think about it.
That's pretty early.
I mean, come on. I go to bed at 8 o'clock Pacific time, so I'm going to bed at like 11 p.m. Eastern time. It's really not that bad.
Yeah, Rips, I'm with you. I'm up about 4 o'clock Pacific time.
Hey, there you go.
Right? We should have breakfast.
There you go.
I'm a morning person too, man. I love when I sit in my kitchen, I can watch the sunrise out the back door.
See, beautiful. That's what it's all about. The stillness of the world at that time seems very peaceful, and being able to do that thing. My property is out kind of away from the main city, so I can see all of the stars when it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I go out and it's nice and fresh air. It's just, I don't know. There's something about it that's nice.
But I also do enjoy the full moon, which lives in my backyard from moonrise to moonset. Beautiful moon over the weekend. I don't know if you guys saw it, but man, was it beautiful.
You guys have nature? That's pretty cool.
It's the latest upgrade.
Andre,
it's on that new patch, Real Life 2.6. It's amazing.
We haven't seen a star in months, man.
I don't know what that is.
I tell my dog Lacey, she's lucky. City dogs have to poop on concrete.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So this crude trade is actually doing pretty good. We've taken almost no heat. We got filled at 81.70, quickly reversed. We're up, 10, 12 ticks. Momentum has been positive. Still have a ways before we kind of really make a push up to maybe 82 again. But so far, so good in this trade. The YM one is starting to consolidate, actually. I think some of the indices are also starting to consolidate. Is that what you're seeing over there? Rips and some of the other indices, things are starting to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the whole picture that we've seen this week, and this is what I talked about before the market had opened. The markets are only pricing in about 0.8% of a move this week to end the month. And so, we're going to be in a very tight range, usually just kind of sweeping stops up into an area and then coming back down, sweeping some more stops. And yeah, it's just been very, very choppy and tight. I'm back short here looking for this to auction back down to around those 60s, 65s even, and see if we can get a nice scalp back to the downside. But, I'm not confident in these positions that we're going to get a big sweeping move. Ideally, I'd like to see this auctioning down to the very low 50s, but will we actually see that in this very low liquidity environment? TBD. We are seeing Amazon, Nvidia, Meta, and Microsoft all starting to fade here, and that's why I'm trying to ride this with 4 contracts, but it's very sticky in both directions. We have very big gaps in liquidity right there that just moved from 75 to about 85 and traded, roughly about 100 contracts, which is nothing. Very low liquidity is moving the market here. And if we're not breaking, it's just shooting back up the top side. If we're not breaking above that, it's shooting back down to the downside. So you have to be very, very scalpy in these markets. Very, very scalpy to kind of see a profit here. Definitely that sort of see profit, take profit type of trade.
There you go. It teleports.
Teleporting. Yeah, exactly right. That's what we're seeing.
Colby, I want to tell you something, man. Colby, your trade locations and your decision making has been spot on since you've been back from vacation. Did you take something or smoke something while you were on vacation?
Colby time.
Let's see. What do I have? A lot of White Claws, a lot of Pina Coladas, which in Michigan are mediocre, or not Michigan, in South Carolina are mediocre at best. Good family. I think they just got reinvigorated. You know, it was great.
Very
Clear
nice.
head. Take a break, traders. You don't have to trade every day.
That's
Refresh
usually
your
the best
mind.
medicine is if you're out of the pocket to just take a break from the markets. That's why
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to this 3-day weekend. It's going to be
Yes.
a really nice breakaway from the markets because the markets have not been the easiest thing to trade lately. It's been just choppy and gross lately, not the best market conditions.
You know, I always thought it's funny that how many traders just never want to take a vacation, but if you work a 9 to 5, you can't wait to put in your PTO. But for trading, it's like, I'm never taking a day off. I'm never cashing my PTO. It's like I got to trade every day. It's like, no, you don't. Just calm down. Markets will be there tomorrow. Take a break.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to trade every day. It's not a big deal. You'll be fine. Listen,
We are starting to see a little bit of a roll here in the NQ, which is giving me some profit on this position, but I'm trying to hold out for a bigger move, which is probably not the right idea in these markets. I do want to see some continuation because if we do fade, we will have some stops being popped. We did move the point of control down here to about 75 halves in the NQ. But again, it's getting very, very sticky. We get these nice drawdowns in price, but then we find some bids and we just kind of push and pull in the volume here. So I'm trying to be patient in these trades. I'd really like to see this auction back down to, like I said, around that low 60s, low 50s area. If we do get that pull down there, I'd probably cover about half of my position. But I'm willing to let this kind of run and push around in this area.
Rips, do you like range days? I mean, I know it seems like you're more of like more of a momentum trader. I love range days, but range and trending markets tend to be on opposite sides of the spectrum. Do you like this type of like market you like trading, or would you rather just pass on it entirely and do something else?
It's interesting because on range days you have to be more active as a trader if you're trying to pick up points in between the range. You can be, I like it to call it market maker sessions. So you can be making a market and do really, really well with that. I like to look for range breakouts specifically because it's more in line with my momentum strategy. So personally, I would prefer a less rangy day. Some folks thrive on range days. I can get in that type of pocket, but I'd prefer to see breakouts of the range.
Yep.
And breakouts is synonymous with me as breakdown, breakout. It's the same word for me.
Agree.
I'm to break even on my crude oil trade. So I just moved my stop up. It's been, 10 minutes or so. So this is kind of like a time to break even sort of thing. I still think we can hit, a little over 82. Momentum's been good, but it's been a minute. So let's protect. Been fortunate to have very, very good price action on this trade, so we can afford to do that, relatively quickly. So, benefit of having a good trade location.
Any trades for you, Hogue or Andre? Any trades yet?
Negative.
How about you, Hogue?
I'm driving today.
$6, a 6-point range in the S&Ps. I've done nothing.
Yeah, and I don't blame you. It's not the best price action.
It'll come.
Although, again, if you were to ask me which way I think it's going to go, I'm short right now. I think the market should trend down. If Apple starts to give it up and continue rolling here, then I do think that we have a nice new potential low of day on NQ coming in hot. We are auctioning down here into the high 60s, looking for more fade here. Currently up about $1,200 on this position, but I don't trust it that we won't have a massive bounce out of this area, but I'm also too stubborn to cover any of the position here because I'm looking for more. I'm looking for us to revisit the opening lows here.
Mm-hmm. And crude oil is touching that 82 again. So big run numbers in crude oil. If you don't trade crude oil, just some very, very general levels you could put up there are evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s. So that's like 80 even, 80 20, 80 50, 80 80. So big numbers. 82 is a big one, pushing back up to the upside. I'm gonna try to get $420 of profit on this one. That one's for you, Eddie. So we'll see. We're getting
good old 420.
We're getting close. It's also like about the same. It's also in a good spot. It's a good spot, but we'll see. 82 could provide 5
minutes remaining.
Resistance here.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do have that news coming out. Eddie's on top of that.
Consumer confidence, yeah. And the 5-year auction rips. Before we jump off later today, let's talk about the auction process and why the 5-year auction in the past has moved us, even in equities. We'll talk
Happy to
about that
talk
later.
about that. Yeah, we will have quite a bit of movement on that. We have a lot of auctions this week for fixies, so that can definitely be moving the market quite a bit.
Nice.
Folks, we completely understand your frustration. We are aware that there is an issue going on. We are working on it. We are not just trying to make light of it. We are right on it. As soon as we get any updates, anything like that, we will let you know. Don't get upset. Try and stay patient. If you know Topstep, we will make things right. So just hang with us here. We are aware that there is an issue. We are working on it. Some of you folks are saying that it's working perfectly. Some of you are saying that it is not. I can't answer that. That's for the tech team, which is working very diligently to solve this problem. So, don't get upset. Just be patient. And again, if you know Topstep, we will make this right. All right. Yep. So we will keep you in touch when we get any new information about it. So we appreciate your patience and electronic trading ain't perfect, is it?
Yeah, it's one of the risks that we run as traders is that, with electronic trading platforms, anything can happen. Anything can go wrong. I've had my trouble of throughout the years with electronic trading platforms. So it's just one of the things that can happen. And you just have to be patient and wait for those issues to be resolved as the time passes.
Yep. And we know it's frustrating. We're traders too. And, but we are working on it.
Point of control has moved up here, back up to this 82.25 level. We are kind of topping out, but we will probably see a burst of volume that will rip up some shorts through this level here. I'm still trying to hold through this mess and see if we can actually get something to tone down. The only one that's really carrying the market right now is Apple. Apple is stubbornly going higher as the rest of the market is kind of rolling over here. So if Apple starts to pause in its draw of liquidity to the top side here, we can see the market roll down here. So that's what we're looking for. And I'm trying to time this around the print that's coming out here shortly. I might actually have to cover into this print that's going to be coming out here. That's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to go flat for that print. I got to go flat for the print. 15. It's just not rolling over.
What's one more contract, Rips?
Yeah, I know. If we didn't have that newsprint coming out, I'd still be holding into it. But Apple is stubbornly propping up the NQ right now. We're just not seeing that fade in Apple. It's jamming back up to the top side, which makes me believe that the news that came out on Financial Juice this morning was old news and not real.
So fake news?
Fake news is what it sounds like, Dolby.
Oh, gosh. Or just old.
Or just old.
Just old news.
Crude oil is still bouncing, respecting the range, and just cruising to the upside.
Dude, that trade location was absolutely beautiful. Right near value low from yesterday, right near the afternoon pullback low from yesterday. That was a mint trade location. That's what I was talking about, Dolby.
You just gotta
Something happened to you on vacation, man.
The YM happened to me, and then I just been carrying it through. Just everything made sense because of the YM. But honestly, it's repetition, Hogue. So it's like, you come on the air, and like Rips, you can probably attest to this too. Like when you start streaming or talking about your trading live, like you're talking about like what you're supposed to be doing constantly. It's like, oh, I want to trade this range. I want to trade this range. And eventually you just end up talking yourself.
Sorry, Dolby, real quick here.
No, go ahead.
Numbers are going to be coming out in a few seconds here. Check your positions. Make sure if you want to be flat.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Minus 11 is the Richmond Fed.
Minus 11 is Richmond. Okay. Yeah. So like eventually you talk into the behavior that you want.
Okay, you got the Richmond Fed, -11. They were looking at -5 here. We got 10 seconds on consumer confidence looking at 107. And we'll see what's going to happen here in 5 seconds.
Should this affect crude oil? It seems like it's pausing for a bit.
It's getting thin in the ladder.
Yeah, very thin in the
right
ladder
right
right
point
now.
Of control, Dolby. Yeah. That's the comfy level.
Was that we're pointing? Oh yeah, it's like 2100s trading.
Point of control. It's right at the comfy level.
Yeah, it is. We might have to.
You may sit on the couch there for a while, drink all your beer.
Oh, it looks like I got in the YM trade. So let's flatten crude oil and switch over to YM.
No YM trade.
Wow, big push up there. Big push up in the NQ. I'm happy that I got flat in that short there. Huge push up.
All right, consumer confidence coming in at 104.7. They were looking at 107, coming in at 104.7. Consumer confidence.
That's worse then, right?
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, that's worse. What do I know?
Happy I got flat then.
Rips, you just added to that long there, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for this continuation all the way up to 607. That is good for the Fed. So I'm banking on that being good for the Fed.
There you go.
Trying to get a quick scalp here. I'll be quick to flatten this in case it doesn't develop right away.
And the S&P is still in a 6.25 point range.
Just chilling.
All right. So I ended up accidentally flattening all my YM open orders. So I'm going to put those back in again, and then we're going to switch to YM and see if we can play this even bigger range.
Yeah, you're right at the lows.
Cheap
Low
trades.
value from yesterday.
Heavy tilt on long, a long NASDAQ, 78% long NASDAQ, 74% long in the ES. Some of the heavier long biases we've seen in a few days, especially getting close to 80% for NASDAQ. Oh, it's pulled back a little bit to 74%.
Yeah, just went flat.
Yes, it did. Nice. You can see the pullback in the actual trade there as tilt unwound itself a little bit.
Okay. We're starting to average into these YM longs. And we're doing a little stop run action. So now we're long 4. So we want it to sweep below 39,682. And if it does, we'll have 15 contracts on. If we can get that. But good bounce so far.
We do have a little bit of an update from the tech team. They're going through everything. Some of the issues, they're saying they might be client side, so meaning the browser. You may want to try a different browser, maybe check, clear your cache and cookies. Something like that may help in this situation. But again, remember, there's nothing perfect in electronic trading. Sometimes platforms have issues. Again, Topstep will make it right.
Yeah. Once again, really nice, really good bounce from the YM here. So these range trades are really paying off. Taking almost no heat, just stacking bids, below key areas where stops might be, and just getting in there. So we're already up 95-ish. We got 4 right now. Wish I had a little bit more. Yeah. So
when the market's going with you, you'll never have enough on.
Yeah, that is true. Well, it's starting to head a little bit lower now, so I probably shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, well, Dolby, be sure to let us know if you get hit on that 10 banger there. That's an order that is piquing my interest.
Sitting there.
But in the meantime, I think we need a quick Series 3 question.
Uh-oh.
Oh, geez, where's Michael when you need him?
Because of course we do, Jack. What do we got?
Of course we do. We're going to make everybody is going to pass the Series 3. All right, James, let's hit with the question. Futures contract details, including delivery month, series, size of contract, trading limits, deliverable grades, and delivery locations are determined by A, the CFTC, B, the NFA, C, the USDA, or D, the exchange where the futures contract is traded.
I got to get it to you, Jack, before we talk about it.
Yeah, have an idea.
Oh yeah, Hogue is slacking me with private answers.
Because
he's been perfect so far.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, I've got a perfect record so far, so hopefully that remains. I really want to pass this thing, and I
got mine
at tests. So,
all right, final answers.
I got D.
I've been through this whole book once. I'm going through it again.
I'm going with D as well, Andre.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
All right, let's see the answer.
D.
It is indeed D.
All right.
Great job.
We're getting close.
And that's how we do's it. See you in a bit.
Yes, it
My
is.
record,
Thank you.
my
More to
record
come.
remains intact.
More and more of those brainbusters in the pipeline.
We got a little bit of a rally here, Rips, huh?
Yeah, I was long, I pulled out, and I was long again, pulled out. So I'm just waiting to see what happens around the 607 level, which is one of our MC levels, and we are just rejecting off of it right now. So we'll have to see whether or not that level holds. If it does, Apple's pulling back. I might look for a short here back to the downside.
Yeah, I just pulled one off my YM long. So we're still going to run with 3. And I have some levels marked in my chart for where we can start taking stuff off. But we hit one of them, so we're 1 off right now. And we'll still keep everything else below, but it seems like indices are catching a bid. So this cheap trade is once again paying off.
Cheap trades. Don't you love them?
Love them. Hug, when are you going to hop into a cheap trade? They're everywhere.
The problem is the S&Ps, the cheap trades aren't cheap enough because we've only got a $6 range, and I'm looking for 2-to-1 reward over risk on anything I do. I've got to be perfect on my execution there.
S&P don't move right now.
Sounds like some peer pressure going on.
Yeah, whatever.
We would never.
I'm used to it. You want peer pressure? Stand in a trading pit with 400 people watching you trade.
Yeah, right? Well, how about 3,000?
Yeah. That's kind of what it's like, you know?
Oh, 4?
We got 4.
Yeah,
hey, so we got 4,000. Push that. Let's press that like button. Press that subscribe button. We truly appreciate it. We will have 75% off for 75,000 subscribers later this week. Details to come. But, we take care of you guys and make sure we get you guys whole. So we are aware of the tech issues, and we are working on it. Like Hulk said, client issue. As the day proceeds, I'm sure things will get better. You guys aren't missing that much in terms of market action. It has been the grace of trades, so bear with us, but we understand your frustration. Hey, John, can we get a Delta update real quick?
Yes, I got to step away for just a moment, but the delta in the S&Ps is negative 3,300. Interesting.
Ooh. Thank you.
Delta
All right,
in
we'll
the NASDAQ,
Yeah, I'm seeing
positive 1,000.
Delta in the NAS here.
NASDAQ's been frisky lately.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. Very frisky.
Starting to see some bigger deltas than larger deltas than ES did. What are you guys doing? Oh, look, it's power hour in the morning. How about this? How did this just happen? Look who it is. The 3 amigos. Oh, boy.
I love it. We're back again.
Wow.
Just when they thought they could get rid of us.
You guys couldn't shake us. Wow, that happened quickly. You blink your eyes and bam, there you go. It's power hour in the morning. So yes, welcome to Power Hour on Fast Markets on Power Hour, what have you. Let's trade it up.
Yeah, I wish the price action was better. We're not seeing a lot of, we're not seeing a lot of confluence across the board, which makes this increasingly difficult to trade. We are seeing just a lot of push and pull. I mean, no congruence between the Magnificent Seven right now. We do have Google is bouncing heavily, Microsoft putting together a bounce, Meta is super strong alongside Apple, almost negating that full flush that we saw from that negative headline coming out in the early pre-market. Amazon is bouncing. NVIDIA now is the laggard, believe it or not. NVIDIA is trading just above 950 here at 952 3/4. So NVIDIA is the one that's lagging here. NVIDIA has been really driving the price action of the NASDAQ here. So we'll have to see if that continues. I'm hands off. I'm putting myself in the timeout box waiting for about 5-10 minutes to pass here before I get on my next set of trades. Okay. But for the time being, yeah, it's tricky price action. I'm not trading it well, so I'm in the penalty box myself, sitting on with the shot clock.
All good. Yeah, not the greatest price action. I think Dolby's kind of carving it up a little bit. Dolby, what are you looking at over there? You looking at YM or are you looking at crude?
We're on YM right now. That's the only trade I have on. So we're still long 3 from 39,688. Right. And we've taken off 2. No, hold on. Wait, why are my orders weird? 2. Why are you 3? There we go. It just changed to 2. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. So we're still long 2 from 39,688. I want to take off one more at 760 in the YM, and then I want to hold a runner for like 800 just to see if we can get there, because that would be the full range reversal. So if we go to like a 30-minute chart or something, right, the entire range is, kind of 688 to 804. So we're just going to peel on the way up. But my next stop is 760 for the YM. Other than that, I have moved my stops to break even. So this is now a risk-free trade. and the risk free is we're up 330 right now. So if it does pull back, that's what we would lose. But good trade so far. Good trade so far.
Fair enough. I mean,
Have you thought about trading some other markets?
Talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Hogue. Just
Hogue stepped away.
YM's nice. Oh no,
Hogue stepped away for a coffee break.
Well,
Yeah.
coffee
He was
break?
sick and tired of you, Dolby. Let's be honest.
Why? Oh, come on.
Enough of your crap, Dolby.
All that
See
peer
enough of you
pressure.
making money over there.
He just didn't want to hear any
peer
more of
pressure.
your questions, so he just dodged out. I am in a short here, and wow, what good timing that was! I'm
Something
short
just
3
happened.
contracts here, and we are dunking low. Love to see
we
this.
are.
Nvidia is just off of a cliff here. Let's see if I can actually do the tricky part of covering this at the right time. We came back down to those 70s again. Let's see if we actually have some continuation that I could try to be aggressive into. We bounce right at our 72 level again, which may or may not hold here, but NVIDIA is doing a little flushacito to the downside there. Seeing if we have any kind of bounce up towards the market makers right now are just the stuff that they're doing. It's very, very thin liquidity, and they're having big wrapped bands, basically 20 handles in either direction. And that's to the tune of about 280 lots on either side. So it really does make this price action difficult to read. I do want to add into this if we are going to actually put in a new low here, because this can start to flush the market. Although we do have Google bouncing, Amazon bouncing. It's tough to find
And now
way
YM
to
is
add into this.
when YM is pushing even higher now. Even
Is
though
it?
NASDAQ
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It took a little bit of a dip for like a couple of points, but now it is right back at the top of this 5-minute range and pushing higher. So if we can get above like 73.40, let's say like 70.40, 39,740 in YM, that would be very, very interesting. So yeah, real good bounce.
So we had a very small, only 20 handle rejection there off the lows. So we had a big 20 handle flush, and then it completely got negated there off those lows. So bouncing from 72 all the way up to 92 here. And this is just the market that we're in right now. It's a very devilish market, very difficult to read, very difficult to play. And it is very much a see profit, take profit market. I'm just not doing step 2, which is take profit. I am seeing profit, but not taking profit.
Yeah, I've been having a hard time holding on to runners. You know,
I'm doing the opposite.
are
I'm
there
holding on
runners?
all the way and continuing to hold on when I should be taking profit.
Hardest part of the trade when you get out.
You sound like you're me from like 2 months ago when I wouldn't get anything off. I would just hold all my positions, thinking I'm trading crude oil, and just get destroyed in NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a tricky market to trade here, I will say that.
Yeah. So now that Hogue is back, Hogue, how come you don't look at other markets? Is it just like you just love the ES that much? Because the YM's had a lot of opportunity.
I do look at other markets, and occasionally trade other markets. Just on screen, I've just been sticking to the S&Ps.
Crude oil is catching a bounce again.
Yep.
Not really in a place I would want to trade it though, because overall I am bullish the crude.
But I think in a world of Dolbys, I might have to start trading more markets.
Just
I love
find cheap
that.
trades everywhere. All these markets have cheap trades eventually. It's all the same setup for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just have to be patient and wait for them.
Yeah.
Trade the extremes.
Yep. That's it.
That's it.
It's kind of scary most of the time, but typically those are the best. Those are the best ones. So hold on, I'm gonna get back to one of my old points. So Rips, I was saying that like Hogue was saying, Dolby, you're trading well. What I was saying is that when you go on TV and you start rehearsing the trader that you want to be, you kind of end up taking on that persona and you start executing the trades that you want to. Rips, was that something that you found when you were starting to stream? Is that like your discipline and your trading habits actually got better because you were just manifesting it live on air?
That's an interesting point, but no, to the opposite of that. I found that it was much more difficult to stream and trade. I've said it before, but I think that streaming, trading on Topstep, because you're handling multiple streams of consciousness and you're having to trade and you're doing all sorts of things. I think it's one of the most difficult trading environments to be in. And then below that, of course, is just regular streaming. I mean, that's very difficult as well. But I think just trading on your own is one of the easiest ways to trade if you're not streaming. As a streamer, it's much more difficult to trade and stream. But I do get your point about, talking into consciousness. I mean, I've always, just traded. I've never streamed. I started streaming back in September, so it's been about 6 months now. But no, I find a lot more ease of trading when I'm not streaming and when I'm just, trading my own trades and not streaming live.
No, that's funny because I'm miserable and I'm trading by myself. I'm miserable. Like I get way too in my own head. All my trades, like just think about way too much of what's going on. Whereas like just doing this and talking about it, I feel like it's reinforcing the behaviors that I actually want to have when I trade. That's actually really interesting that we all have different kind of experience with that.
Yeah, I think everybody's different, and you find you get in where you fit, and some people might enjoy it. I've always recorded my own screen when I'm trading. I use OBS Project, so that's nothing new to me. But talking through my trades out loud, I've never been, just sitting in my trading office talking my trades to nobody. So that was the biggest difference for me. So, and there's a bandwidth issue between, if you're a momentum trader and how fast you're executing versus how fast you could speak about your trade ideas as they're happening. So it's all different.
Yeah, it's a whole different skill for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I'm locking my stop up in this YM long, so we've locked in 195 on this last contract at the very worst. So pretty good. And what's cool about this account, is that we were actually $400 away from blowing up this trading combine account, and our balance is now at 150,000. So we are on quite a run right now.
Nice. You ripped it out of the chasm, didn't you?
Here's all the winning trades in the trading combine that I've had. These are all individual trades. Yeah.
Look at Dolby time.
$100 here, $100 there. I mean, it all adds up eventually.
Shit adds up, doesn't it? Yep.
It does.
Oh, yeah, it does.
It really does. It really does. So I still haven't passed the trading combine live yet. I think this might be the one though. I'm feeling pretty good.
You feel like luck is on your side?
Better you are, lucky you get, Rips.
Oh, the harder you work, the luckier you get, I think is the quote.
There it is.
Yeah, this price action certainly does leave something to be desired, but I'm here to trade it for, at the very least, the tradertainment. I told my group that I'm certainly not trading any kind of XFAs in this market environment, but I'm happy to go through trading combines in this.
It's we'll wait this sucker out. There's more meat on the bone later coming, so.
Yeah, that's definitely the smarter move to do rather than getting chopped apart in this price action.
Yeah.
We have delta divergence in the S&Ps. We're negative 4,000 now. We're right on the highs.
Yes, trying to make a little break out of its 5-minute range to the upside.
Yep.
And Q's trying to head higher. RTY is like, nah, I'm good. And YM is doing good.
Ash, wait it out, Ash. I know you're not done for the day. We'll keep watching. This price action is awful, but that doesn't mean it's going to be awful. We only want to open for 45 minutes here. We got another 6 hours left, 5 hours left in the day.
I'm going to work some crude oil longs too at 81.70 if we get down there. We'll just keep the orders in.
Getting some updates. Our tech team is working on it. We will make this right. No need to contact support at this time. No need to contact support at this time. We are on it. We're working on ways to rectify and make everything right for you all. So don't contact support on this. We are on it.
All right. Well, we have a minute here. Let's get to some news with Jack. Jack, it's hasn't been the most remarkable of trades today. So let's get some news and give us an update on what you got.
Yeah, I got a roundabout starting with an interesting chart. This is super long term here, going back to like the early 60s, but this is the total value of U.S. real estate as a percentage of GDP. And more than anything, I just find this interesting. You can see obviously the huge run up and collapse during the real estate crisis, and then hitting a similar level at the interest rate peaks, interest rate naders, as they would say, of COVID, and coming off again as we've been raising rates. So the largest thing most people own is their house. We'll see what happens with these rates. Also, scary things for the future. OpenAI is pitching their revolutionary, I think that's their word, Sora to movie studios. And I don't know what the hell this thing is. They're very vague about it, but it's like text to video.
Yeah,
And
text to video. You can
insane.
generate any kind of video with it.
You can
Wait,
see
how does that
examples
work?
online already. Yeah, you can find examples online.
Okay.
They wrote a text that says like a crashing ocean against a beautiful rock on the cliffsides of Scotland, and it looks photorealistic.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
So
Wow.
just to give you some of the fallout from this article, Tyler Perry saw it and apparently has paused plans to build like another $100 million studio just to wait to see what this could do, which that's kind of the scary part about all this as we think about what we'll all do.
It's
I can't im-
happening.
I can't imagine
And,
Hollywood is very happy about that.
No, I would not think so. We do have one more story that I just have to put it out there because I had to read this and now you guys do too. A man arrested for allegedly taking leg after California train accident and eating it.
Is this Danielle's?
I did see that. That was very disturbing.
Is this Danielle's? Yes.
So I have read this story. You don't have to. But this
Does that give us
headline is
qualification that we
correct.
are in a zombie apocalypse yet?
Dude, what is going on right now? What a time to be
I
alive,
don't know.
man. What the hell? This is all a sin, right? This is just one big simulation.
It has to be.
I knew that was you, Danielle. Oh, what a time to be alive.
Zombie
My-
apocalypse. Oh my god.
Happy trading, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Jack.
Gives us a whole new
As I-
meaning
as
to meat
I-
on the bone.
Wow.
As I iterate-
Oh,
ribs.
man.
Oh. As I often iterate, please pray for peace, everyone. We need all the prayers we can get.
I mean, we need to go double time on those prayers, it seems like.
Yeah, right.
That collection basket just ain't getting as much as it used to. We gotta up our donations, man. Something is right. Wow.
Collection basket looking a little lofty.
little light, man. Oh,
Oh man.
wow.
Dolby time.
Dolby time. Oh, hey,
I didn't even say
75%.
anything. I didn't even say anything.
75% long in YM here at Dolby, in case you were taking a look there. Besides that, 50-50 across the board amongst gold, crude, ES, NASDAQ. But we got 75% long in the YM. The new darling at Topstep, the Dow Minis.
The YM, eh?
Cruising.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of love
On
lately.
market. Man, crude oil is just given up. It is now in a 30-cent range in the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes. That is ridiculous. But if you do trade crude
67
oil,
order.
yeah, I mean, if you do trade crude and think this is boring, maybe skip this session and come back at like noon. Because sometimes for crude, the second half of the day will actually provide all of the action if the first half is really calm. So
Is there
something to
a
keep an eye on for CL traders, but very, very tight market.
King F. Is there a tilt for YM? Yes, we just mentioned 75% long, almost 76% long bias in the YM.
Is that
Yeah.
something people can readily find in Topstep X in the platform?
Thank you. I'm glad you asked. Yes, you can. Across the bottom there, you'll see the tab for tilt. Tap on that, and you'll see the markets that we're offering it. Also, across the top of the stream here, scrolling across the screen, you'll see a delayed reading of the tilt, and it's not going to be. It's essentially been a free preview since October. We've been putting this out there. Those days are numbered as Topstep X is going full public general release here shortly, and I mean very shortly. So that free preview of Tilt will be coming down. Hope you guys have enjoyed it and figured out ways to use it to your advantage. It's just another tool in the shed, as they say. But yes, the free preview is coming down, and like Rip said, it is available at the bottom of your Topstep X screen. I'm looking at it right now, and it's real time too. The scroll across the top of the screen on Topstep TV is delayed by a few seconds, so you get the real deal here on Topstep X.
YM catching a big bid. It's now
Nice.
at 39,760-ish.
Wow, 81% long. 81%
Yeah, it's
long.
a big move.
Wow. Maybe we should
Yeah,
just switch
big,
over
big,
and trade
big move.
YM.
YM's where it's at, man. Dolby time.
I'm missing the
Water's
party
warm,
over here.
boys.
I'm foolishly
Water's
trying to trade
warm.
NQ like a knucklehead.
Yeah.
So I'm going to
Dallas
keep on
Fed
locking
Services
up.
activity are coming out in 5 minutes, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we've been in this trade since 9:05, so it's about a 20-minute hold time on part of this. So that's something I enjoy about YM that you can't really experience in NASDAQ is, the comfort of sitting in a position without, sweating bullets because the volatility isn't so high. So we can just let this one kind of run. Well, we've locked in 270 on this one, so we just keep on moving up our stop. And if it pulls back, it pulls back. No big deal.
Yeah, trading around VWAP here in the S&Ps. John, not a whole lot popping in S&Ps. That's okay. We will be patient. We will wait.
I'm
Not
watching
every day is
that
just
Delta.
not every day is going to be guns blazing, fireworks going off. That's not how this works. Sometimes markets need to coil and digest and wait for new news to enter the market or information to enter the market for that. With that being said,
We're just
Dermos
watching
didn't
that
do much.
Delta continue to get deeper into the negative.
There you go. So we have a story playing out. What are we at right now?
Negative 4,700, right? Almost 4,800 right now.
Okay.
Now 4,800 negative.
All right. It was just 4,000 about 8 minutes ago.
Yep.
RTY just rolling over right now. Two 5-minute red candlesticks just back to back to the downside. Lost about 5 points and just keeps on going down. It almost seems like the RTY just has a mind of its own today. Or it's just the front runner for the indices rolling over. Maybe that's what it is. But we're probably going to get stopped out in this YM trade. I'll just flatten it. Whatever. All right, so we're done. So it's 967 on the day, split between a little bit of crude and a little bit of YM. It's not like a RIPS number, but it's a decent number.
Selling off.
I like it. I'm a big fan of it.
Selling off. I don't know how. Yeah, you got to be like someone said in this chat here. Hyper scalp. Yeah, that's one way to say scalp. See profit, take profit. Dobie, you were talking about letting trades run earlier. I don't know that this market is conducive to runners right now. Runners.
Doesn't
A
feel
couple
like
weeks.
it.
A couple of weeks ago, when it was just buy the dip and just watch the rally just take place and just close your eyes and come back in an hour. I think that's when the runners were happening. Here we're stuck in this range. And that's high 5,300, downside 5,260s. We'll see somewhere in there. Dow's what's Dow trading right now? I don't have the chart up.
Dow is at 39,755.
All right, so 40,000 is the big fat round number there. All right, so we're seeing some sellers here, RIPS and
And it's
NASDAQ.
still pushing higher, man.
Yeah, big sellers coming in NASDAQ. We're looking to get back down into that low opening range area. We are trading to the lower end of this volume shelf. But just kind of waiting and watching here. Been kind of doing some big trades in combines here. I probably won't even touch any XFAs this week. There's really no point in this price action. But combines, on the other hand, no problem. I mean, I don't really. If I lose a combine, it's not that big of a deal to me. I've hit max loss on quite a few combines this morning, but it doesn't really affect me.
I do want to work a long in NASDAQ, though, at 18,549 and just see if it does a stop run and gets back up again.
Yeah, I was short earlier into this move, and it would have been nice if we got this. Yeah, just bad timing today. This is beautiful, beautiful sweep down. This is the one that I wish I would have been short into. We auctioned right there and put in a new low on the Nazi. So beautiful push down.
I got filled at 18,549. And do we just scalp this? Dude, I hate the price action for NASDAQ. It does such a good job of making you nervous if you just stare at the chart. Whatever, I'm flattening it.
You get nervous staring?
I hate it. I got $1.50 on that one. I hate it.
Hey, there you go. It's better than no 50, right?
It's so frustrating.
I mean, just go short. Just go short and hold it, Dolby.
I can't. It doesn't look good to me.
Oh,
I want to get the cheap trades. See? Jeez, man.
Still more sellers.
My goodness, Mazzy.
Negative 70. They have negative 6,700 in the S&P now. Delta. Negative 1,100 in the NASDAQ Delta.
Piling in.
NASDAQ looked below the initial balance. We could see a failed auction, but we got a long time to wait for that. We're seeing possible value acceptance from yesterday in the NASDAQ, but not so much in the S&Ps. It's more like value rejection. Here's what value rejection looks like. Market opens, trades to value high from the previous day,
Prices.
and rejects, goes higher, right? So there's yesterday's value high in the S&Ps, 52.86 quarter. What's our low today? 52.86 quarter. Negative delta.
Like magic, John.
7,000.
Right?
Pardon?
Isn't that wild?
Like magic.
And then, well, the NASDAQ's a little bit different now. NASDAQ had an attempt at a value area special situation completion yesterday. It failed to do so. It opened in range in value, tried to reject, and is now back inside value from yesterday, possibly looking lower. You guys remember in the opening call, we talked about the afternoon pullback low in the S&P and the NASDAQ. The afternoon pullback low is basically value area low, TPO value area low at 18,508 in the NASDAQ. That would be a completion down to value low and a test of the pullback low. We've got a long way to go from that for the S&Ps. We have now extended the range to the downside. We've got negative 8,000 in delta. If both in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, we leave a failed downside auction here. Okay, a failed downside auction. What is it? Price went below the low of the initial balance. If it rejects, and we've got 25 minutes to wait for that to happen, that would be a failed downside auction, and we could possibly look for a continuation move to the upside. We're at negative 8,000 in delta right now. But we are extending the range to the downside. So for now, it looks congruent. But if we continue to see delta decrease in value or increase in negativity and we can't break, look out.
Yep.
But again, I'm trying to keep my expectations reasonable. That's our tip for the week, is keep expectations reasonable. And if we don't see good opportunities, then we don't take them. This is a trading combine, and I'm long in it just because I was watching that delta. And we'll see if we leave an excess low at the bottom here. And if we do, then I'll probably get into the live account. But because I'm looking for cheap trades, right, Dolby?
That's all that matters. Cheap trades. Gotta love them. But my time is up, actually. So I'm gonna check out. That was a lot of fun. Rips, it was great to see you this morning.
It was great having the Power Hour crew back again.
Yes, we are.
Yeah,
yes, we are.
it is. It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. Hope you find a market that you find to trade today. It's fun watching you trade.
I will find it. Thank you very much.
out
Dolby, I'm
It's
very
out
happy
somewhere.
with the way you've been trading lately.
Dolby is also happy
Awesome.
with the way Dolby has been trading
God.
recently. I'm
Once you
thoroughly
throw a
enjoying
shit.
it.
Throw the aviators
Now
out
we're
too,
going third.
dude.
Nah.
We're the aviators.
I no longer think that.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
You're
all
a
right,
third
I'm heading
person. I
out.
no longer think you're doing well.
Later,
Okay.
Dolby.
JD's taking my spot. I'll see you guys.
See you, Dolby.
Oh, Dolby.
We are seeing a slight bounce here in the NQ off of 35s, going back up into these 50s here, but it's crazy. The only equity that's making this move right now, the only one that's trailing to the downside here is Nvidia. So that's what's kind of causing that roll. We're still seeing Apple kind of holding up at these highs here. Well, not really highs, but holding up at these kind of the midpoint of where it's been trading lately in the last couple of days. And Microsoft, same kind of story there. Meta as well. So people coming out of Nvidia causing the NQ to roll here is really what we're seeing.
Crude new lows. Thank you for that, Eddie.
Just to give you folks a little update on market internals, we are seeing the NYSE volume at 110 million shares, which is 34% below its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners by 1.7 to 1. In the NASI, the volume is 1.57 billion shares, which is 5% above its 1 month average for the time being. Advancers are leading decliners slightly by 1.2 to 1. And the VIX is down 1.5% at 12.99.
Thank you. Chop, chop, chop. It's all good. RC, yeah, still 72% long here in YM. So the longs are holding strong, for better or worse. But we are seeing sell pressure. NASDAQ, a couple bucks off the lows in NASDAQ, a couple bucks off the lows in S&Ps.
50-50 in the tilt from the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. We traded right to the point of control right here, 52.8475, the point of control from yesterday in the S&Ps. Maybe getting a failed auction, but if I do it now, I'm preempting it. It's cheap.
You get in there, John? Sorry.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It's just so early to view this as a failed downside auction.
Are you looking short or long, Johnny?
I would be long.
Ooh, okay. I'm looking at this from the short side over on my side.
Yeah, NASDAQ. I mean, we're holding below initial balance, so we've got a long time to wait to find out if this is going to end up being a failed auction to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's bring in JD. Hey, let's bring in JD real quick. JD, are we going to do hot streaks still, or JD, are you just going to come in here and trade? I'm confused. I guess the messaging is a bit confusing here. JD, come on in, man.
I think
What's up, guys?
What up, JD? Hey. What up, man? Welcome to Fast Markets, JD.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've done a fast market. Thanks for having me. I got those hot streaks if you want to hear them.
Thank you. I'd love to hear them. Thank you. I was confused. Are you nervous to be on hot streaks or fast markets, JD?
I don't get nervous. Andre, you know me. I don't get nervous.
You don't. You're unfazable.
There is a reason that we do hot streaks and all this stuff behind the scenes, though, or behind the curtain. I'm looking at like 3 different dashboards, 2 different spreadsheets, and some notes that I wrote down earlier. So it looks super spazzy when I'm on camera. So keep that in mind while we're going through this. All right. Without further ado, James, throw up those hot streaks for us. All right, we got a few new names on our hot streaks list, starting with Michael T., who's on a nice 20-day run trading the NASDAQ. Chase, he was on the list yesterday. Chase also on a 20-day ripper, trading mostly the micro NQ. I'm not just back for another day, also on a 20-day streak trading the NASDAQ. Woo is back in the markets after taking a week off to extend their streak to 22 days. Welcome back, Woo. And our leader, Alexander, made about $200 yesterday trading the NASDAQ to hold on to that top spot for another day. We did lose our live funded trader. Chris V hit the DLL yesterday after a 23-day heater. And Peter K has not put on a trade yet this week, so he has been left off the list. I'm sure we'll see a couple more live funded traders on this list real soon. And hopefully we'll get Chris V back on there too. He had a nice string of winners there. All right, let's look at some P&Ls from yesterday. We have our live funded trader P&L leaderboard.
Okay.
All right, Jesus was on the list for second consecutive day. 2-day running total of $17,500 for Jesus. Nice job. Cade put up $3,000 trading the NASDAQ. Wang, $6,100, also trading the NASDAQ. Xavier, who we saw get a nice shout out on the shoulder tap yesterday. Took about $8,800 out of the NASDAQ. Beautiful. And our live funded leader, Esgardo, who is no stranger to this list, pocketed a little over $9,500 yesterday. Nice job all around there, guys.
Great job. Great days.
That's it. We want to roll right into a chart pattern, or should we get back to the markets for a little bit?
Well, the markets ain't doing a whole hell of a lot. Yeah, let's do a chart pattern, and then we'll do some... We'll go to Eddie. Eddie's got something after that. Let's do some chart patterns if we got them ready to go.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's check these out.
James, you want to throw that image I sent you over? Pardon me, that image I sent you earlier.
We pulled up the bearish double top.
Yep. The great thing about these chart patterns, guys, is like,
here we go.
They exist on any time frame in any market. So theoretically, like, if you're strictly designing trade setups
based off of these chart patterns and old school technical analysis in general. You could really, in practice, track and trade a dozen different markets all at the same time if you're being very mechanical with your risk. So if you're feeling sort of bored trading one market, take a look at another market. Also keep in mind that they say that the longer the time frame that you're looking at, the more reliable the pattern would be. And obviously, the longer the time frame, the wider the range will be for that trade setup. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Yes.
All right, so what are we looking at? What are we looking at here? A bearish double
So
top.
right now we're looking at the bearish double top. So double tops first and foremost. Reversal pattern indicates. I'm going to read this right off the chart. There indicates a potential trend reversal and signals a sell opportunity for traders. They're pretty easy to spot. Fairly common in occurrence. Super simple. You have two peaks separated by a single trough. Prices at peaks do not need to match to the tick. They don't need to be identical. That's actually kind of rare when that happens. So give it a little leeway when you're picking out these patterns. Measured move for the double top is distance between the lowest point of the trough and going straight up to the trend line connecting the two peaks. That distance is then measured downward from the breakout price. That is what a measured move is. And it can be used as sort of a minimum profit objective in this situation. I do have one from just the other day. If you pull over to my charts.
Look at this guy.
We got the NASDAQ up. This is from last Thursday, textbook double top.
Look at JD.
So we've got our... It's the all-time high, too, so far. So we've got our trough line right here. Well, let me change that blue or something. Make it purple. And then we've got our trend line connecting the two peaks at the top. Make that purple also. All right, so there's our double top. Two tops with a trough in the middle. Now our measured move is basically we're going to take the low of this trough line, measure up. Let's do that over.
And then measure down.
Measure up, and then just measure down from the breakout price, which is actually the trough line. So you could see
almost perfect.
Nice setup. You got paid out. You took very little heat on this setup. It took a few hours to pay out if you're looking for the full measured move, but you never really took any heat. You got your measured move full target before a retest of that trough line. And that trough line held as solid resistance ever since. We're still kind of towing along that line right now. So that is your
Thank you.
double top pattern. Any questions before we move on?
I do have a question. So don't be looking for double top patterns on my 5-minute chart is basically what I'm gathering here.
Oh, you can look at it. Like I said, you can look at it at any time frame, but the longer the time frame you're looking at, the more reliable the pattern is going to be. This is a 15-minute chart, but if you look at a 30-minute chart, it's also still right there. Solid pattern on a 30-minute chart.
Very good. Okay. I see. Good stuff, JD. Thank you, man. So far, 2 for 2 with your chart patterns, man. Good job, JD.
Yeah, this is old school stuff. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We just want everybody. These chart patterns have been around for 100 years. We just want everybody to be aware of them. So, different style of trading, a little more mechanical. Risk is predefined. Profit targets predefined.
And profit targets. Yep.
Exactly.
Like mechanical trading. I like that. Take the emotion out of it. Thank you, JD.
You got it.
It is 9:45 the top of the hour here. I think Eddie's got a little housekeeping for us. Eddie, what's happening, my man? Good to hear. Good to see you. Good to hear
some
from you.
housekeeping, yes, dusting and cleaning and everything else. But hey, today Coach Robert is going to be hosting another Top Step X walkthrough today at 12 o'clock Central Time. This is going to be probably about part 3, part 4. But hey, a lot of us are new to it. So if you have any questions about the platform, please make sure you tune in. It's 12 o'clock Central Time. Coach Robert and the tutorial for Top Step X. Another thing, too, do you want to be the first to know what's exciting things we have on deck here at Top Step? Follow us on Instagram so you don't miss out on anything. We're going to post that link here in the chat. And a lot of you traders call it roast me, but we call it analyze my trades. We want to have if you want to have our risk manager Mick and the team analyze your trades, please submit your information. We're going to put a link in for that, for a unique opportunity to gain feedback about your current trading. And last but not least, remember our team is aware of the issues we're having here at Top Step X. Our tech team is working diligently, and they are on that. And in the meantime, we appreciate your patience. Remember, patience is a virtue for a good trader. And that's all I've got. Back to you, Andre, and the boys.
Thank you, Eddie. Seen a bit of a pop here in crude oil. Everything else is kind of taking a bit of a nap. Rips, how do you trade? How do you trade something like this? I know we're trying to trade. We're streaming here, so we're trying to, I don't want to say force trades, but a little bit more aggressive than we normally would. And then we touch the stove one too many times, and we see our hand is burned. So what's our strategy? What's our strategy moving forward? We still have 5 hours left in this trade. Do we wait to get out of this range? Are we going to try to take quick small scalps, hyper scalps, as someone called it in the chat? How do we move forward with this type of market and price conditions?
I'm doing a WTM strategy right now, Andre. That's probably the best strategy that I could recommend. It's called WTM, or wait until Monday. Wait till Monday strategy, because that's when we're actually going to have some real liquidity back in this market on Monday. So WTM is what I'm thinking here, because this price action again leaves so much to be desired here.
Indeed, it does.
Or you could always use the WTF method as well.
Yeah, WTFM. Wait until Monday.
Hey, Rips with the beep out. Well done.
Hey.
Oh, that's what they're complaining about. I'll tell you off air there, Rips. Something funny happened. Something funny happened. All right, JD, you want to get in here? Let's trade it up, JD. Welcome to very slow market right now. It is fast markets, but markets are not very fast right now. Speaking of slow markets, always tune in the evening for Dakota. Slow markets, 8 p.m. Central for slow markets. I think we'll be seeing Dakota later on today, probably about hour, 15 minutes. I think Dakota will be joining us, so please tune in for that. JD, what do you think, man? JD, you've done Power Hour before. Now you're on fast markets. Do you feel any pressure to get in there and trade and make some money?
I've done every segment: group coaching, power players, Power Hour, fast markets. I've been there since the beginning, guys. But yeah, nothing going on yet today. It's just chop suey across the board. So I'm kind of holding back. Not really scouting a setup right now, but I will definitely be in the market before the segment is over. I guarantee you that.
I got a new segment we can call "What is Deeyana doing?" What is Deeyana doing today?
Is she in the chat? What's going on?
If she is in the chat, when we're looking at the crude oil profile for today, we have a potential failed auction to the downside below value from yesterday. I would be thinking, if I were Deeyana, and if Deeyana, you're in the chat, that you're thinking about letting this prove to be a failed auction, and you'll be looking for longs down around the low of the initial balance. Maybe that's what Deeyana's doing. I don't know. I'm guessing, but if she's here, maybe she'll tell us. Maybe she'll tell us later if she shows up. Hi, Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie's here. I'm not sure that I'm qualified to do what's Anne-Marie doing today.
I'm going to go with winning trades nonstop.
Hey. Winning trades, 100%.
Nailed it.
There you go. Nailed it.
That would be my best guess. Probably the most accurate, too.
Man, these markets. Wake up, markets.
We are trending a little bit lower here on the NAS, but we aren't breaking these. I mean, we have quite a strong low that we're holding down here. John, you're seeing the same thing in the S&Ps. I'm assuming. I'm looking over at my chart. I'm seeing kind of the same thing. But if these lows get weak, we do have some stops below. We could sweep some liquidity here. And then once we gather that liquidity going much higher. So wanting to see if we can sweep down. My target here off the lows would be basically around 32 or so if we actually sweep down that low. But I'm probably, like I said, WTFM for me.
Yeah. We just see some bit of liquidity here at 52.90, John. The S&Ps, 450 lots sitting there. It's the biggest order we see. I think we saw 500 lot earlier today. Well, with that being said, yeah, we got 450 on the offer, 52.90 S&Ps. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, we've seen often that the big block orders like that, the market will gravitate towards those. The market does like to seek liquidity. So if you want to take a quick long there,
unfortunately, there's also liquidity down at 52.85.
There you go. So good luck.
Bid down there.
Hands off. Thank you, John. That's watching my sixth there. So hands off. Competing forces there. JD, what are you going to be trading today?
I'm in the NASDAQ trading 150K combine right now. I'm looking at yesterday's volume point of control in the NASDAQ at 18,526. I'm going to see how price reacts when it gets down there. Maybe take a low risk long position, but we're still a few minutes out on that.
Yeah, hey, Rips, hold on a second. I know earlier today we mentioned that we got noon Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern. We got that 5-year auction. Why, as equity traders, is this something? Why should we be paying attention? Just keep at least one eye on those auction results here at high noon Central Time.
Well, it's really dictating the flow of the markets, because the idea for long-term investors or people who are managing other portfolios of money for folks out there, whether they're managing a mutual fund or a large fund to make profit, they have a choice of their vehicle for investment. And if we see a large amount of that flow going into fixies, that's going to draw back scale from the equities. If we see a lot of folks not going into these longer term bonds or fixies, that generally suggests that equities are the safe haven and equities will catch a bid. And that's kind of just a high level view on things of what's going on here. But we have seen the Treasury sort of blowing things out here. They've been doing a lot of fixies, a lot of auctions here for, notes and fixies, that it's just been kind of an overwhelming amount of supply, I think, in the auction. And I don't know if that's something that's sustainable. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Some good stuff. We'll keep an eye on that. And of course, we'll always give you the results of that auction live here on Topstep TV. Taking a look at, 85%. Okay, we've got a heavier tilt here in the Dow minis. 85% and growing. 85% long in the YM. I don't have the YM chart in front of me. John, what are we seeing in YM? Is YM catching a bid here? Because we are seeing the heavy tilt. Heaviest tilt of the day. In any of the 5 markets that we have up. What do we got going on YM? If we can go to your chart, let's take a peek.
Going right with the difference between the S&P and the NASDAQ, the Dow is extending above the initial balance.
Yep.
We have the NASDAQ below initial balance right here. Initial balance low in the NASDAQ, 18,547. Initial balance low in the S&Ps. Right here, 5286. What I'm looking for is basically what happened in crude oil, or might happen in crude oil, is we leave failed auctions down here. Then we have a perhaps a pretty decent upside opportunity that is already being presented by the Dow. Now, if the Dow closes, what do we have here? We've got about 6 minutes. If the Dow closes up here and leaves single TPOs and then continues to push higher, that should hopefully be enough to help possibly some longs in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. But again, they're acting differently. They are different. They're different, different indices, and they do act different, like kids. You guys don't like that analogy, do you?
I like it. I just want to know who the favorite is and who's not the favorite. That's all.
Yeah, really. Who is the favorite? That's a good question.
ES is the favorite. Stick to the markets, John.
My daughter Sarah is the favorite girl, and my son Luke is the favorite boy, and I have one of each. So I'm
Beautiful.
Good.
Well done. Here in about 5 minutes, we will be having a appearance from Mick here with a mini shoulder tap here on Fast Markets. I think that was received quite well yesterday. I'm not sure how many people are going to need a shoulder tap today. If you are, it's because you're over trading, you're getting chopped up. Clearinghouses are the ones that make the money today with all the fees and commissions. There's not
100%.
Yeah, they're cleaning up. Even the range. Oh, and Dolby Time. Of course, Dolby Time always finds ways to extract money out of a market like this. John, I think there's something to be said about taking some time off, not looking at a screen, not looking at a market for a few days, recharging. Like Rip said, looking 100%. Forward to this three-day trading weekend. We'll have a lot of time to digest the PC numbers and the Powell speech from Friday. Here we go. Here's those 29s in the S&Ps, that 500 lot, 450 lot. Uptick to those. But yes, John, I think there's something to be said for filled. Those traded. Offer went bid. 29 bid. Now we're trading, 90. and the halves trading. So those traded through to the on the offer. But yeah, John, taking some time off recharging the batteries. There's something to be said for that. Like Rip said, we got to repeat myself, but this 3-day
100%.
weekend. What do we do with a 3-day weekend like this? Obviously, we'll talk about it more as we approach it. But a 3-day weekend like this, you kind of we obviously keep an eye on the news and what Powell has to say, and then we kind of digest that and roll that into the Monday. Or will too much time have elapsed for it to even matter by then?
I don't know. I mean, 3 days off is pretty good.
I hear you. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, the PCE number and the Powell, what he has to say.
No, it's
going to Friday.
You'll see it on Sunday night.
Okay.
If there is a shock to the markets, you'll see it on Sunday night.
Yeah, I was just going to say immediately on the reopen, you'll see a gap.
Yeah.
In some form.
Yeah, and it'll be thin and whippy and dangerous. And if you're going to do it, if you're going to watch it, get the popcorn out because it's going to be like watching an action movie.
I like that. Yep. All right, so the Sunday reopen may have some value, but then it probably will go sideways until the Monday. I haven't taken a look at the Monday calendar. We'll talk about that later as the week progresses. But with not a whole lot of action here.
No, this is super stale. I don't see anything.
Probably going to go higher unless it goes lower.
Good call. Hope.
Whoa! Now there's some analysis.
There's a good analysis right there. I know as much as the economists.
And if it goes higher, do we fade it?
Probably.
If it goes higher, then it might go lower, unless it keeps going higher.
Wow. This is
write that down, everyone.
That's profound shit here. That's
right. You heard it here first. Heard it here first.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, inside day feels like an inside. All right, what says it's an inside day? What's an inside day mean, John?
An inside day is a day that's inside the previous day. You can look at it on a daily chart. So you could say that, that today in extended trading hours is overlapping to higher. Let's look at it on the 30-minute chart. So this is yesterday's range. This is today's range. 8:30. So I mean, they're still overlapping to higher in the regular trading hour session. Number one, I don't think we're sure about what market he was talking about. You could looking at crude oil. This is an inside day. I mean, even the overnight was inside the range from yesterday. This is an inside day.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
So something we look at. If we're in an inside day and we can't get out of it, we're in a range, and we apply range bound strategies in that case. We are 1 minute away from closing this 30-minute period and perhaps leaving failed auctions off the lows in crude oil, the NASDAQ, and the S&Ps. The S&Ps are already more than halfway through the range, bouncing off of that. We still have negative 7,400 in Delta. So if we leave that failed auction on the lows, I'll be looking for opportunities to buy the S&Ps on pullbacks. So you see how deep the pullback gets. If it's cheap enough, we'll take a nice long, and we'll see if we get a nice trade on that.
Okay, sounds good. We are going to wait.
Marty, I'm really long in bad location on my trading combine.
Where are you long from?
But I'm 52.91.5.
Okay.
Not bad, but
I hear what you're saying. I saw it. Yeah, on that buy up there. Gold has gone to sleep. Crude bounced up against VWAP, pulled back. JD, looking for some setups. What were you saying when you came in here? Looking for some setups, stacking some bids, perhaps, or did I hear that? Did I hear that wrong?
I was looking at a location down below in the NASDAQ. We're kind of creeping a little farther away from there now. I currently flat, no positions on.
Yep.
I got a question for you guys, though. I mean, if we weren't on TV right now, would you be in the markets? What would you be doing right now?
Not this. I would not be trading. No chance.
No.
Looking at tea
But
times.
now I haven't seen an opportunity, but now I've got some sort of reference with the failed auctions at the downside to look for an opportunity for a cheap long. We're seeing negative delta. If we can't break and that delta stays negative all day long, then that might be an opportunity for us to catch that squeeze at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm thoroughly going to maintain the theory that you see money, you take money today. I'm not falling in love. I'm not looking for home runs. I'm looking for singles. And I have a tendency to fall in love a lot. There's a lot of love in me, and I carry it on my shoulder, on my sleeve. But I'm not falling in love with any trades.
Yeah, these markets. I mean, yeah. This WeWork guy wants back in. It's funny.
No kidding. Adam Neumann or Norman.
Yeah, dude, this WeWork guy just won't stop, man. He just will not go away, man. This guy's wild.
Loves the press, right?
Yeah, he sure does. He loves the camera, but this guy will not quit. Peter Tuchman had some thoughts about him a couple days ago, which was very funny. He was just being real, but the WeWork guy just will not go away.
Anybody buying? Maybe this is kind of a sore subject or whatever. Anybody going to buy Truth Social?
What do they sell?
Truth Social is
Trump's
social media platform that IPO'd yesterday.
I know what it
is.
I don't.
What's the ticker on that one?
You know damn well what the ticker is on that. You know damn well what that ticker is, Ribs.
I'm just curious.
I haven't looked at it yet. Did anybody buy Reddit? Anybody buy any Reddit shares?
I mean, that rocketed.
Tuchman did. Tuchman was loving that IPO. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, he was.
Tuchman said it was a classic IPO. He renewed his faith in the IPO process, laid down the foundation for a beautiful stock launch and continued success in the future, according to Tuchman.
Okay,
what's the ticker, Ribs? You know what the ticker was.
No
right.
clue. I mean,
yes.
So I'm seeing from the tech team, we have pushed a hot fix to address the issue. Please refresh your platform. Once we confirm the issue is fully resolved, we will then begin restoring accounts shortly. All losing trades from the event period from approximately 8:20 to 10 a.m. Central will be wiped as if they never happened. All accounts who violated either the DLL or the max loss limit will be restored, including XFAs.
No better support.
Please don't ask about what if trades. Only actual trades are going to be taken out.
Has there ever been a time where we haven't?
That is no, we can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Jay.
Has there ever been a time where we haven't taken care of everybody when something like this happens?
No,
exactly. I don't think that exists.
No, never. That's why I was so confident earlier in
saying grease.
We will make you whole on this. We will make you whole on this. Hey.
No. Yeah, I don't know about that, Tommy. Welcome. There you go. Johnny, you mind driving this for a couple seconds? I got to step off. Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate it.
Yes, no problem. No problem. What's up, Mick?
Hey, what's happening?
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good. How you doing, John?
Doing all right. Haven't done anything. The market's been really kind of range bound, so we're looking for opportunities.
Yeah, if you're looking at the equities, what can you do? We've had narrow ranges for the last 4 days, four sessions. I'm surprised that there's people up over $1,000 in the markets today, or down over $1,000.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's been pretty quiet on the live side of things the last 4 sessions. Just with when there's not range, it's kind of hard to make or give money to the markets. But we got some shout outs today. Julio's up 3,300. Pinsin up 2,900. Escardo, who's been en fuego, up 2,600. They've been trading so well lately. My gosh.
Wow.
Leonore up $2,000. Karen up 1,600. Coach Dakota up $1,600. He's been on a bit of a roll. And then a name we've been hearing a lot about lately, Nicholas T up 1,300. Nicholas is one of our live traders. They were also in a few XFAs that we moved from XFA to live yesterday as well. So they're going to have another, I want to say 39, 40 grand that we're placing in that live account for them. So that puts them up to a pretty large, healthy account balance, and the trading has just been really great. They're on a roll. We called Nicholas up a little early from those XFAs just because it's like he's been killing it in the live account. He was killing it in the XFAs. Definitely in tune with the markets, and they're good. So we're going to keep talking about them.
And I think he killed it yesterday on Power Hour too, wasn't that Nicholas T?
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to see that. I was tied up, but I knew he was coming on. And was that Nicholas T? Was that was him?
Nick T was on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I heard that went really well too. So big shout out to him. Speaking of shout outs, John, I want to talk to you about you and share with our viewers someone who we called up from XFA to live yesterday. A gentleman by the name of Monty. I think he's trading out of Ireland, as a matter of fact. Let me double check that.
Monty.
Oxford, Missouri. That was someone else I was looking at from Ireland. That was another person we called up. All right. So check out Monty's trade report, John. A lot of good stuff here. Let's pull up a trading card for Monty, if we could, please. Hey, rapid fire. This is technically not the rapid fire. We're gonna need to find another image for that, because that's the image we were using on Fridays for rapid tap, which we're gonna keep the rapid tap as we change up the scheduling here. We're still gonna go with rapid tap on Fridays. I think I'll pop into fast markets, do a few quick cards, and then at the group coaching around 12 o'clock Central Time, we'll finish up the rest of those trading cards. So Monty has been doing quite a good job in the XFA, which is why we called them up to live. 92% winning days, 81% winning trades. Risk reward, not exactly there. They're taking down $132 a contract versus risking 170. It's not something we don't see a lot, though, when we have people with these high winning trade percentages, high winning day percentages. We don't always see the risk reward being better than 1-to-1, but whatever he's doing has been working well. He's taken down $280 a day on average. That was spread out over 24 days spent in the XFA. So did not amass a extremely large account balance, but the consistent profitability is what we really liked here with Monty. Average winning day is, askew from what the average losing day is. Like we see with these traders who have high win rates, high winning days. It's kind of a common theme since I've been, working on these trading cards with our creative and production team that, when they do have those losers, because they're right so often, and again, this is an opinion, they're just not used to being incorrect. So when they are on the wrong side of the markets, tends to go a little bit further than they actually lock in and capture on the winning trades or winning days. So, but I'm clawing at things to talk about here for areas of improvement, because this is consistent profitability over 24 sessions to the tune of almost $300 a day. I always say it as like, I'd rather have someone average $100, $200 a day, 4 days out of the week, than someone who's making a few thousand, losing a few thousand, making a few thousand, losing a few thousand. So again, clawing at some stuff here, Monty, but addressing the risk reward, if you could make an adjustment to that and still maintain those winning trade percentages, we would definitely see a larger average daily P&L. Containing those losses on those, there's only so few days that they have actual losers, but contain the losses, because when they have the losing days, they're going right up against the daily loss limit. I think they only have one 4-figure winning day. They poked above 1,000 on one of their winning days, and then they've got $1,000 loss, and then like $980 might have hit the daily loss limit there too. So contain those losses. We over a period of time, you should really be keeping your losing days smaller than your average winning day. Average winning day is at $300, almost $400. So, Monty, again, I'm clawing at something, but, try and contain those losses to being under $400. And I would say you are, a machine as far as trading goes. And then because those losses do get larger, one of the biggest things that ticked me off in my own trading was when I'd have, a nice win streak, I'm profitable 2 weeks in a row, be it for a small amount of money or a large amount of money. And then I go have that losing day that wipes out 2 weeks of hard work. I've seen, with the average winning trades, average winning days, those anomaly losing days where they hit the daily loss limit, they're wiping out 3 to 4 days of profitability. You don't want to be doing that. So it kind of ties back into keep those losing days smaller than $400. And then what you're doing there, Monty, is worst case scenario, you're taking one step forward, one step back. And that's a really good worst case scenario to be dealing with.
Mick, just kind of looking through this trade report, Monty seems to be really good at keeping his mind together, keeping his emotions together, even when things aren't going well initially in the session. There's 1, 2, 3.
I see 2 of them.
4. There's a bunch of days here where
4.
He started out bad. The worst one was down 700 and ended up pulling it out for a profit on the day. Another one down 400, pulled it out for the day. Another one, here's another $400, pulled it out profitable for the day. $789 down, pulled it out profitable for the day. I don't see that often.
One too.
Yeah, I mean, to be consistent and being able to dig yourself out of a hole like that, I think is a bit of a gift for Monty. And just be careful, you don't start getting into those consistent $1,000 losing days. That's going to kill you. But yeah. I mean, I think he's really got something good. I mean, 80% winning trades, even though the more risk reward isn't my favorite. If he can maintain this, he's got a lot of good things going for him. And we're always watching, that what's your P&L low on the day, your realized P&L low. Once you get to a certain level, typically things go the other way. And I think Monty's been very good. Probably got some pretty thick skin in pulling out of those days. And we're always like, don't try and do that. Don't try and do that, because you just typically things just keep going the wrong way. Monty's got a way, I think, of keeping himself calm, clear, collected, and centered and bringing those days out. And again, that's a gift, Monty. Don't lose that gift.
I think it's a maturity thing, though. I mean, they're not making that many trades per day, John. They're averaging 5.5, a little less than 5.5 trades per day. Many of those days are just 2 trades, kind of like the common theme. It looks like they trade a little bit more when they do start off down on the day. Those 4 days we were looking at tend to have some higher trades per the day. But like I said, I mean, very good stuff, as you just mentioned, John. But like I said earlier, if they keep those losing days at $400, like this is, they're a trading machine, highly profitable. The nice thing about this kind of trading activity is, we talk about scalability for making more money. If you can continually, if Monty maintains these trade metrics and can make some adjustments on those, 3 bullet points below there on the bottom of the trading card, I mean, this is someone who can go from, trading 2 contracts to 4 contracts. Then we see that average daily P&L jump from 280 to 560. and they can scale this as a business. So they've got a lot going for them. And again, this isn't small sample size. This is 24 days spent in the XFA. So we're really excited what they can do in the live account. Give them some more time. We're talking 100K club here. It's going to be a long road to get there. But if they scale the business, it'll speed things up a little bit, increase their profitability. And this is just all good stuff. Last thing I'll say here, because I know we're kind of up on time, is Monty being in the 50K account. They're in the right account size. They don't need a bigger account. Again, they've hit that daily loss limit only twice in 24 days. We want to contain those losses. We want to continue working to contain those losses around that $400 mark. But, hey, they're trading small. They're being selective. And, it's a recipe for success, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you bringing Monty to us all today. Always something to learn from everybody, and always something to learn from you, Mick. So thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you back, I think, here at
45 minutes.
Yeah. Yep. Noon for the drop-in, and we'll see you then, Mick. Stay cool, my man. Stay cool. We're going to jump. We're going to jump right into more stats with JD. JD, what you got going on?
Hey, we're back with the XFA, yesterday's best P&L leaders. We've got Justin with 6,800 trading the NQ, you with 7,300, also trading the NASDAQ. Andy copy trades across 2 XFAs for a total of $19,533 in profits yesterday. Pretty impressive stuff from Andy. Romaine had a nice day trading gold, the Dow, and the NASDAQ. Took home a nice, a hefty $12,300 profit. And our XFA leader, Dylan, pulled in close to 20 grand. Took that out of the NASDAQ market yesterday. Nice job.
20 G's.
All right, now it's time for that coveted top 10 list. Here is the bottom half of the top 10 list. All right, there's only one name on the list that wasn't there yesterday. It's in this part of the list. See if you can guess who it is. It's definitely a familiar name. I'll give you 2 seconds to make a guess. All right, forget it. We're moving on.
Farouz.
Yeah, I would say Farouz, right?
Yeah.
All right, you got it. Jacoby held on to 10th place for another day, even after a $4,000 drawdown across 2 XFAs. Farouz is the name that we were talking about. Back on the list, Farouz jumped up to 9th from 11th place yesterday.
Nice.
Pin, who Mick was just talking about, fell from 7th to 8th after a $2,000 drawdown in the live funded account yesterday, but he's back up again today. Nice job, Pin. Isaac didn't trade yesterday. Was still able to jump up to 7th place, though, after being in 9th place yesterday. And Jesus, who's been making some waves in the live funded account last couple weeks, has moved into 6th place after that nice $17,000 day yesterday that we talked about a little while ago. Nice job, Jesus. All right, Eddie.
The top 5. Live from Burbank, California.
And some Oregon.
There we go.
Wow.
Dakota made a couple $100 yesterday, slid into 5th place. That's up from 6th place yesterday. Balkaron still resting in 4th place. Balkaron spread close to $8 grand in profits across 2 XFAs yesterday. Raj moved into 3rd place after spreading about $12,000 in profits across 3 XFAs. Xingjing made about $1,000 yesterday to hold on to 2nd place, and our leader Michael took another day off. No trades for Michael yesterday. No P&L change at all, that means. And I think Michael better watch out because Xingjing's coming in hot. We got Xingjing in the chat today.
Club now.
Good question. I'm looking.
Xingjing is in the 100K club.
There
Great
they
call
are.
out there, Hogue. 100K club. I almost forgot about that. Nicely done.
Yeah, JD, you called that. You said they're coming from Michael R. And sure enough, they are coming. Xingjing is in the chat, I believe. Good stuff.
That's
Great.
that.
It's so cool to see these traders trading so well and able to maintain good trading. I see some people kind of feeling like, that they're feeling like a little less in the chat. Don't compare yourself to other traders. we're all in our own journey in this. You shouldn't feel bad because somebody else is doing well. You don't make it feel bad about yourself. Don't let it make you feel bad about yourself. I just watched Oppenheimer, and
Nice.
I felt bad about myself watching that because I felt like, wow, these guys were so smart. What am I doing? But don't do that to yourself. That was a movie. This is trading. There's no reason to compare yourself to others. Just do a little better every day. That's all you have to do as a trader. And we are always, of course, looking forward to your support. So it's great that they're doing well. Don't let it make you feel like you're not doing well. Just be a little better at what you're doing every day, and you'll get there. You'll get there. Many of you will. We wish all of you could, but that's a tall order, I guess. But
Agree.
this is a hard thing to do.
I don't think you'd really want to be in a trading movie, would you? Has there ever been an uplifting trading movie that you can think of?
Trading Places.
Trading Places.
Nick behind me,
There's
Trading
Nick.
Places.
There's Nick.
Yeah, Trading Places is a good one, but Trader, the documentary on PTJ where he's just killing it.
I haven't seen that one. What's it called?
Oh, really?
Trader?
Trader,
Guys, it's a little bit hard to find. I think you can get it on YouTube occasionally because PTJ himself, even though he doesn't come off, I would say, that bad, he comes off like kind of a dork in some ways, which I think is actually a nice look. He's made it. That was like for PBS, and they've tried to take it down. But to give an example of the dorkiness, my favorite scene in any trading movie of all time is when that trade is going against him, Rips, and he whips out a shoebox and takes out a pair of Bruce Willis's sneakers that he had purchased, and I believe puts them on as a pump up.
It's one of the greatest. I mean, he's killing it. He's absolutely in the pocket in that whole documentary, even when he's down.
Oh yeah, if you can find it, check it out.
Yeah, I
For
can't
sure
believe he's
I
trying
will,
to suppress that. It's like a PBS documentary, right?
Yeah.
What is that bubble chart? I don't see that bubble chart.
Notice how the cheetah chases the wildebeest.
Well, boys,
Markets are pushing up off the lows here. The Nazi's pushing up off the low, but boy, this is WTFM for sure.
Haven't been like this in a minute. That's cool. I thought with durable goods and consumer confidence and 5 year, we'd see a little more price action. The market might be exhausted, upside and downside, which is cool. Still doing price discovery, looking for how we're going to make our next move. I don't even know if technicals we're playing. Do technicals even matter at this point, John? Is there anything to even look at? Or it's we just wait to break out of this range, upside, downside, and we're going to need confirmation because you got to believe the first time we try to break out of the range, they're going to try to bring it back inside value. No.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at profiles, here's the failed auction to the downside.
Okay.
We still have negative delta, not as much, but the market is continuing to start to rotate higher now. I didn't get a very good pullback to make this cheap, but this failed auction to the downside is an indication that price got too cheap and now it's auctioning higher, looking for wherever it's going to be too expensive. Here's the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the open in range and value, the failed auction down to the point of control, which didn't get hit. Sometimes what doesn't happen is as important as what does. And now the market is starting to rotate back out of value, failed auction to the downside. Where's our first target's point of control? Our second target's value high. And then, if we look at the Dow, which the Dow is the darling today, we've got continuation to the upside. We've not left a failed auction to the upside. We may leave an auction fade. D period took out the high of C. We've got a little anomaly here, but the market is showing signs and showing time and showing volume of accepting higher pricing. So, if you can get a good trade location, there is opportunity. And that's not technical analysis, that's profile. But, that's the best I can kind of do. I mean, when we look at this S&P in Let's look at it in a 5-minute chart.
Oh, don't be careful, John.
Yeah, I was
Here's the
just
open.
looking at
Be
that on my
careful.
screen. It literally looks like a bucket of yuck with a side of.
Cover your eyes. Cover your eyes, everybody. Let's take a look at that 5-minute. What do you got?
You know, there's no what is it? A sandwich? Num, 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 num. What is it?
Oh,
That's what we call a sack lunch.
There you go, sack lunch. Yeah, this isn't even a chicken nugget.
it's gnarly, man. It's not great.
I mean, I have it kind of condensed on my screen where it shows the entire vomitous picture of the 5-minute S&Ps. And if you're, I mean, this kind of looks like, I don't know, like a wind chime or something. I don't know. I'm trying
Something. We're grasping for shit here now, boys. We are grasping.
It's not tradable, that's for sure. If you're trying to trade this thing, not tradable in my books at least. But yeah, it's disgusting.
It is okay. Taking a look. Tilt's been exhausted. All right, man. This is gonna be a sideways trade. We're going to ride this out for the next 30 minutes or so here on Fast Markets. It's still enjoyable hanging out with you guys. JD, thanks for jumping in, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. I wish it was more action. I wish we had something to do.
I do. This is kind of what brings it back to the power hour, because power hour, we know, we got 5 hours of trading that's preceded that power hour, so you kind of know where the moves. I mean, we have seen moves where it'll just trade like this sideways into the close, but it's probably unlikely. We will catch a move. We have that 5-year auction. Maybe I'm just hoping and praying here that the 5-year auction is the catalyst to something. But going into the power hour, and Rips, you know this too, is you're a power hour vet. You will see that there has been the narrative set up. If it's going to be ranged out, typically we will break out because we've got all those MOC orders. We do have a full day's worth of news and trends and orders coming through. So you kind of have an idea of what power hour might have in store. But, days like this with fast markets just being slow, sometimes you get caught chasing your own tail here a little bit.
Yeah, it's really just. I put the kibosh on my trading a long time ago. If you continue to trade this stuff, you got to know what you're in for, and you have to be willing to risk it to get the biscuit. So for me, I said even at the top of the day today, I said I'm not even going to trade my XFAs today. I'm not even going to look at them. If anything, I'm going to trade combines. And for me, I'm willing to hit maximum daily loss limit on combines. I did that on a few of them, and I said, not for me today. But it's recognizing the price action when we see thinness in liquidity. And for me, I can see that pretty easily when it's taking 4 or 5 contracts to move the price up 5 to 10 different handles. It's moving so flagrantly in such a flippant way that it's just not worth trading, because the best trades that you can nail when you're trading this kind of stuff is at the top or the bottom of the range. And where is that top or the bottom of the range? It's very difficult to peg in the early part of the session. Even if you're calling this the bottom of the range right here, let's just say that you're calling, in the S&Ps, like 52.86 halves at the bottom of the range. Well, then you get stopped out right here if you're trying to long from it. Let's say that you're looking for this to be a topping area. Well, then you're getting stopped out at all of these wicks here. So again, it's very, very difficult here to find the tops or the bottoms of the range, because, it's a very disgustingly bad market here. So yeah, not the greatest.
Oh, good.
Well, I got something that can blow your mind with excitement.
Jack.
Oh my gosh. What could it be?
It could be the 3 Rips.
Oh my
as in the series 3. So we're gonna do one more of these questions now. Since yeah. I like the slasher theme for it. It's coming. You might not know where, but it's coming. When a customer buys or sells a futures contract, that customer is contingently liable for only the original margin, not more than 70% of the cash value of the futures contract, the full value of the contract, or D, all of the above.
I got my guess in.
I got my guess in too. I'm with the majority. I'm with the majority here in the poll.
I do like when they add a D, all of the above, when several of the answers are just contradictory.
Correct. That makes it
that helps.
easier.
It's going to be so much worse than if MP doesn't get a 70 on this. Seeing these questions. All right. So are you guys all going with? You can say
I went with the majority.
I took C.
Yeah. I took C as well.
All right. Let's see what we got here.
If we're wrong on this one.
Hey.
No, you're not wrong.
All right.
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
Great job, gentlemen.
Thank you, Jack. Riveting.
Feels good to get one win today, doesn't it, Andre? Got one.
It sure does. Rips. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yes, it does. Did get one win there. Got a couple. See no positions across the top here. We're just going to have to sit on our hands here, folks, and that's all right.
Looks like we might have just seen a little excess above the VWAP in the NASDAQ. Hogue, you want to take a look at that?
Nice call, JD. What time frame do you have on your charts there, JD?
I'm looking at a 5-minute chart right now.
Same. Okay, cool. I think so. We're looking at the same thing.
Hey. What were you asking me, JD? I was still laughing about Rips
Little excess above VWAP.
getting a win for
Short term.
for Andre.
Yeah. Few and far
Above
between.
VWAP, short term. Yeah,
I think in the NASI there.
Did that in the NASDAQ? We're talking.
I believe so.
Yeah. Just short term, looking at a 5-minute chart.
I hate 5-minute charts, although I'm learning to like them. Oh God,
It's hard not to look at them on days like this.
We're doing 5-minute trades. Yeah, 5-minute trades, 5-minute charts.
it's right at point of control. We're diddling in the middle here. I don't see anything.
Yeah,
to
we
do
really
here.
are.
You know, if you're looking at the VWAP is downward sloping, that would be a short there. But I don't want to do anything there because it's right at the point of control. We're at the point of control in the S&Ps. We got negative delta still, from negative 5,500 in the S&P, negative 1,000 in the NASDAQ. We have failed auctions to the downside. I'm looking for the market to come back and find a very cheap long for me with those failed auctions at the bottom. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I know I can keep it cheap down there. I don't want to buy it here. I want to buy it here. Let's call it 18,540 in the NASDAQ, because then if we hold the low, then we know we're likely going to rotate higher.
We're seeing 50 up on the bid, 50 up on the offer. S&Ps. Taking a look. Oil catching a bit of a bid.
Yeah. So
Something move.
If we knew what Deeyana was doing, look at the failed auction at the bottom, right down to value low. You buy it there. If it starts eating up those single TPOs like Pac-Man, whoa, then you know you're going to probably get some sort of rotation back to the upside. That's if we knew what Deeyana was doing.
We need that as an indicator, please.
I haven't seen her in the chat at all yet today. Maybe she's had enough of this oil trade for the time being.
Apparently she's live on
she was
her
looking
channel.
at other markets. Yeah, it's live on her own channel. There you go. Thank you. I'm sure she'll drop it at some point today.
That was not a soundbite,
about her.
What was that, JT?
That was not a soundbite either. That was Hogue doing the Pac-Man impression.
No, that's
Who needs a soundboard when you got the real thing right here?
Seriously, man.
Did we do any news yet? Any world news? I don't recall if we did. Jamie,
What do you got?
Did you already forget about the leg that was eaten?
Oh, that's right. I forgot the barbecue leg. I don't know. You said diddling in the middle, and it made me think of Diddy being raided. So.
Oh yeah! Holy cow!
Diddy in trouble. Diddy in trouble.
Yeah.
Something's coming for him.
Yeah, that's.
they're finally gonna get him.
Finally, after all these years.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my theories. I'll keep them to myself. But yes, they're finally.
Oh, come on. Share it with the chat, Andre. Let's get a nice thought stream of what's going on in Andre's mind.
Who killed
This
Biggie?
is the best place to share.
There we go.
Biggie? That's all I want to know. I'll leave it at that. Yep.
I think it was pretty pure hubris for him to change his name to Diddy, given
He
what's
did
likely
pull like the billionaire's version of the O.J. Simpson on the loose thing. Instead of driving a Ford Bronco that was all busted up, he drove his G650 in the air all the way to Antigua.
We'll do the same. I would do the same thing. If I had one of those things, I'd hightail it to a country that doesn't have asylum agreements. Or,
so if we ever find you in Antigua, we know you're up to no good.
100%. 100%.
Good to know.
Yes.
If you ever run into Andre in Antigua, watch yourself.
Yes.
he's a bandit on the loose.
I am on the run. I am on the run. So we are looking at. Wow, we are looking at nothing. All right. So if anything going in YM, I'm just grasping for stuff here, boys. I got nothing, and I guess that's okay. That's the beauty of hanging out with you guys and the chat.
Hey, it makes it all more fun. YM is hanging around kind of the midpoint of where we were trading in the pre-market Globex session right now, kind of at the tippy, basically the lower collar of that volume shelf, trading 770s right now.
And 772 is the IB high. So if we're going to see acceptance above previous range, the IB high is an opportunity, even though it's above point of control. If we start showing signs of returning to acceptance inside the initial balance, again, 39,772, then the longs would be off. That kind of gives us a potential cheap opportunity. I don't want to see it go. I want to see it fill in this little anomaly down here at 39,764 and then find some support and then continue the move to the upside. Because I want to see, I don't think that the probability is high, but I want to see the S&P and the NASDAQ pop out of the top of the water like a happy dolphin.
Oh.
Whoa.
I was really hoping you were going to do that, Og. That was incredible.
Wow.
You transported me to the warm waters of Antigua right there, John.
Oh, it comes full circle, Rips. Come on. Wow.
That noise, everybody in the S&P pit, there could be 600 people screaming and hollering, and that noise would cut through it all, and everybody in the pit would look at me because they knew it was me. If I needed somebody's attention and I made that sound, everybody in the pit turned to look at me, and I'd say, hey, checking, I sold you 5, right?
So that's how you got the name Hogue the Dolphin Whisperer.
Yes, the Dolphin Whisperer, right. And then somebody from another pit, like from the other side of the floor, I think it was the NASDAQ pit, complained about that noise, and the compliance department finally figured out. It took them like 3 weeks to figure out who it was because my face doesn't change when I do it. They said, hey, you're going to have to stop doing that. I said, why? They said, well, we got a complaint from somebody in another pit. I said, well, tell whoever had that complaint to come and talk to me.
It might have been Andre complaining because he just got up out of his chair and just left. He couldn't even handle it. I think we found the rat.
My goodness. The old floor. I said, yeah, I'm not stopping. I needed to get people's attention. Sorry about that. Not that I wasn't loud enough, but if I couldn't get their attention, I'd do that sound and they'd know, oh, shit, I got to check a trade with Hope.
Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, we still are chopping.
Yeah, I've got lots of useless talents.
I wouldn't call that useless, especially if it got everybody's attention.
Yeah,
definitely not useless, Og.
Yeah, and it entertains children. I was actually in Florida, like Longboat Key, and every morning about 7:00, a whole pot of dolphins would swim past the place, and I could see that there was like a sandbar. Like I'm a quarter of a mile out into the ocean, and there's a sandbar. So I get wise, and I say, you know what? One of these days, I'm going to go out there, and I'm just going to get closer and watch these dolphins swim by. And so I get out there, and I'm standing on the sandbar, and I see the dolphins coming, and I start to freaking panic because I'm thinking, okay, these are wild animals. I'm a lot lower on the food chain here. What was I thinking? And so I start doing the dolphin, and then I'm thinking, I don't even know what I'm saying to them.
Dude.
I could be saying something about their mother.
What if it backfired and shit, John?
So
Pissed off
luckily,
about
they
it.
just swam right by me, and I got back, and I don't think I've been in the ocean ever since.
Definitely playing a road game in the ocean. That's for damn sure. It's not. Yeah, we don't belong there, man. We can look. We can dip some toes and ankles in there. We don't belong in that thing.
No.
Do you have thalassophobia there, Andre? Are you afraid of deep waters?
I don't. I just, like John said, we're lower on the food chain there, so I like to maintain that leverage, man. I like to maintain that advantage of being higher on the food chain.
Give me a nice clean lake. I'm happy. Put me in the ocean. I'm like, no. Look,
you're out there.
Look at me. I am a well-marbled steak that any shark would enjoy. Enjoy eating it. They like well-marbled.
Nice A5 Wagyu.
Ooh, sounds good.
Yeah, just find that guy in California. It sounds really good to him.
Right.
Markets are just cooking up a storm here. This is incredible.
Gold's seen some action to the downside. Taking a look at the tilt. I mean, even the YM was as high as 85% long. Now we're back at 50-50. 50-50 across gold, YM, CL, ES, and Q. Nothing popping there. We do have...
It is interesting to see how much Tesla has actually recovered. We are trading above 180 in Tesla now. So I guess that became a safe haven for investors. I'll bring up the chart here since we're on my screen. But yeah, cool. Nice perk out from Tesla here, kind of holding above the VWAP point of control. It's 182 essentially, and we're just kind of holding in here. And Tesla has been getting battered down here. I would like to see Tesla auctioning back up into the 200s, but it did look like an interesting buy there back in that gully of the 160s. What's interesting to see is how much Cathie Wood has been loading up the boat with Tesla. So she might actually be right for the first time since COVID.
Seriously. Is that her play?
I mean, she missed NVIDIA, so she's tilt buying all of the Tesla that she can while it's somewhat cheaper.
Dude, that ARC fund. If Michael was here right now, you'd get him going on a rant right now. That was a nice setup there, Rips. That ARC fund just happens to keep missing. And loading up on more Tesla, why not? I remember getting
What's the rant we get from MP? Is he a fan of Cathie Wood? Or
no, we both got pitched on ARC, ARKK.
Oh yeah, I invested $500,000 into it, but thankfully I bought a heavy insurance with puts, and I ended up making more money on the puts than when I bailed out of that position.
There you go.
I almost top ticked it.
Well, we traded like 180, 190, somewhere around there. You probably did in February of 21, January of 21.
Yeah, I had about 100K in each of the ARCs, so altogether it was about $500,000 buy of that, and then in a cash account too. It wasn't like I was using margin, and then I did puts as insurance, and then it started to just go down. And I think I had one day where I lost like 35,000. Next day I lost like 60,000. I was like, all right, pulling the ripcord, and then I just rode the puts straight down, and I ended up making a healthy profit on those puts.
Funny to the downside, but yes, we got pitched on that fund. We got pitched on that fund. All you do is look under the hood and be like, oh, all this is just like 6 stocks, and I could buy those 6 stocks myself. I don't need to pay her the fees. And stuff.
She's got the magic touch. It has nothing to do with the COVID rally.
Exactly. All that free money getting sloshed into the market. It had nothing to do with that. But yes, hey John, what's the update on Delta there? So we can just keep an eye on it. Maybe this might be the only trade I make all day. We'll track this Delta all the way into the close, into power hour. It might be the one and only trade if we can get a squeeze. So we'll watch that play out. What do you got at Delta there, John?
NASDAQ is continuing to decrease in value. It's negative 2,900 now. So it's getting deeper and deeper into negative numbers. Yeah. The S&P is minus 5,500. It's just kind of stopped here. And the S&Ps are sitting right on that warm, fuzzy, gooey center of the cookie, the point of control. Nothing to do here, nothing to see, nobody, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left, and I'm out of beer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's all right.
We might see those happy little dolphins into the power hour. We'll have to see, but I mean, we got a $10 range in the S&Ps. Now, think about this, Rips. Prior to COVID, a $10 range was actually about average as the market just continued to ratchet up. This is now kind of new to traders that maybe have started trading in the last 3 years to see a $10 range in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
But when you see, you know, consistently $10, $15, $20 ranges in the S&Ps, you have to adapt to be able to trade to it. And that takes time. That takes
100%.
time. I mean, it's not an automatic adjustment because we're used to seeing, you know, 50, 60, 70 point ranges in the S&Ps to all of a sudden be able to instantly adjust to $10, $15 ranges in the S&Ps. People get chopped up. I mean, what I think happens, and check me if you disagree, and please tell me if you do. When we get into ranges, you know, we go from $80 ranges down to $10 ranges. Everybody's always looking for the breakout of that $10 range, and they get trapped, and then the market comes back in. They look to the
Guilty,
downside. They
right
get
here.
trapped, and
I'm
then the
that
market
guy.
comes back. I mean, it's so hard to make that adjustment in real time when these things happen. And what kind of ranges have we had in the S&Ps yesterday? 14 and a half handles. Day before, 17 handles. Day before, 23 handles. 23 handles. Yeah, I mean, and then the day before that, of course, we had a 56 handle range, but we're really just kind of range bound. Thin, I think, you know, in my opinion, and Rips, you've basically said you agree. The market is hedging, positioning, and liquidating for Thursday's rebalancing and Friday's PCE that we don't get to play in. We don't get to play
Exactly.
In.
Yeah.
We're stuck. We're grounded. We can't get to play. We don't get to play.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And the market makers are very keenly aware of what's going on here. And they, in the NASDAQ, they can trap people and rip them apart because they can just wait for a bunch of liquidity to gather. They're always going to have more available liquidity on their books than we will as retail traders. So they can whip the price around 20, 30 handles in the NASDAQ. Maybe something similar in the S&Ps. They're just waiting for one side to get out of balance, and then they'll send it to the other side, correct that balance, collect all of the other side of that trade from people getting busted out on their stops, and then rinse and repeat the same kind of idea. And when it starts to get tilted heavily to one side, they just extend those ranges and wipe everybody out, which is why at 607, we probably had a ton of longs, and then they drained that all the way down to the basically 534 quarters there, basically level to level, 607 all the way down to 534 quarters there. They drained all of that, then collected all of that bid side liquidity because all of those longs were finally defeated at that level, selling out. They collect all of that liquidity, back up we go, back above 572 there. Rinse and repeat. We just go up and down, and they're in full control of what's happening here. And I call these market maker sessions. The sooner that you identify this, the sooner you're out of trouble. And me specifically, I said basically at the top of this week, I'm not trading my XFAs because I don't want to lose any real money. I'm happy to trade combines to get a little feel for things. But to me, the way that I trade combines from time to time, and especially in a week like this, it's not as big of a deal. If I pass a combine, I get another combine waiting in the wing. If I fail a combine, I'm out $149. It's a big deal. So on a week like this, I'm not looking for, let's trade my live account. Let's get 15 lots on. Let's try to get in the pocket. I'm looking at the liquidity and I'm saying it's very thin liquidity. Let's take a pause here. Let's trade some combines.
There you
Smart.
go. Yeah.
Smart.
Hey, and here's a check on what is Deeyana doing. There's that opportunity. The failed auction continuing to rotate all the way back to value high. I know she made money on that. I feel it in my bones and in her wallet.
Deeyana, if you're there, let us know.
I think
JD.
it's a good new bit. What is Deeyana doing?
JD, what's popping over there in the Topstep office? Anything exciting going on over there? Who's in there today, by the way?
It's pretty quiet. Just Mick and I. And yeah, he's been real quiet, except for the shoulder tab segment.
Very good.
We got another chart pattern if you want to take a look at it.
That would be excellent,
it's
JD.
slow.
Couldn't come soon enough, man.
James, you out there?
He mailed it in too. He mailed it in today. We got about 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Still go over the rest of the schedule for the day, but James, if you're there, yeah, there you go. It's up there.
Here is the bearish head and shoulders pattern. This is a reversal pattern characterized by 3 peaks, with the central peak being higher than the other 2. The pattern suggests a reversal of an uptrend, indicating a potential downward trend ahead. I happened to grab one in the crude oil market from last week.
Nice.
Nice pattern. Took this pattern about 3 days to pan out. It took a pattern about 3 days to form and only about a couple hours to pay off. So you have your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder right here with a trend line going from your neckline up to or creating your neckline between the two shoulders, right?
Mhm.
So your measured move is the peak of that first head down to your
Oh, you found it.
neckline, and then you just measure from the breakout area. You got paid right away. I mean, breakout price was almost right at your weekly kickoff high there, Hogue. If you timed this perfectly, I think you took 80 points out of the. I was thinking about crude or NASDAQ. You took a nice hefty profit out of the crude oil market if you were timed this right on early. What day was this?
Sure
the
did.
19th, early Monday morning. Does that sound right? Tuesday morning.
Oh hell, JD, they all blend together these days, man.
Pretty simple stuff, you know. Like I said, we're not reinventing the wheel with this stuff. This stuff's been around forever, but not a lot of people watch it anymore. It's still there. I think if you have a good fluid foundation of just reading charts, I mean, you could spot setups before they happen. I mean, does it work all the time? Absolutely not. If it worked all the time, everybody would be using this stuff. People say people have thrown technical analysis out the window years ago, I think. You know, nobody really looks at this stuff anymore. But every once in a while, it'll hit nicely, and when it does, it's good.
Agree. I think it's just another tool in the toolbox, man. It's good to know.
For sure.
You just recognize chart pattern. Like we always say, there's no replacing screen time, market time. Yeah, we're looking forward to taking Friday off, but that, hours and tens of thousands of hours. RIPS has been at this for tens of thousands of Hogue, decades and decades and decades. I mean, he's seen it all. It's good to know that these, the technical analysis, these flag patterns, it's good to know this. Like JD said, people stopped looking at it maybe a few years ago, but it's good to see because every now and then it does play out. So keep an eye on it, and we will see it play out. We are catching a bid here in S&P's crude moving to the upside as well. I mean, when I say catching a bid, we're talking about a $2 rally here in the S&P's. Nothing that crazy. About 5 minutes left here in fast markets. Just hopped above VWAP in the NASDAQ. RIPS, you see anything over there? Anything worth pulling the trigger on? Or are we just going to ride this out and sit on our hands and wait till Monday?
Yeah, I mean, the best trading day of the week is going to be Thursday because we have so many things that are coming out in the pre-market. But outside of that, I mean, I'm going to be very much, probably waiting for Monday, like you said. I
gotcha. Johnny, we outweighed this market today. We just we weighed this sucker out. I mean, that opening range trade, I don't know, would that even have cashed at this point with this type of market conditions? I'm not sure. No, it wouldn't have.
No.
We got stopped out.
In neither market, the S&P or the NASDAQ. And in the Dow, if I can find it, in the Dow, initially the opening range was the high of the session, but it was a huge opening range. And now it hasn't hold. See, look what happened here. We just talked about this. I got to stop talking and start acting. Jesus. Here's that IB high. I wanted it to come take out this anomaly. Got a little bit deep into this, but now look where it is.
What price?
Well, the IB high, and Andre, thank you for reminding me to talk about these levels like this.
Oh, we're good.
39,772. Okay, so the risk was, let's call it 18 ticks. If our stop was 18 ticks, we would have gotten it. But now here we are. 77. Let's say we bought it right at the high of the initial balance, 772. We're now at 30 ticks of potential profit and continuing. Hey, look, the happy little dolphin.
No kidding.
Let's see.
No kidding.
Let's see. Come on. I got to talk to it a little bit.
I love that.
Come on.
I love that.
Come on.
I love that you actually tried doing it in the ocean too.
I'm like, what are you doing?
Incredible.
You probably just said something about that dolphin's mother, and it's going to come and bite me. Well, there's the highs. Well, there we are.
Really. All right, well, let's take a quick preview of the schedule coming up for the rest of the day. Yes, fast market is not the fastest of markets. Neither it was yesterday. But key on days like today is not to get killed, not to have the market hand you their lunch. So you got to, when we do make profits, we don't want us digging out of the hole. We kind of want those just to pad the account, so to speak. So looking forward to, we got power players, myself, Dakota, Isaac R, RIPS teammates there for TTL. TopQuiz with Anne Marie. Ooh, I like that one. And we got, group coaching. Today is the Topstep X walkthrough with Robert. So please be sure to tune in with that. Really good stuff. We're really dialing in this Topstep X. I know we have some issues this morning. I think they are eventually hammering those out. But yes, tune in for the Topstep X walkthrough overview at noon Central. Then we have market stalking with D. So we will find out what D was doing this morning at 1 p.m. Central. And then we got myself, Dolby, and Cammy Capel. I haven't seen Cammy from New Zealand in maybe a month or so. So he's making his triumphant return back to TopstepTV. And of course, slow markets with Dakota at 8 p.m. Central. Fellas, we got about 1 minute left here on fast markets / slow markets. Rips, thank you for joining us. JD, I know that was just as exhilarating for you as it was for me. Rips, leave us with some words of wisdom. I think we'll be seeing you later this week. So please.
I'll be back on Thursday for recapping with Rips and Power Hour with you, hopefully, and Dolby time.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
leave us some words of wisdom there, Rips. We got about 60 seconds left.
I would just say, the best case scenario is either taking it slow or not trading at all. The liquidity will pick back up in this market. This is just not the week for it. So please try to temper your expectations. Don't overtrade. And if you're trading in an account that really matters to you, trade smaller size or not at all. And that's probably the best advice that I can give to you traders out there.
Wow. Very, very good stuff. John, we will get you on later today with market stock. Well, what do we got you there, John? Anyways, yes, you'll be back on. But yes, market stock with D. We will find out what D did today. JD, leave us some words of wisdom there, JD. What do you got?
We'll be back with group coaching. I'm going to be sitting in with Robert at 12 o'clock. We'll be talking about Topstep X, and we're also going to have Mick back for another shoulder tap. On a day like today, though, guys, there's no use putting your neck out on the line. There was no good trade the entire hour and a half I was sitting there. I've been watching this thing pretty closely, and I saw nothing worthwhile. If you're trading in that, you are just taking a shot, and that's not the way I like to trade. So, like Rip said, hands on butts, right?
Oh, yeah.
Johnny,
don't risk the real money.
Yeah, we'll do it again, Johnny. We have power players coming up next with Isaac R. and Dakota. Thanks, everyone. Let's do it again. All right, here we are. Power players, the man in the middle, Isaac R. Man on the right, Dakota. Couple coaches, some of our best live funded traders here at Topstep TV. Let's go with Isaac R. Isaac, how are you doing today on this Tuesday? This market's a bit slow, but how are we doing?
The markets have been slow. I'm doing good. I am currently with a long limit, kind of sitting about 10 points away from where the market's floating right now in the ES. I think that trade's still valid, so I'm going to keep that there, see if maybe we can get a lunchtime flush down to the bottom. And, was looking to possibly take a short here as well, but there's a couple things that we'll get into on the segment that's preventing me from really pulling the trigger on that short right now. But yesterday was pretty dreadful, if I do say so. But not surprised, right? We got month coming to an end, quarter coming to an end. It's a short holiday week. We got quarterly rebalancing going on. And there's some other things that I'll touch on as well that I think are, some of the biggest factors that are kind of causing the market conditions that we're seeing right now. So
I like that. All right, Dakota, in the green room, I was harumphing, if you will, about market conditions today, saying markets aren't ideal, and you said it's all about perspective, Dakota. First of all, welcome to Power Players, Dakota. Why should I change my perspective on these markets? It's all about perspective, you said to me. I said, hold that thought for the show. Now time for the show. Why'd you say that to me?
Yeah, 100%. You guys can pan over to my charts and see. This is my live account. I got in long at 18,544. This was a very basic, simple, and easy trade. We bought the dip. We sold off. We sold off right here. You can see on the left-hand side, 5-minute chart. We have some support around this. We started to get some support on the 5-minute zone because nothing's exact, right? It's more of a zone. And over here on the 5-minute, we started to see those wicks. I got into 2 contracts, closed out 1, and I trailed this. I went to go get some breakfast, came back, and it's looking good. And so this is my live account. I'm in 1 contract. I was also trading the overnight session. So that's another perspective of, I've been trading slow markets, holding trades overnight. I was getting in some long on the Nikkei, which is the Japanese market. And you can see here on my live account, I'm up just over $2,000. And yeah, so that's really, depends on your trading style, right? Whether the markets are being choppy or messy, and it depends on the time frame and a few other things. So some traders might look at this and say it's just a really ugly, horrible day. And today it's been good for me.
There you go. Different strokes for different folks. You said, Dakota, you went out for breakfast. You went to grab, what does a Dakota have for breakfast? Just out of curiosity. I don't think I've ever asked you that. So what does a Dakota have for breakfast on a random Tuesday in March?
There's a couple ways I could have went with this, but let me just be a nice, good person and say I actually had French toast, and it was like a French toast sandwich, 2 pieces of French toast. In the middle was scrambled egg and then sausage.
Excellent. Okay. All right. I like that.
Damn, making me hungry. I haven't had lunch yet.
Me neither. Isaac, you said you wanted to touch on something a little bit. Let's touch on that right now. While we think we're going to catch a move to the upside. We are a VWAP here in the S&Ps. Isaac, you want to touch on something, please? Let's do that. It was about yesterday or it was about today?
All right. So both. We kind of can tell just kind of looking at like ATR, average true range, on a 15-minute chart. On a 15-minute chart, we are floating right around 4.0. So that really goes to show you, obviously there's more weight towards the tail end of that chart. Especially on the 15-minute, we're not quite getting that spike that we saw or that rally that we saw post FOMC and on FOMC day. But one of the things I mentioned in my group and in the Topstep TV chat, Hoagland, called it out and was like, yeah, good eye, Isaac. There was some major coiling happening between 2 major moving averages, or the same moving average over 2 major time frames. And the time frames I'm talking in particular are the 5-minute and then the 30-minute. So we had the 5-minute and the 30-minute. How can I do this on camera, right? We're like, they were converging, right? And price was bouncing in between both of those moving averages, not necessarily making higher highs, not necessarily making lower lows. And it really shows in how, we could see right here in the center, that's, even though we did have a little bit of a pop right at the open, if we kind of take those first 20 minutes, 30 minutes out of the equation, and you look at just really where the value area is, not the session, high and low and point of control, that's a very, very, very tight range, right? And then we look into how we kind of broke out of it in the overnight, right? But that was immediately rejected, which just so happened to be floating around one of my short levels from yesterday as well. You could see we kind of consolidated around that level, which is that circle there, which ironically enough, now the moving average is cutting through it, which that wouldn't have been happening when I drew it, right? Because we weren't at that point in time yet. But you can see we've cut through it. We're sloping downwards. We have this nasty, nasty, nasty bar coding that we're seeing today. Right before the opening bell, we got to my long level, which is this circle down here. A little bit after the open, we did dip below it, but I told my entire team, I said, I'm not going to be taking a long at that long level until I see what market does when we get down to settlement and point of control from yesterday's session. Well, what happened? We never got there, right? We didn't even get there. John was mentioning a little bit about a failed downside auction. But again, that coiling is still happening, right? If we go into the 30-minute time frame, you can see we've spent the last 2 days, with the exception of a little bit of upward movement that, again, we had immediate rejection to from the overnight going into the pre-market open. We've just been dancing on this 30-minute moving average. So this average is sloping up, and we are just really grinding on that average. We're not deviating very far from it. And then again, if we look at the 5-minute, we're directly above it, right? And we try to poke underneath it. So with that, when I call it coiling, and if you think about, if you were to take like a suspension coilover spring, right? Or any type of spring, even a rubber band, and you start to really contract and coil, whatever that apparatus is that we're talking about, eventually it is inevitable. There's going to be a snap, and kind of like the Thanos Infinity Stone snap. When that snap does happen, which will it happen this week, with it being a short week and the end of the month and the end of the quarter? Maybe not. I think so, and I am bullish. I am thinking that we are going to go ahead and kind of get to that 53.10 level this week, or what my predictions are. But this really, really aggressive bar coding that we're seeing right now is a result of that converging of those two moving averages on those time frames. And then if you look at the 10-minute, the 15-minute, you will notice that now all of those moving averages are effectively almost the same value, with maybe like a 2-point spread. And that's a result of the tight range that we had yesterday. With very, very tight ranges, right, that moving average starts to really smoothen out, and they all meet at a certain point. So this is a very, very strange, I think critical level in the S&P specifically. I don't know how much of that is, in line with, with the NQ or any of the other markets. But I'm really, really interested to see, where the market is going to take this when we do see that snap. So I do have a personal sentiment to the upside, but you guys know there's no way to know for sure.
Absolutely not. There is not. All right, Dakota, please remind us of the trade you're in. You are long, because we're going to get that up on the board.
I actually just closed out of it. Yeah, I closed out. Yep. Plus, I think 650 or something. Yeah, now I'm just going to sit on my hands and wait. That was a nice trade. I'm sitting up just over 2,000 in my live. Last night I was trading my 3 XFAs. I made just about $1,200 in my XFAs a piece. And I did have something I wanted to bring up. Last night during my slow markets class, we had a lot of traders just ask me regarding like consistency, and we have a lot of traders who are really going for those big home run hits, right? And I have an equity curve, or a couple of equity curves, kind of like a side-by-side comparison to help maybe show and understand the difference between consistency and like some big home run hitters in terms of like risk reward versus that. And who's ever over the polls, and maybe we could put a poll in the chat, because there's 2 equity curves. There's equity curve A and there's equity curve B. And so the equity curve A is, of course, the orange or the red, and then equity curve B is the blue. On the left-hand side, this is the month-to-month profit. On the right-hand side, that's a running total for the 21 months. So if we could get a poll in the chat, I'm really curious on how everybody in the chat and how our traders view these 2 equity curves. Do you guys prefer equity curve A or equity curve B? Because there was a little bit of debate in terms of, we have traders really trying to get those home runs in. I mean, we see them all the time on our leaderboards. I mean, it would be amazing to have those, 20,000 plus day home run hitters.
Yes.
So I don't know if we could get that poll in the chat, or who's over that.
Okay, so you're asking which equity curve would you prefer? I think
Correct.
I'm
Yeah. Yep. A or B.
I am with the chat here. I'm agreeing. I'm sure.
Oh,
Is this a trick question, Dakota? Are you trying to trick us
no,
into
it's
something
it's
here?
not. It's not. Let me before you put that poll, I do have to adjust this. 1 second. A is this golden one, so switch these around.
Oh,
Yeah, let me just adjust this in front of you guys.
okay.
So A, let me see how I could do this.
Okay. Well, there seems to be some debate in the chat here.
It should be relatively straightforward, but yeah, a lot of traders struggle a little bit with this. And I mean, it's that home run mentality, right?
Home run versus consistency.
Home run versus consistency.
Yep.
There you go. That's better. That is accurate now, I believe.
All right. I am with the majority in the chat.
Okay, so A is this upper one. Disregard the colors. A is this upper one. A is this orange one over here. And so, what is your preference? What's your preference, Andre?
I said B.
You said B. So B is this one that is blue over here on the left. B is this orange one down here.
The consistency. Yes, I went with B. All right. What's the right answer? Isaac, what would you
Let's
say?
give it a minute. Let's give it a minute. So why
Okay,
did you
okay,
choose
okay.
B, Andre?
I like the consistency of B. If I'm reading
Why
this
is
right,
that?
it's just smooth. It's just smooth, and like we said, home runs versus consistency. I think if I'm reading this correctly, yes. I mean, I'm reading it wrong. I'm reading it wrong, aren't I?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're reading it wrong,
I
Andre.
would
I
like
think you
some
guys
more
got that.
context on the axes. I want more context on the axes before I could cast a vote.
Yeah, so essentially, this is month to month, right? You could see B, where they have those home run hitters, $3,000, $2,800. But then they'll have months where there was just nothing, right? And then
Yes.
you could see the overall and the totals for the account balances. Do we have any results of what is the chat
Yes.
looking at?
59% is going with B right now. Over 400 votes in within a minute. 59% going B. 41% going A. Okay.
41%. So I'm curious. So why would people refer to A versus B? Less drawdown on B?
I have seen
Explain.
that.
B's this blue one on the left-hand side on the monthly, and then
Sounds
B
like
is
A's answer.
this red one over here on the right-hand side.
Sounds like you're trying to lean towards A here, Dakota. You're trying to drive us towards
Yeah,
A.
yeah, no. So for me, it's A, right? I
All right.
mean, month to month, you could see the consistency where you don't have these months where you don't have any profit or negative, and then of course you could see the results on the overall balance.
Oh, that's
Now, so the
daily.
overall balance is
shit.
higher. The overall balance
Correct.
is
Yeah,
higher.
yeah. So
on
as you can
B,
see, A
on B.
the overall
Yeah.
balance for A, as you can see, it's up here above, and then
But can
B
I
is
say something to
is
that?
about half that.
So I would say that gap between the overall balance and B compared to A, whilst it is higher, I think that's going to come with a lot more emotional and mental and psychological taxation along the way. With those massive
Agreed.
ebbs and flows from one month to the next, yes, overall, there might be more money made. However, there's a lot more ups and downs throughout that process to get to that level. So if it were me, and I think that my trading style reflects that, any of my people that are in the stream right now can chime in on the chat. I'm all about the base hits. Don't get me wrong. I get some doubles, some triples, some home runs, and some grand slams from here to there.
Yeah.
But that's after covering and eliminating risk completely from my trade and covering some of my gains and ensuring that a base hit is locked in before I go and look at anything else, right? Like even a baseball player, you got to get to first before you can even contemplate whether or not you got a shot to run a third or second or round all the
I
way
like
around,
that.
right? You got to look around on what's happening in the field. Where are the other players? Where's the ball relative to you and your other teammates? Before you can make a run past first, you got to get to first. So in my trades, I'm
I
locking
think
in that base hit, eliminating that risk, and then assessing from there.
Yeah, I agree. And I think those colors were confusing some people. Here's the statistics behind it. I ran this over the weekend. You can see here's the month-to-month A versus B. And then here's the running totals. And maybe that could clarify it for everyone who's getting confused on the colors about the consistency, right? Where, of course, B, we have a higher home run hits, every once in a while. But then you have those really negative months. And that really affects, and I think that's what gets a lot of people. Maybe you guys are just seeing through where I'm coming at. I'm probably sure you've seen that as well. Where we go to this next sheet, and this shows you what's behind it, Isaac. I don't know if you really know the story behind it.
Come on.
On one of them, doesn't even have any stats for the years. One of them still going, and we're talking about it's a marathon, not a sprint.
I knew you were doing this.
Somebody's still going. They're still trading. They still have their account balance and the other one, they've already blown their account. It's done and over with, right? And you can see the difference between 21 months still going, a fraction of that time missing these years.
How many times have we talked about those two players right there?
Had to do it.
One of my guys that I have here, we have had the debate about MJ versus LeBron, Lewis Hamilton versus Max Verstappen, or even Mick Schumacher. Yeah, we look at I look at things at a much broader spectrum than just like rings, points, influence on the court, right? Influence outside of the court, brand recognition, impact, etc. So that's a soft subject for myself and one of the guys here. It looks like it is for Andre too.
He knows what he's doing. He does it every time we're on here. He's always trying to bust my junk about
Dakota,
this.
are you any good at poker?
What's that?
Poker? Are you any good at poker?
Yeah, I actually go to Vegas, so like very, very often. Like that's one of my I guess hobbies. I don't know. I go to Las Vegas a lot, and I'll sit at the.
You are dangerous. If you call it a hobby, you're dangerous. And you like how I made that assumption just based off of just that little strategy that you had there. You definitely know how to pull on heartstrings. You know how to infiltrate mindset, which then domino effect into emotional state and then physical state and then reactivity. That could be a beautiful thing and a dangerous thing all at the same time. So.
Yeah, you set me up there.
Yep. Note to self: never play. We're going to Vegas in June, so I'm not going to be playing against you. If I see you at the table, I'm running the other way.
Did that get pushed to the fall, right?
TBD. I think there's still some more work to do, but Topstep Trading League, I think it's going to be pushed back a couple months. Still on. It's definitely very much still on. We just want to get it right. The Topstep way, we got to get it right. Damn near perfect. So it might be a little bit more time. Topstep Trading League is still happening. We haven't.
Las Vegas Formula One Grand Prix is in November. It would be a beautiful thing if it just happened.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Ooh, we're getting.
It's one of those things, right, where you can't rush something like that.
No.
And I was kind of talking about, time goes by so fast now, and especially when we're dealing with things like this, we're trying to perfect it. We're all trying to meet up in Las Vegas and have this thing execute almost as flawless as possible. With everything that's going on in the back end, and still a lot to be figured out. I'm excited, regardless of whether it's in June or a little bit later. I live in Utah, right? And I'm always traveling. I'm always going from place A to place B, but I go to Vegas a lot. And when I go, I'll probably spend, probably 2-3 12-hour shifts on the felt, and I do pay for my trip, taking, I don't know, maybe this is not the right way to say it, taking advantage of the rec players, or just someone coming down there for a good time and getting a little bit too tipsy, think they come down. And the Caesar's Palace is an amazing place. You probably know that, Andre. They have a nightclub right next to the poker tables, and that is a beautiful thing where people come out of the nightclub a little tipsy, and they sit down at the tables and pay for my dinner.
There you go. I don't think it's taking advantage. I think you're simply just playing the game. We are seeing some sellers here. Isaac, this is called a flushacito in the NASDAQ. S&Ps can't really keep up. Baby. Yeah. Oh, look, you wouldn't call it a sell-off, would you? Isaac would not call it a sell-off.
Go
going
I know
offers.
in some of the chats on Topstep TV, plus in my group, I get a lot of questions about level 2 data and just
Yeah.
liquidity. And so, like, Andre, what do we say about the ES and liquidity? How does the ES feel about liquidity?
ES needs liquidity. That's why I'm attracted to it, is because of liquidity.
It's attracted to it. It loves
It is
liquidity,
attracted,
right?
as if it's a magnet. And Isaac, I know that I see you in the chat, and I do it as well. We're constantly looking for liquidity blocks, paper. We call it paper back in the day. Where's paper? Paper. Where's the institutions coming in and trading? And if you see like something out of the norm, for instance, you see a 300 lot, 400 lot, 500 lot sitting on a bid or an offer in the ES, and we are starting to see some of those to the downside here, starting
Yeah.
from
So that's what I was going to point out.
5285.
And
Go
that's
ahead,
why I
Isaac. I
asked
know where you're
you.
going with this. Go ahead.
Yeah, if my chart's up, if my DOM's visible, this limit order for 2 contracts long here in my live account, that's been sitting there probably since like 10:45 in the morning a.m. Eastern time. So it's been there for a long time. I've been waiting for the market to come to me. We are making a very slow descent to that level. But one thing that I would point out is that about an hour ago, a liquidity block, meaning not one specific level, right? Like we could see at 52.85, we have just over 300 orders sitting there, right? But if we really look at, we'll call it 85.25 down to where my limit is actually at 83.75, we have a block of orders that are all greater than 200 and in some cases 300, right? We have a standout order here at 89.75, almost 300, just over 250 or so. And another one at 95 even, kind of a round number. There's something stand out there, but again, they're spread out. The orders around them are a little bit on the lighter side relative to that one order. But where I have this limit order, which also just so happens to be right here where my long level is from my daily levels that I put in my group every single day before the market opens, before the opening bell of the New York Stock Exchange, it's just below that level as well. So this is an area of interest, not just for me. Clearly, there's a lot of size getting dropped on here. And just from when we started this segment, we went from high 100s, low 200s to now we're in the mid to high 200s and in some levels 300s. So there's definitely some bid stacking there. It's important to note that's a liquidity block. There's a few things. It's going to be very tough to eat through all of that. We're going to need some people to come in and want to do business in that area and transact. And then because of how tight this, on the 5-minute ATR is just over 2. So if we multiply that by 2, we really only have a 4-point target expectation on this trade. So me looking to get 10 points on this trade, given the current market environment and conditions, is not realistic. So one thing I'm going to do right off the bat, before we're even in this trade, I'm going to go ahead and trim this target down. And I'm actually going to set it to just under that round 52.90 at 89.75. So I got a target order there, which, oh, look at that. If I look at it now, looking at the DOM, there's there's some decent size there, right? 258. So I'm not the only person with an ask order, at that level. Again, relative to the tick immediately above it or immediately below it, it's the one that stands out as far as orders. And when I made that adjustment based on the chart, I wasn't really paying very much attention to that. So one thing I might want to do actually is front run that. Let me drop it another level. If there's more levels, more orders there, and clearly I just put that there, so I'm really far back in the queue, I want to make sure that I get a fill. I'm going to reduce that by a tick so I can get in front of that level and jump everybody that's in the queue beyond that level. But none of that matters if we can't eat through this liquidity block and actually fill my limit order to go long in the ES.
Good stuff, Isaac. Good stuff, guys. So with that being said, hey, nice cover there, Dakota, as we saw the NASDAQ turn around and start roll over. Nice cover there. But Isaac, that's a really good example. It is going to take a lot of business. It's going to take a lot of energy, as we like to say, a lot of energy to trade through all those bids. This is by far the biggest liquidity block we've seen today in the S&Ps. That's why we like the S&Ps. That's why we like the ES. We like the liquidity. We like the volume. It's easier to kind of read price action that way because you can see who's winning the supply demand game. It's a big tug of war, and with obviously you can see where the big volume is here on the bids. It's going to take a lot of energy to get through that. So I like the idea of getting with working a limit order there on the bid side, right? Am I understand that, Isaac? You are looking to get long.
No, definitely. I have a long there. Now here's the thing, right? At the beginning of this segment, I talked about that really, really, really tough coiling that we saw yesterday that is still in effect today. There's a lot of important levels from previous sessions. If I put this chart out a couple longer time frames, for example, simple moving averages, support and resistance levels that, if that snap happens now and my sentiment bias was placed in the wrong direction, right? What we could end up seeing is a flush and kind of retesting, some lows. So I got my stop set, which I'll probably tighten up just a little bit. And again, we have settlement, point of control. We have a lot of things below where I'm looking to get long, but ranges have been tight enough where I'm not too worried about it. I have the risk factored into the trade, and I'm just hoping that if we do get to that limit order, that we don't blast through it and just start eating up shorts and really make a run to the downside or a real flush-a-cedo. So I'm still confident in this trade. Let's see, what happens as we start getting closer to 1 o'clock. Traders get back.
I just got long Nasdaq as well at
nice.
51 3/4. This is just going to be a quick one. Definitely not going to be something I'm going to be holding. It's almost for just playing a bounce. I'll be out of this, in and out really quick. Maybe looking for a 10-point pop.
Oh, right, what price? Really quick in the Nasdaq, huh? 10 points. Yeah, it is. Jesus.
Yeah, 51 3/4 is where I'm long. I'm long 3 contracts. My screen's showing 1, but I switched over to my XFAs, 3 XFAs. Here we go.
Thank you. Playing the quick pop.
Yeah, quick pop. Whatever you guys want to see it. Just some momentum. See if the buyers could come in and bounce it. We did break the lows. I did close that long, almost at a really good location up there. I'm a bull today.
How about it? I was going to say,
and it's just been
why are you buying?
Dips.
You typically come in here and call the tops. Here you are buying the dips, Dakota. What changed? Or it's just in terms of like just trade setups?
It just depends on what side of the bed I wake up on. It's really just market, like what the market's reacting, where we're at, what we're looking at. I might just get out here if we bounce up and test 60s, 560s. I don't want to get too greedy.
Can't. Not in these markets. See profit, see profit.
If there's some positive correlation to that market, to the ES, one of the things you don't have working in your favor is a huge support and resistance level that I called out very early in the day in my group, which is exactly 52.89 half where we're sitting right now, which now happens to be falling on a 200-day simple moving average on the 5-minute chart. So, did you get a win on that, or did you back out of it?
Yep, I got it. 200 times 3 on my XFAs.
Nice. Okay. All right. So like a little scalp times 3 though. That helps.
Yeah,
man. It really just goes to show when you start looking at the P&Ls. I saw the yesterday's best for live come out earlier, and I was really shocked, flabbergasted, if I'm being honest, on some of the numbers that some of the traders put out there, because it was I didn't take a trade yesterday, and actually I don't know if he's in the chat right now. One of my number one fans on TopstepTV, PR Axe or PR Eats or something, always calling me out and always dogging me. And he's just like, Isaac is still on the same spot in the leaderboards. And number one,
that's brutal.
Fact check, that's false. I actually went up 2 places from yesterday to
without
today.
Trading.
And I think, and so here's the thing. That's what I was going to say. The scary thing about that is that I went up 2 places, not taking a single trade in my live account. Right. And you know what? Listen, my bills are paid for the year as of January 30th or January 31st. It's all about the base hits. One thing I'll say is that I've been on that leaderboard since the start of the year, if not the end of 2023. So I haven't fallen off. I go up and down. That's fine. But things you got to keep in mind. I'm live. I don't have any XFAs. I'm not copy trading. So when you see my gains and my losses, that is typically from 1 trade, maybe 2, but it's coming from 1 account. It's live. It's real money. And I just don't have to take trades every day. The opportunities were not there. The range was not there. The risk was too large to justify getting into a position, and not taking a trade, preserving capital, having discipline, having self-control, still managed to slot up 2 slots on the top 10 leaderboard. That really says a lot about the market that we have going on right now.
Yeah, Topsteps is great. I mean, it shocks me whenever I hear about the leaderboard on the live. I mean, XFAs is one thing, right? It's interesting to see, because you do get great fills on the XFAs, but then live is another. And now we're starting to see so many traders and live accounts put up huge numbers. And I'm trading both. I'm trading my live account, and I'm trading 3 XFAs. Today I made 2,000 in my live. Yesterday I think I made 2,000. I'm up close to 6,000 this week in my live, and then I'm up about 12,000 in my XFAs. I'm not sure this week. I'll have to double check. I've stopped paying attention to the leaderboard. But I do get messages. That's the one thing about having an amazing community. When I'm on Discord,
Yeah.
whenever I miss something,
They
they
love
let
it.
me know. And they're like,
They
hey,
love
you're in the top 5 again. So I don't know where I'm at now. My between my live and XFAs, I think I'm getting close to back up to 70,000 plus. And yeah, like you said, you can tell when there's a trader that shows up and they just hit a big home run and they're up there on the top 5, top 10. They're up there for a week, and then the next thing we know, it's very volatile. You know, someone's in first, and they're in fifth. Traders
Yeah.
coming from like 31st to like 7th and back and forth. But I think by the time we have Top Step Trading League, I think things are going to start to settle down a little bit. The volatility is going to slow down. We're going to start to see what's that saying? The cream rise to the crop. The consistent traders starting to stay at the top, and then we're going to be able to see who's who in reality.
The trade reports never lie.
Isaac, I think that's a fantastic example that you just said from yesterday. You didn't make one trade yesterday, and you still moved up 2 spots on the leaderboard. What does that tell you? That sounds like the best trade to make yesterday was no trade at all. As you saw people around you making trades, and they're coming down. I think that's an amazing example there. To start off the week on a Monday, you didn't make one trade, and you still moved up 2 spots on the leaderboard. I think that says it all right there. I hope everyone was able to gain something from that no trade at all moved you up 2 spots on the leaderboard. That should tell you everything you need to know. Sometimes the best trade is the one you don't make. I think that's a fantastic example there, Isaac. I appreciate you sharing that.
Preserving capital as a proprietary trader, right? As a trader on a proprietary trading firm, your primary function is to preserve capital first and foremost, whether it's your equity or the initial equity. You preserve capital first, and then you extract money from the market second. You know, another really big example is last week. I had one of like my smallest trading days. Actually, it is. This year was my smallest winning day. It was just south of $600 for the day. And I think that the top 3 or the top 5 on the leaderboard cumulatively lost over $40,000.
Yeah, that was last week.
500.
What does that tell you?
Yeah, that was last week.
What does that tell you? Yeah.
I'll take making $500 over losing as a small team $40,000. That's insane. You know what I mean? Like, I focus on the behaviors, I focus on the base hits, the discipline, and if you focus on all those things, you'll just see that naturally your equity curve goes up, right? You notice that where you're placed on the top 10, it doesn't matter to me. People text me, they send me pictures, people message me in my Discord, they'll post screenshots, you know, you're number 6, you're number 8, you're number 3, you went up, you went down. Like, that's great.
What's that like?
All I'm worried about is protecting capital and making money. It's cool though, because the thing is, it inspires and it motivates people. It does, you know, and so like one of the things that Dakota just said is like, you know, the cream of the crop always rises to the top. But I think one thing that I like to either piggyback off of that particular saying, or sometimes that I think is even more important than that saying, is a rising tide lifts all boats.
I like that.
A rising tide lifts all boats. If I go up that leaderboard by myself, but my team and the people closest to me are not winning or not seeing small, medium, or large successes, does it really even mean anything? Right? It's like, what do you do as a collective? You know, my goal is to take my team and move them through those milestones of like combine, XFA, funded, payout, get into the top 25, get into the top 10. You know, have winning streaks, right? Like, just some of the feedback that I'm getting from some people is just like, you know, working on the discipline and you know, not having the FOMO and not taking trades or trading out of boredom. That means a lot more to me. That means a lot more to me. I'm all about the collective, and a rising tide should lift all boats.
Besides the one that's on the opposite of my trade, right? Because I sleep good knowing that there's someone else on the other side of my trade. But yeah, I mean, that's the beauty about trading, and that's probably why I love. That's probably why I love poker. But here at Topstep in the community, where we're all working together, 100%, I agree with that. That's why I coach. That's why I'm a coach here. That's why I have slow markets. But in reality, this is a zero-sum game, and I do sleep great knowing that there's somebody else on the other side. Whether or not I win or they do, it's the beauty of what we do. I have to throw that out there.
Great knowing I have no positions open at night.
Ooh, yeah, same. I've been on both, and it's definitely easier to sleep when you don't. Or if you have a trade in the money, you can sleep a little bit easier on that. You wake up to see how much money did I actually just make on that trade. But I got a question for you guys. We got about 5 minutes left here in Power Players. Again, thank you guys for joining us. I know, man, it goes by too fast. Isaac R in the middle, Dakota down beneath him. when you guys are constantly getting those reminders, oh, you're here on the leaderboard, you're there on the leaderboard. What's that like? I mean, do you find yourself, I know I ask this a lot, do you find yourself trading to the leaderboard as opposed to trading just to take trades? Because, I mean, having that constant reminder, obviously it's in the back of your mind. You got to look at it. You know, it's everyone's favorite leaderboard here at TopStep on the show. What is it like for you guys experiencing that when you guys are constantly being reminded, you know, from people that you're mentoring and family? What is that like?
It just holds me accountable, right? Like I have to understand that like I'm responsible for a lot more than just me and my accounts and my P&L and my stats, right? Like when you have people, either whether it's a target on your back, right? Or if you're kind of like in the spotlight in the sense that you're being looked at to lead, right? And set the example, it does make you move a little bit differently. You know, I had somebody reach out to me on Instagram and had said something to me, and it was basically to the effect of like, you know, like, we're all counting on you. So like, you got to be careful. And I'm just like, man, I didn't realize. Yeah. So I'm like, I didn't realize that like I had that much impact. Right. And it's a delicate situation. Right. So it does make you move a little bit differently. I know in the chat the other day, I called out, I think Nick was talking about something, and Andre, I made a comment and you responded to it. And you're like, man, like, I appreciate the transparency and being real, you know, trying to size up and trying to trade my P&L to an extent. You know, it cost me a lot in February. However, I knew I assessed
I'm short.
the risk.
Sorry to
right?
cut you off. I just got into a short NASDAQ.
No. We're here for trading.
Give us the price and how many times. Give us how many.
3 contracts, 552 evens.
Thank you. Short from 552.
If you're short, I want ES to follow, because then we'll probably get to my limit long. So we could both win here. We could both win here.
Yes.
However, if we do get filled, we will not be on the live stream for people to see how my trade plays out, unless you're in my community. That's a different story. So, yeah, but no, it's a little bit of pressure, but you know, I don't really fold under pressure. So again, it just makes you move a little bit differently, knowing that, you know, people will have an eye on you. So, and then, you know, that comes with hate and trash talking and all that other stuff, but it motivates me. That PR Axe guy in the TopstepTV chat, I love him.
Right.
It's great.
Great attitude. Okay. That was good stuff, Isaac. Yeah, I think transparency is what we're all about here at Topstep X. While we were doing that, talking about that, Dakota decided to get short. Dakota, what made you get short? You've been making money to the upside today. You flipped the bias. What made you look to get to catch a move to the downside?
Yeah, so over here on the 5-minute chart, we did break that pivot low. So we were making some bullish structure of having we had the low, we had a pivot low or a higher low on the 5-minute chart, and we just broke that higher low, and we officially made a new lower low on the 5-minute chart. So I'm going to look for some continuation. If we could break below, you know, this. Man, how many times can I say low here? If we could break below 546-ish, we could see a continuation down and maybe a rotation to the lows of the lower 540s. This is going to be very similar. This is on 3 contracts. I got in short at 552 that you guys could see. And I'm going to watch this. This is going to be another quick one, in and out, looking for about 10, 15 points. So looking for us to test the low of, is this the low of the session? Yeah, the low of the session.
Yep.
Since New York is around 530s. So we might head down there if we do break. Yeah, that's part of trying not to be so hard-headed and stick to one direction. Yeah. Even though I might take a loss, I'm like, dang, I should have kept my long bias. I still like this trade. It follows my rules of very, very, very simple, basic price action where we just keep it simple, right? But yeah, going on your side, I love the pressure. I absolutely love it. It was new to get adjusted to at TopStep, being in front of, you know, thousands and thousands of traders, and then also trading live in front of everybody on you know, YouTube. So it was just a little bit of an adjustment, but I absolutely love it to where, you know, traders could ask questions. I could answer those questions. I could show them live, you know, examples. We had earlier this year, we all know the story between, you know, those who can't do coach, and I had to, you know, go ahead and show them.
Hold my mic. Hold my mic.
Yeah,
right?
hold my mic. Hold my mouse. But yeah, so
that's
just
going to be an adjustment for me. Trading on camera on Monday, starting Monday, I'll be trading live on video stream. So that's gonna. But the thing is, I like the challenge, and to the point that you just made, right? Like some of that heat and some of that pressure. Hogue always drops, like the dad wisdom and stuff like that. I'm gonna do the philosophical wisdom. Listen, the sharpest of swords are forged in the hottest of fires, right? So bring on the heat. And markets like this, challenging markets like this, will wean out the real ones from the fake ones, right? So
100%.
kind of like when the real estate market changed, where prices went up, inventory dropped, and interest rates went up, you saw a lot of realtors and mortgage loan officers disappear from the industry. And I think this is a situation where we're going to see a lot of traders not around towards the end of Q2 going into the summer. So, but only time will tell. That's just my prediction here.
Gentlemen, I appreciate that. It went by way too fast. Dakota, please keep us updated on this trade in the chat. Isaac R, despite
we're
patience,
just breaking down.
also-
We're breaking down now. We
There we
just
go.
broke
Here comes
below
some.
that pivot. We're testing,
Look at this guy.
testing 45s. Let's see if we could keep going. Let's see if we can get momentum. This is where it's always a little nerve-wracking for me. If we do not get any follow-through on that break, and we do exactly what we're doing, and just run stops, and we find the buyers there. I might just get out of this at a scratch based off of what I just seen there. Yep, that was a scratch trade for me.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate your guys' time. You guys, these are some of the best traders at Topstep that we have. Live funded traders. You see them on the top 10 leaderboard. Keeping it real, full transparency. Up at the top of the chat right here, you'll see Isaac's IG handle, the link to his profile there. Please go on there, give him a follow. And this is as good as it gets. You guys roll having a puff of a stogie. What are we smoking today, real quick, Isaac?
Today I am having the Nub by Oliva Cameroon with a nice iced cappuccino. I did a small one because I got the guys coming over for Tomahawk Tuesday at the house. So we'll probably be going through 2, maybe even 3 cigars tonight. So I got to take it easy this afternoon.
Very good. Well, I appreciate you guys. Dakota, keep us updated on the trade in the chat. We got Top Quiz coming up next. You guys, thank you so much. We hope you enjoy that. Please stay tuned to Topstep TV. Jam-packed stuff today. The markets have been okay. Yeah, the markets have been okay. But Top Quiz coming up next. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hello, fellow traders. Welcome to Top Quiz. Your chance to get one of 50 free resets raffled off to those who get 3 or 4 of these 4 multiple choice questions right. Sign up with the link, answer as they pop up on your device. I'm sure many of you have played before because I recognize so many names, so many friends that I haven't met yet besides Black Swan. And once again, if any of you are got the chutzpah to come on live, email us and we will make it happen. Anne Marie's joining us live from Portugal. Anne Marie, how you doing? And how much longer are you in Portugal for?
1 week. Yeah, 1 week.
1 week.
Well, a little bit less than 1 week. I'll be home by Tuesday.
All right. Well, cool. It sounds like it's been a great trip.
It has been. It's amazing.
I think that this is going to be I think there's going to be a lot of 3s and 4s in this one, Anne Marie. I don't want to jinx anything, but I think these are nicer questions today. So everybody enjoy. That's the mood I'm in. Got over 1,000 people in here, so we'll get this started. Because remember, at noon today,
That's right. We've got
noon
the 5-year.
Central. Yes, we have the 5-year auction. So let's get through this. And also, Robert will be doing a Top Step X run through. So I'll try and get this done before the bond auction. So let's get started now. Here we go. This question comes from Robert, Topstep X Cooney. Which order type specifies a price limit? A market order, stop order, a limit order, or conditional order? Don't overthink it.
We'll go with circles today.
Yes, indeed. It is circle for limit order. And whoever's working polls or something right now, you can take down that link because we've already started here. Good job to the 986 of you that knew that. And Robert, bring a little more heat next time. Okay, here we go.
Sorry.
I love this person. D Rose D. Oh, it's like I'm back in 2011 again. Everything's good. The Guru of Jacks, Amp, 23 capital trades. And Alan DeCoker. Okay, cool. Yeah, got to read them. Okie dokie. Here we go. Question number 2. As mentioned this morning, a California man was arrested after stealing what from a train accident and eating it? Was this item the conductor's lunch, a crate of frozen dinners, a loose chicken, or a human leg?
It's going to be a square. I was just concerned about whether it was his leg or someone else's leg that he. Did we know if it was his leg?
I think there's a lot to digest in this story. It was only 3 paragraphs. I think it was someone else's
No
leg.
pun intended.
No pun intended, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Waka waka. Oh boy, that was purely unintentional. Naz Nana, Tootie McToot, 23 capital trades. Okay, let's see. A third question coming right up. By weight, what is the most mined metal on planet Earth? Is that iron, aluminum, copper, or lead?
By weight. Okay, so I know that lead is the heaviest, but I think we use iron more than anything else. So I'm going to guess iron.
Final answer is iron, and yes, that is correct. Gotta build them buildings. By weight, we mine the most iron. Good thought process there. See if there's a mix-up here. Aniga, help please. Naz dude, chat demon, Jack is the man. Ah, yes, that must be my mother in here somewhere. Thank you. All right. So we got one more question left, so I can let you guys out before the not the bond auction, the 5-year auction. Important stuff. All right. You're 3 for 3, Anne-Marie. I don't think I remember what this last question is, but let's see. Oh, no, I think you'll get this. Read carefully here. Stock market returns are not normally distributed. the tails of the distribution are blank than in a normal distribution. Are the tails skinnier, fatter, more numerous, or less numerous?
The tails are fatter.
And for those of you who waited the last 3 seconds, you got one from Anne Marie.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
indeed. No, that's A-okay. They are fatter than in a normal distribution.
Okay, I'm going to
Yes.
give you the actual distribution of stock market returns are Cauchy-Levy distribution. And the Cauchy-Levy distribution has the fatter tails, and
Yeah.
more crazy things happen there. But now you know, don't worry, that's never going to be on a quiz.
I thought about it, asking that or about like kurtosis or something like that, but it didn't
Yeah.
seem like the time or place. More numerous? It only someone says more numerous is also correct. No, they all have 2 tails.
Exactly.
You can't have we're not doing
Evenly
like a
distributed.
3-dimensional thing. They all have 2. Okay, here we go. Winner's podium in 3rd place today was the Master. Well, there's 2 people more masterful. 2 is Jack the Man, and 1 today goes to help please.
Well, help please is going to get some help.
Yeah. Oh, if what you needed help with was a free reset, we will email that to you because you're in the top 5. Anne Marie, 4 for 4. You've been killing
It's
it
been
on
about
here.
3 weeks since I've had 4 for 4. I went 3 for 4 the last couple of times. So
Yeah. Well, you're racking them
Robert
up.
does need to get more heat.
Yeah. Always a pleasure to see you here. And remember, if you're trading right now, we got that bond auction that's going to shake things up in just a few
Yeah.
minutes here at noon. But
think
stick
we're
around.
in.
We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with Coach Robert to go through Topstep X and whatever other questions you might have with JD. Stick around. It's going to be fun. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Group Coaching with Robert and JD. They're actually here, but we're doing a quick shoulder tap first with Mick. Mick, how's it going today?
Hey, it's good, Jack. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Just did the quiz, and now I get this little bonus on top of it. Thrilled to be
Nice.
on with you.
I'm happy to be on with you too. Speaking of bonuses, I just came back from Series. I went and picked myself up a gift card there. We had that little budget that we were given last week, so got myself a gift card over there so I can go get the famous skirt steak Caesar salads for lunch. It'll get me a few of those.
Well, let me know when you're going sometime, preferably on a Friday, and I will go get a steak Caesar salad and maybe something else with you.
Okay, sounds like a date, Jack. Let's dive into it. So we talked about Monty earlier, one of our XFA to Live call-ups from yesterday. Stellar trading there, if you had caught that during fast markets. That was a shout-out. I have got a shoulder tap. Why don't we pull up the card for Jalen? Jalen is someone who is in a live account. This is a shoulder tap, but I give him a shout-out today. You can see negative average P&L. They've spent 24 days in their live account, and today, and this is where the shout out comes from, they snapped an 18-day losing streak. But yes, very happy for that. They're up about $1,700 on the day today. But Jack, they had an 18-day losing streak in this 50K account for $20,000. You can see only 4% winning days. I'm happy they're in the 50K account because we've seen, more often than not, the people that burn through these live accounts, stringing together the big consecutive losing day streaks. It's usually the bigger accounts. I think, the people with, and not everybody out there. So don't think I'm calling you out if you're listening, but the people that have kind of the gambling mentality usually gravitate towards the larger accounts. It's the people that are more risk averse, trade a little bit smaller, that go with the 50K accounts. Having $1,000 daily loss limit has definitely helped them stay in this account and survive this account. But, the big thing about talking about Jalen today, Jack, is like 18 losing days in a row, and Jalen's trading every single session. I mean, I'm curious to hear, we've talked about this a little bit before, what happens when you put together 3 losing days, what do you do? Stop trading, reassess, but like day in and day out, 18 days straight of $1,000 losses. What are your thoughts on that?
I was curious at first, and it doesn't seem like it. Was the day that broke it a huge day?
Today is the day that broke it. They're up $1,700 today, but 18 days prior to every single session they've been trading, hitting the daily loss.
I mean, if you're going to, and there are hedge funds and stuff that do this, not to great success usually, but like if you watch The Big Short and things like that, there are people take a little bit of risk thinking they'll lose each day with the idea of hitting some big jackpot. But given what the averages are here, that doesn't seem to be the case. Like I was looking like, well, if you lost 18 straight days for 20 grand, but then you made 40 grand in a day, there might be something there strategy wise, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
I think you might be onto it a little bit. Look, like some of the things I do like about this trading is they're only taking, 3 trades on average per day. But, with the size that they're taking, I mean, I guess they're staying in those losing trades for like almost 40 minutes. They're not doing the $40,000 winning days, but if you can see back in February, end of February, they did have that $13,618 winning day. It is the only winning day that they have. So, they're looking for grand slams. And like Jack said, there are, strategies out there. People, employ strategies that, might have, low win percentages, but they're looking for something really, really big. And when it hits, it makes up for all that. Not seeing that with Jalen. I wanted to bring this card. Go ahead, Jack. I know you're about to say something.
I'd say they just need to take some time off and reevaluate things. You don't need to trade every session for 18 if you're doing that.
Big time. Yeah, that's my biggest piece here, because I know I've been through those, losing months, cold streaks, however long they are, and you have to step away. You can't just go in and fight every single day when you're getting bloodied every single day. So if you ever find yourself in a position like this where you're 18 losing days in a row, it should be very eye-opening, and it's time to be honest with yourself and say, my strategy is not working in the current market environment. I need to trade micros, adjust my strategy, or look for warmer waters, as far as the strategy, because it's just you're not doing yourself any good fighting.
Chin up. So we got another card. I feel like we've given Jalen the business.
We gave Jalen the business. It's not personal. It's just business.
No.
Let's pull up Jesus. Jesus is another live trader of ours who had me a little worried on his first few trading days. He went daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit for 3,000. So first 3 days in the account, $9,000 loss, and then turned it around with a nice $14,500 winning day, followed by a $2,900 winning day. They did hit the daily loss limit again today, Jack, since I was on earlier during fast markets. But this is a shout out. I mean, I went back and I looked at all the XFA trading activity. Jesus has got a good eye for the markets. Their trading has been very good lately. Average daily P&L $1,600. They don't have high percent winning days. They don't have high percent winning trades, but the risk reward is astounding at 4-to-1 per contract. They're taking down almost $2,800 while only risking $700 per contract. Hold times are really, really good too. So this is a trader, Jesus. I always say it on this segment that most of the money made as a day trader is catching a piece of the trend for the day. Jesus is only taking 4.5 trades per day on average. He's, framing out his risk reward when he's putting those trades on. And he's riding out, these winning trades for an hour and a half while only, hanging on to the losing trades for about 18 minutes. I think the short hold time on the losing trades is probably because they are trading, a relatively decent trading size. So $3,000 comes quickly when you've got, 10 contracts on. In regards to that, I've been saying it over the last couple of weeks, for you traders that are slapping on 10 and 15 lots, think about scaling into those positions. You don't need to go all in, all out. If you scale in, the best thing about scaling in is the market's telling you when you're right. And when you're right, you can press, add to winning positions. But the best part is when the market goes against you, you only have a smaller amount of contracts on, and that P&L, those losses aren't as large as going all in. So overall, I know I'll be talking about Jesus because he obviously can take a lot of money out of the markets. I hope that, maybe by scaling in, we see fewer daily loss limits hit, because now today's day 4 out of 6 trading days where the daily loss limit was hit. But again, yesterday they made new account balance highs, got it up to $58,000 in the account, most of which was attributed to XFA trading activity that we transitioned a nice healthy balance over. But nice. I think as long as he can continue to find those good trades, we'll continue talking about him. And heck, like I said earlier with one of the other traders, Mani, we could be talking 100K club here in short order potentially.
Yeah. The numbers work out here. You can hit your daily loss limit, and this is the big if. You can hit it frequently. If your average winning day like this is twice your daily loss limit, right? But if it's not, you're going to slip really quick and eat away that account. But I'm glad to see it's working for Jesus.
Yeah, we just can't see an 18-day losing streak, at $3,000 a pop for Jesus. But
that's tough.
Yeah, that would be rough. That puts you in the poorhouse. But that's it. That's what I've got for today, Jack.
Well, thank you, Mick, for coming by, doing these speed taps. Oh, we still got Jesus over us. Very nice.
Hello, I'm up here. We're down here.
Hey, Mick, you're back there.
Okay.
There's a beautiful face. So we're going to take a quick break. Mick, thanks so much. We're going to turn it right around and get in here with group coaching with Robert and JD. They're walking through Top Step X. They're doing all that good stuff. You got questions. We will probably have the answers because Robert is that guy. So, Mick, thanks again. Keep up the good work, traders. And we'll see you at some shoulder tap soon.
Sounds
Bye.
good. See ya.
What's up, guys? Now you're looking at Coach Robert.
Hey, Coach Robert.
That was quick. Hi, Jack. Where's JD? He should be right here with us.
That's a good question to see.
JD is here. I was muted in vMix again. I keep hitting that button and not re-hitting it to let myself talk. All right, we're going to jump right into group coaching. First, we've got a little housekeeping to go through regarding Topstep X earlier today. Take it away, Coach Robert, please.
Sure, I do a quick little update on here, and thanks, JD, and thanks for that little shoulder tap there. Quick in, quick out. Great job, guys. Want to make sure I get this exactly right. The update we have is the same update as it was earlier, and that a fix was pushed out to address the issue, to make sure you refresh your platform, log out, log back in again. And once it's fully resolved, the accounts will start getting, start restoring the accounts. Now, all losing trades from 8:20 Central to 10 a.m. Central will be wiped out as if they never happened. That is the account fix. Now, if it hasn't happened to you yet, bear with us. There's a process that runs, and some may take a little longer than others. We see things that are, some traders are saying, yes, I got it. Some are saying it hasn't hit me yet. Just be patient with these things. And there's not a lot of what ifs going on in this. So we see that there was an issue. It was fixed. Now we're just trying to correct everything. Topstep is going to make it whole. We always do. Just have a little bit of patience with it, and we understand. And at the very end, understand that this is in testing. It is not a full release. Everybody that signed up for this opted in for it for a pre-release version. This is why there's pre-release. So just keep that in mind also. Finally, getting into the Topstep right before we do the new additions to Topstep X. As well as being a trading coach, I'm also a life coach. And I want to share something just as a critical thinking side. We need to make sure that we're taking our responsibility for ourselves on things and trying to take it a step further in looking and listening before responding. Let me give you a quick little example. I'm two people. My first name is Robert. My middle name is Paul. So Robert says, man, I just had this issue with Topstep X. There's a little bit of slowdown here. Let me see if anybody's available. I go into the YouTube chat because we're on TopstepTV, and I see that there's 34 messages of all of the traders, and I scroll up, and there's another 50 behind that. Robert says, okay, I guess they know about it. Paul takes a little different approach. Paul sees a little lag or a little delay on there, gets completely upset, goes to Topstep X and sees, oh, all these traders are having the same problem. This is a piece of crap. Topstep X sucks, and I'm just going to blast it in there. Right under the message that says, we know about it and we're working on a fix. Be Robert, not Paul. That's my Robert rant. Okay, JD, we ready for Topstep X? I'm going to minimize this screen. And look, we appreciate the feedback. We really do. If you see an issue with it, absolutely let us know. That's what it is all about. We're here. Just keep in mind that if it's there and if we know we're working on it, we'll update you the best that we possibly can and as quickly as we can. And at the end of the day, we will always make it right no matter what we need to do. So thanks for trying out the program, the application, using it and providing us feedback. And moving on.
Yep, we've never not made it right when a situation like this arises. We've told you hundreds of times before, there's a lot of people working behind the scenes trying to make things right for everybody. So we appreciate your patience. And we're glad that a lot of you are happy right now. I see a lot of accounts were already rectified. So, boom. All right. So this morning, we rolled out a handful of awesome new Topstep X updates that Coach Robert is going to demonstrate for you right now. I'm going to be keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have any questions concerning functionality of the Topstep X platform, I encourage you to put them in the chat and we'll get to as many as we possibly can. Remember, this walkthrough is about TopStep functionality. So let's try and keep those questions to functionality for TopStep X. With that, I'm going to let Robert take it away, and he's going to start off with some of these great new features that were added just last night.
Yeah, thank you, JD. And I will mention that these features were by the request of our traders. We'll go to that entire area, how you can see the feedback, submit ideas and suggestions yourself. And it goes right to our support team where we listen and we make the changes based on trader request, speed, timing, ease of creating them, and also priority based on what the traders are looking for. So without further ado, here are the updates. On the left-hand side of the screen, we have our settings area. This is a really cool feature. Check this out. I'm going to click on that little gear on the left, and we come up to our familiar screen with our platform settings. We already know about our risk and our profit parameters, and that we need to make sure we check that box. When we check it, we click save on the bottom so it holds. And we had a personal daily loss limit, which was a cool feature that was added not long ago also. But here's what the addition is. This is the personal daily loss limit action. There are 3 options. Don't use it. Disable it. Just don't even use it. When you hit your personal daily loss limit, just stops you out of that trade. You're out. Liquidate, meaning if you hit your personal daily loss limit, it will stop you from trading and liquidate all your positions, and that's it. The final one is liquidate and block. The liquidate and block is just like that feature that we added previously, and that is the manual lockout. If you choose this, when you hit your daily loss limit, in this case $1,000, it will liquidate all your positions, close them all, and then stop you from trading for the rest of that day. You won't be available to trade until the next session opens, which is 5 p.m. Central Time. And if it's on a Friday, that's 5 p.m. Central, Sunday evening. Now, in addition to that, right below it, we also added a personal daily profit target. One is the loss limit, one's a target. These are personal for yourself. In this case, it's $1,000. I have the same features. I can say, nah, I don't care. Just disable it. I'm not going to do anything. Liquidate. It's just going to close everything out and say, yay, hey, congratulations, you hit your daily profit target. Liquidate and block. It's going to liquidate your positions and current trades, and it's going to lock the platform on that account so you can no longer use it until the next trading day. Okay? So I like to keep the personal, I don't like to, I haven't even used it yet. This is my thought going forward is if I hit my personal daily loss limit, I'm not doing very well. I want to liquidate and block that account. If the personal daily loss limit, personal daily target is hit, I just want to liquidate. I just want to get out of there. And so I know. So these are all features that are independent of each trader. You do not need to use them. Okay? See if I make sure I get everything else on that section. Just be sure. Okay, so those are those 2 new features. And let me address if you have some while we're here, the data speed. If you use it on slow, it's going to help you out with a little bit of ping times and maybe save you some sluggishness or lag if you're having it. It's just going to stop the data from coming through a little bit quicker, depending on your needs. I like to keep it at medium to see where things are going. I'm going to keep my daily loss on liquidate and block and my daily profit target on liquidate. Okay, now the second one, well, that's technically 2 updates, is down here on my right. I'll make this larger. There's something called quotes. And if you don't have this, you can choose any of these pluses, and it comes up with the components panel. And there's a component called quotes. We click it, and we just drag it to an area where we want it to be. I chose this panel here on the right-hand side. Now, what did we do to this? Well, instead of all of the symbols showing all of the time, we allowed you to add which symbols you want to have in there. I'm currently viewing the YM, the ES, and the NQ. So if I choose add symbol, it's going to just give me what is currently available on Topstep X. Now, when I have my symbols in here, I want to make sure I can, well, first of all, I can grab these, I can sort them anywhere I want. See, if I put my symbol all the way over here to the right, that's where I want it, great. If I want it to the left, great. The additional option, there are 3 dots to the right of that little menu. If I click on that, I have an option to pin to the left, and watch what happens. It's going to turn that a darker color, so I know that that is pinned to the left. I like the symbol on the left. I'm going to take my last price. I'm going to pin to the left also, and it puts it right next to it. And I'm going to see my percent change. I don't even want that on there. So I'm going to click my dots, hide the column, and it is no longer there. If I want to get it back, I can click any of the dots, choose Manage Columns, and it shows a listing. I can add or remove right here, put my change back in. Now, what is really good about this is you can have on here completely customizable the way that you want to have it. And instead of using this big giant piece down the bottom, if you don't need it, well, maybe you only have 2 or 3 things on there. Maybe look at the change in your percentage change. Do you need to know the open price, for example? Do you need to know the last price? Maybe, maybe not. It's entirely up to your trading. Maybe you want to just watch the volume of the last price. Entirely up to you. And then you can take that panel and just shrink it down and have some more room next to it for possibly another component that you would like to see on your screen at all times. When you're done with that, go up to the top right-hand side under the layout and make sure you save. Right now, notice it says draft. I'm going to click the save next to it. It just saved that layout exactly the way I want it for the next time I log in and the next time I load it. Those are the updates that we just rolled out. It was rolled out last night. I was notified to take a look at them and go over them today. JD, are there any questions or anything else that I need to address specifically with those before we do anything else?
First of all, yeah, quite a few comments came in from people saying that they do not yet see these new features on their TopstepX platform. Would they simply need to refresh the platform or possibly close out the browser, log back in? What advice do we have for people not seeing these updates yet?
On the bottom left side, there's a little door-looking thing. It's just covered with the Topstep Live logo, but you'll see it. If you go down to the bottom left, you'll see it there. When you mouse over it, it says log out. Log out first, then close your browser. Best way to do it. And then pull your browser back up, log in. That's going to retract all the new updates. You can simply just refresh. I just refreshed personally. Everything loaded. This was told last night. And the fixes that came out earlier today, I noticed that it's called an API. It's a throughput connection to the servers that automatically stopped and then reconnected itself, and I didn't need to do a thing, and all my speed times were correct.
Simple as that. If you still can't see it, try logging out again. All right. Someone came as soon as you did that walkthrough. Someone else came in and said, "I can see it." All right. So now we just have some other basic questions from people about basic functionality of the platform. If you want to get into a few of those, first, Mike King
let's hit
says,
those questions, make sure they're out of the way, and then we'll go on to a couple of things. It's kind of other than those new items, we have a repeat session with a lot of things. So let's hit the newer questions first, JD. Thank you.
Sure. One question is, hey guys, is there a way to remove my positions on the chart screen? Example, once I enter an order on a position gets filled, or a position gets filled, the orders and executions take up too much space on my chart. Is there a way to remove that?
Yes, there are, and I will demonstrate how to do that. And there are 2 things I will demonstrate at the same time because they're roughly the same thing. On the settings panel on the left-hand side, I'm going to click on that gear again, and then the top right, it has chart settings. There's something there that says chart plot alignment. Notice I have mine on the right and on the left. That is where the orders will show. They're either going to show you on the right side, like the thickness of them, where it says long 1 with the prices, or I can choose to have them on the left and it'll keep them out of the way. That's one option. The second option is right above it. It says hide chart plots. When you check that off, and hit save, then they're not going to show on the screen. The orders will not show. You'll see them in the positions area. If you have that component loaded, you'll see your open positions. Great. That answers both of those.
There you go. Simple as that. Another trader's asking, how do I reset the practice account on my TopstepX platform? That is one thing that I have not walked through yet. I haven't tried to reset my practice account on TopstepX.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that one?
Same way as the other one. Yeah, and so in your when you log into your dashboard, you go to the top of it. Let me. Do I have mine listed up here? I just want to make sure. Yeah. There we go. Just make sure there was no like private info up there. Yeah, this is my account right here. I don't want that. This is the account I'm looking at, and it has reset, and I'm on my trading combine. I can switch over to practice, activate. This apparently mine wasn't activated, so I'm going to switch over my practice account. Launching Topstep X, we can reset it there. There's my reset. I'm on my practice account. You can see it says practice. I can click reset practice right here. This wasn't nothing, that was just a refresh. So I'm looking at my practice account on Topstep X. I'm on my practice on the right-hand side. This is in my dashboard, and there's reset practice right next to it. Okay.
Perfect. Just looking in the chat, Gary BB says, yeah, I'm tired of seeing that $1 million on my practice account. You and Dolby both, huh? Practice account bosses. That's some funny stuff. All right. Charting. Mike Hank says, I cannot find Fibonacci retracement levels on Topstep X. Can you show me where to find those?
Absolutely. On the left-hand side, there's an entire panel of the drawing tools. And if you mouse over them, you just see the single item here, and that's going to show you the icon is going to be the last one that you use. So here, the last one happened to be Fibonacci. But if I mouse over any of them, there's a little arrow. It's hard to see. You cannot be able to see it here, but if I click on it, it's going to expand for all of the tools that are related there, like retracements, fib channels, fib spirals, and so on. If I come over to this drawing tool, notice there's a bunch of drawing tools. If I go up to this one up here, trend line tools, there's a bunch of different ones up there that we can use. So notice, I'll give you an example. This one here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change my layout because I don't want to mess up my account that I'm actually trading with here. Make sure that I'm on my practice account. See that? Y'all see that? Okay. I'm going to click. I'm going to make it a trend line. Well, I don't want a trend line now, so I'm going to remove it. Highlight, delete. I want to use a parallel channel. There's my parallel channel. And notice it changed. It kept the most recent tool as a parallel channel, so it makes it easy to just click and draw a second one. Okay. Hopefully that answers that question.
Simple enough. And here's another question that we get every time we do a walkthrough. People are still having trouble with trailing stop orders. But Gabriel's question is a little more, there's a little more context. Is there a way to add trailing stop to the bracket order automatically? If not, how do I convert the fixed stop loss to a trailing stop loss after the trade is opened? This is one we've gone over a few times, and I know it's a source of confusion for a lot of traders, but let's give them one more shot at it.
Absolutely. Let's do that. I'm going to change just to MNQ just for a moment. I'm in practice account. That's totally fine. And I'm going to drop this down to 1 minute, and we're going to make this full screen just so we have something familiar for all of our traders. So here we are. We're looking at MNQ. First thing I want to do is I want to go into my settings area and see if my brackets are activated. At this point, to answer a specific question, it's not a trailing stop option at the same time in the bracket area. Okay, so we're going to turn this on. We're going to put our brackets on. And since I'm on MNQ, let me just make this like $50 one way and $50 the other way. Automatically apply brackets, so they'll show up on the chart automatically. Okay, so here we are again. So let me talk. I have this just set up for 2 charts right here. It's just simply 2 charts, but I want the left one. I'm going to click on it, and down the bottom right, maximize, so we can look at 1 chart. So here we are. We are going to just take, and I'm on a link of purple over here, but see my order panel is on yellow, so they're not congruent. They're not going to be the same. So if I want my order panel to be the same as what I'm looking at on the chart, I will go and I'll change this color to purple, and lo and behold, it's MNQ, and it matches MNQ. The same with the DOM. Let's click on it, change it to purple. Now we're looking at all the rate information. This is where the trader responsibility comes in. We need to pay attention. We need to make our trades. Get your system set up the way you like it, and you're all set. So many times I've seen it's like I'm placing orders on my chart, and they're working. I'm placing orders on the DOM, and I don't see them. And I ask for a screenshot. The chart's on NQ, the DOM is on ES. It's just because of different color linking. Got to pay attention to this stuff. Okay. Now, all right, here, red candle. Let's go short. Boom. We are now short. We are short 1. Make this so we can see it. It automatically put my stop and my target. Well, I want to leave my target. Let's put it a little further away. I'm going to click and drag. I want my stop to be a trailing stop. So I'm going to close the one that's associated with the bracket order. On the right-hand side here, my order panel, I'm going to choose trailing stop. In my distance, let's make it 80 ticks, so I know it's 20 points away. I am in short, so to close, I need to buy. There is my trailing stop. And it will trail down, or it will get hit and be taken out. I can move it if I want. This is pushing up. I'm going to kill this whole trade. And let's put a long on and see if it will just get a break and see if we can get it moving here. Moving over to trailing stop. I'm long, so I'm going to sell my trailing stop. And let's keep an eye on it. It's 535. There it is. 535.25, 535.50, 535.75. We can see that it is trailing up as the market is pushing up. Hopefully that covers it.
I think it does. Bianca wants to know if you can set price alerts the same way you can on TradingView. Not at the moment, but it is on our roadmap. If you go into that settings menu under the question mark, we're going to go through this one more time. I'm sure most of you have seen this before. Hit that question mark, and you'll be able to submit feedback. Take a look at the roadmap, and you'll see what is on the docket, what's coming out, when it's coming out, what has already come out. Things we're changing, updates we're making, everything that you want. You can submit feedback. We'd love to hear any ideas you have for the platform. You want to just show them real quick about feedback one more time?
Absolutely. Yep, that's what we're here for, a bit of a walkthrough, and we got it. As JD said, on the left-hand side, our favorite panel, there's a question mark. When you mouse over it, it says support. And there are 4 options for support over here. This is where you enter support questions. If you have any type of questions about accounts, do not enter them in the feedback. Again, do not enter support questions in the feedback area. They will be removed, deleted, and you will never hear from them. Support is all on the left-hand side. On the feedback, it is about ideas and suggestions. Help shape the platform. If you have a feature request, idea, cool, let us know. Below that are previous ones. So let's scroll down. Let's see. Revenge trading detector, that's funny. Indicators, request via, okay, great. VWAP deviation with custom deviation. I like this one. On the right-hand side, so first of all, thank you, Bobby5Cur5, to submit this 6 hours ago. It's an indicator. I like this one, so I want to upvote it. Simply going to click the up arrow, and yeah, I think this is important. So I'm going to click important. I get notified that the survey was sent to our development team. This is great. Okay, if I want to add my own, well, first of all, you can click on it and see if anybody else added. So there it is. I can add a comment to this one. View similar posts. Here we are. Similar posts that are right here. You can see when it was added in review, what type it is. And now that I upvoted it, I am subscribed. So I will get a notification when it gets updated. If you want to enter your own, it's at the very top. Create a new post. There we are. We can type whatever we want for a new post. We give our descriptions down here. It's on Topstep X, and let's say it's a copy trading suggestion or idea. Click on submit, and you will now be entered into this list. Roadmap. Roadmap, you can see at any time. The ones on the right are the ones that are finished by this word right here that says finished at the top. These were suggestions that are all completed. This one is in progress. Cumulative delta indicator. It's a really good one. 181 upvotes. Excellent. In review are the ones on the left. Notice that the ones that are in review, they are sorted with the most requests upvotes at the top. So 260 traders, 255, 199. If you enjoy it, look, add alerts to the chart. I like this one. I'm going to upvote it. 199. Oh, it went to 198. Means I already voted on it. It took my vote off. I definitely want to have my vote back on there. Click it, back to 199. There are 18 comments in this. Let's click on it. These are all the comments. All the traders that are putting in their 2 cents on this. Beautiful. I would like to see that as well. And that ties into the last question if you can do it. We have status, quarterly, and monthly roadmaps. And then, of course, the change log. This is posted, as you can see, March 25th. This is what I just went through. Then that you can see. It's updated, folks. This team is working feverishly for these. Now, this morning when we had that little bit of an issue, that data issue that we were working with, when it was more priority than anything else, the whole team jumps on it. So that's going to put a little bit of a delay in the development side because that became a priority. We see other things that are priorities. It doesn't mean what was submitted longest is going to be first in line. So let's say something was submitted 20 days ago, and then and it was good, and it was upvoted, and it's a really cool feature, and it's going to take a month to do. But then something else was submitted 10 days ago. The traders really love it, and it's going to take 3 days to do. Which one do you think we're going to do first? That one. Launch it out there. More traders want it than the other one. It's a quick, or we call it an easy lift or light lift. It's not a heavy lift. Hey, let's put these aside for a second. Let's jump on there. Development team, bang these out. Get what the traders are looking for. It's a higher priority. And we'll go back into that one that's taking a little bit longer in time. Just like that issue this morning. Everybody jumped onto it. Put the development aside. Hang on a second. Fix this. And now we'll get back into it. That's how development works. So we want to do things that are the biggest bang for the buck and have the most interest. And we can roll them out pretty quickly and everybody is happy. Again, the platform is in pre-release. It's not a finished product. There's a lot of things that we're putting on here. Excuse me, you can see them in the roadmap. But for example, you have indicators. We would like to have our custom indicators in here. I know I would. We want to be able to, here's our minute chart. We have 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. What if I wanted 6? I may want to be able to add 6 minutes in there. Ticks is a very common one. 500, these are the options right now. Again, right now. We have to start somewhere. So, hey, these are the most common. Let's throw them in here. Traders wanted 533. Well, all 10 of you, the other X amount of 1,000 just are happy with 500. You want 533? It's coming. Submit it to the roadmap. Make sure it's on there. And then once we have the ability, if you're familiar with TradingView, at the very, very, very bottom down here, there's an option that you can just add things to the list. Yeah, that'll come in time. Sure. It is definitely not as important as a data lag in the morning. What else was in there that I want to address on this for it? The tilt. So we have the tilt down the bottom. I'm going to move it up here so we can see it. S&P, NASDAQ, crude oil, and gold. Yeah, we're going to have more instruments on there for sure. We'll put those on. But those are the most common to start with. The same thing for our symbols. What do we have available? Currently, these are available. And of course, we're going to add more symbols on there. It's not even a question. It's just where it's going to be. Those are the most popular. Someone comes in and says, well, you don't have, grains on there. Well, for the 5 people that trade grains, it's just going to have to wait a little bit longer. It will be there. Okay.
We had a follow-up question.
What else, JD?
Follow-up question, what you were just talking about down on the bottom where you have the tilt, your quotes, and trades. Can you show us real quick how you got that 3-column setup? And do you know off the top of your head what's the max number of columns you can have down there at the bottom?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Let's remove one. I don't have quotes on here anymore. I just deleted it. Okay. 2 options. Here's the quotes I already have on this side. It's already part of this panel because I added it. Let's remove it too. I no longer have quotes on my chart, and I want quotes. Any one of these components, that white plus symbol, any one of them, it does the same thing. So let's prove it. Let's go up to the DOM and click on plus. It pulls this components panel up here. Okay. Now I wanted quotes. So I'm going to, let's get this out of the way for a second. I'm going to grab quotes, which is right here. I'm going to click and hold. And when I drag it, it comes up with this navigation. See this? Is it going to be in the same area? To the right of that one, which means it's between them, to the far right, and take over that whole top to bottom column. Below it, we can pick and choose. So let's put it down the bottom. There I am. Dang it, I don't want it there. I want the quotes. I'm going to click and drag. I want it to be there. There's my 3-column setup. Actually, I don't want it there either. I want it part of this panel. I'm going to click on it and drag it right next to this panel. There. So it's very, very user-friendly. It's very customizable. These are module-based. We call them components, but they're all different modules. So you can have them the way you want them. Set up your platform the way you want it set up. And you can have multiple layouts. I called this one demo. It's now in draft mode because I made changes from what it was. Let's bring this down a little bit. Click on save. Now whenever I want to change to this layout, I just choose demo from the list. And let me give you a really cool example. I have one that I use for testing. It's just all DOM. So I named it DOM only. So I'm going to click on that. And I didn't see any lag or anything on that. Loaded perfectly fine. 6 different DOMs, 6 different products in real time. Bam, loaded right up. I want to go back to my demo layout. Demo. Bam, just like that. And I know this is 2 charts. That's the layout is 2 charts. And I just had it set up to only show one while I was doing it. If I wanted to save this as a 1 chart layout, let me load right here. 1 chart. There we go. There's 1 chart. It is on NQ. I don't want an NQ. This is purple link. This is purple link. There's no link over here. Add chart link. It now shows up. Settings. Purple. Guess what? MNQ15. All right. Someone's asking for font size. So let's go for font size. I've seen that a couple of times. Yeah, I saw it a couple of times. Let's jump into it. If you see the gear, you can set the font size right here. There's a gear on the DOM. I can click the gear, and these are the options associated with the DOM. Right here are the font size, and you can put padding whether you want it large or compact. So let's make this large. Save. My font is now large on the DOM. I'll leave it like that for a moment. This panel has a gear. These are my chart settings. This here on the right and the bottom are the scales. So I'm going to choose scales. Oh, I'm sorry. It's part of the canvas. There it is. Text size. It's a scale, and it's under the layout of the canvas, and it has a section called scales. There's your text size. Keep your eye on the right-hand side. 28. Wow. Okay. Is 14 is good? Yeah, 14. I like 14. Save it. So not all components have the ability yet, like the order panel right here doesn't have the gear. It'll come.
Right. Someone else is asking how you change the color styles of buttons on the dome and the order book. We don't allow traders to manipulate UX design or visibility of buttons. But if you have a recommendation for a better color button, please use that feedback option, and someone will definitely take your recommendation seriously.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Jay wants to know, on the multi-charts, can you go over how you control each chart independently? Another oldie but goodie. We've demonstrated this before. And while we're doing that, there's also been some questions about people having trouble saving their layouts. So maybe we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone there.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me address that one first because it's the simplest one. There are 2 layouts. The one at the top right here where I just have it labeled as 1 chart, that is the chart layout. So let's just take a quick little chart layout change, and I'm going to go here and let me change the let's pick something, the canvas color. There, I'm going from black to gray. So I'm not going to go black to gray. I'm going to go to dark purple here. Notice it's saying it's right here. Okay, I have to save that. It will autosave. I'm going to click OK, and this will autosave after time. I like to. There it goes. I didn't click on it. What was it? 3 to 5 seconds. Now it's purple the next time I bring that chart up. Okay, now let's do an independent chart. Oh, I'm sorry. The second thing is the layout up here. This is the entire platform layout, how you lay out the modules. So you want to make sure you're saving that. You'll see right next to it, it'll say draft if it's not saved. I personally like to, if I make a bunch of changes on it, like, hey, that looks cool, and I'll look up to see if it's saved or not. Just click on the save. It's like hitting flatten all at the end of the day. Just it's just more worth it to save it. Now let's add another chart, and let's do the individual charts. Let's do, just to start with, 2 of them. So what I want to do is I want to right here, click on it, 2 of them. Bang. Guess what? They're the same. I don't want the right one to look like this. I'm going to right click on the chart, go to my settings, and I want that back to where it was like this. And now I hit save. Another option, we have M and Q on the left, M and Q on the right. Well, why the heck are they the same? Because I have the link on them. I have a purple link. Notice over here I have a blue. What is my blue? My blue shows YM. I want this one to be YM. Blue. YM. There you go. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense, and you can do more of them. Put 4 of them if you want. Put 3 of them if you want. Up and down. Oh, that was 2. Where's 3? 3 up and down. Oh, looks like right there. There we go. Blue and blue. Nah, I want this one to be yellow because I want that to be ES. There. MNQ. Where's my... This copied over, so this needs to be blue. MNQ. I want this to be the Dow right here. This should be the Dow. That's the Dow. That's the Dow. This one is ES. It's yellow. Purple, blue, yellow. I want to add my yellow to my panel. I'm going to add a component. It is going to be the orders. Move it right up here next to it. Sorry, that was orders, not order entry. Order right next to it. There is no association. That is going to be yellow. Yellow. ES. ES. Making sure my chart is saved. Making sure my new layout is saved. That's how you do it.
Follow-up question. James wants to know, can you save 2 entirely different layouts with 2 entirely different charts and toggle back and forth? Yes, you absolutely can, and we can demonstrate that for you real quick.
Mm-hmm. Notice this is called one chart. It's only because that's what I saved it as. So let me put this back on one chart so nobody's thoroughly confused. Now we're looking at one chart. I have another one pre-saved from the drop-down list called Load Layout, called 4 charts. Bang, 4 charts. Here's my 4 charts. Okay, and they lined up correctly. Yellow's ES, blue is YM, blue is YM. I simply called it 4 charts. It's a 4 chart view, that's the name of it, but if I just look at one chart, sure, there we go. It's just how the view is looking at currently and how it's saved. I called it 4 charts. That's what I wanted to see. Now you could change like the 4 charts themselves. Let's take this, and I have options. Do I want the same symbol on them? Do I want the same interval? So I may want the same interval, but not the same symbol. So I can look at everything on a 30-minute chart, and there's 4 different instruments. My crosshairs, do I want them to sync? Yes, they will sync if they're the same instrument on the price level, but they'll sync the same in time. I have my crosshairs syncing. So if you look, left and right is time. They will sync left and right, but notice the one on the top right, there's my pricing. The pricing is not going to sync up and down because they're different price levels. This one will on the left-hand side. It's a YM 30-minute. Let's put this one on a YM 15-minute. They will sync up and down. Time, the same thing. It's going to sync the time left and right. So if I drag one left or right, the others will shift with it. Interval, that's when they all sync. If I go, hey, I want 60 minutes, they're all going to be on 60 minutes. So it's really going to depend on what you're looking for. You can customize it yourself and be sure that it is saved. If you want to make a different one, make a copy, call it whatever you want to call it, modify it, and then save it. And make sure you go up here and save your layout.
Hope you caught that one, guys. All right, DJ Trader wants to know where the email to ask a question is. Typically, we put a form in the chat for everybody to answer questions for group coaching, but this is not a typical group coaching session. We started this today to go over new functionality for the TopstepX trading platform. So that's what we're doing today. We are minding the chat. So if you do have a question, we have a few minutes left. Make sure you pop it in the chat, and we'll do our best to get to it in the next just couple of minutes. We're going to be ending here in about 3 or 4 minutes, so we got time for a couple more questions. Dylan B wants to know, how do you add the time under the price? The countdown marker, it's right in your chart settings where the menu Robert was just in a second ago. There's a button there that you hit to under the price scales to activate the countdown to bar close. Simple as that.
That one right there. I want to make sure I show it on the screen. So what I did was I right-clicked the chart, went to settings, It's under this scales option, and there's a price scale. Count down to bar close, and there it is, 7:06.
Boom.
Hold on a second. Somebody said, how can I split the first time it's not working? Okay, I have one chart up. There is a select layout. I'm going to choose 2 layouts. It works. It's right there. I don't get it. All right, so there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Okay, just so we all see it. Okay.
And Getty, you're correct. That does not work for tick charts because tick charts are not time based, so there won't be a countdown clock for the bar. As in,
Correct.
if you had a 5-minute bar, you would see a countdown of 5 minutes to the next bar. Not the same with tick charts because time
Correct.
is not.
And we are looking at 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Let's click on 500 tick chart. And there is no tick chart. No, there's no tick countdown right there. No timer.
Yep. How do we hide our P&L? That's another pretty simple one also.
Yeah, pretty simple one. Left-hand side on our favorite area called settings. Right here, I just shifted over. Right here it says other settings. You can see the balances up here. I'll check them off. Streamer mode, hide my balance. There's the balance on this. Click, save, your balance is hidden. And you can choose whatever you want. Download, loss limit, save. Upload, unrealized P&L right there. Realized P&L. You can change the font size, regular. Yeah, they're smaller, taking up less real estate. We keep it on large, so you can see it on TopstepTV. Okay.
Yep, all good. I just saw one. Jose wants to know if we can move the login button up to the top because it keeps getting lost. Throw that in the feedback section. Someone will take a look at that. If you have any questions about design, put them in that feedback. Go to the feedback option that Coach Robert just walked through and enter your request, and someone will take a look at it. Levy wants to know, you have it up on your screen right now, but how do you view your position history past orders on the platform? It's right there across the bottom of Coach Robert's screen. You can manipulate those columns to display pretty much anything you want.
Change them, move them. There's my ID. What if I don't really care about the ID because it doesn't matter to me? I'm just going to move it off to the side. My symbol, I definitely want. I want to see my size, entry, exit time, entry price. What if I want price first? I just drag it over. Just click, drag. And guess what else? Save. Gotta save it.
Save. Albertsky wants to know if there's a show order fill option in TopstepX. If you're looking for alerts for every time you place an order, that is also in your settings menu. You can turn those on and off as you see fit. Richard Harris says, Robert, how do I connect Neuralink to RIPS Brain and download? Throw that in the feedback menu also. We'll try and get RIPS involved. All right.
Something like that. There's one where they want to talk about keystrokes and shortcuts for users. There's not a lot in here as far as built-in like keystroke order, like what do they call it? Order entry hotkeys. That's the word I'm looking for, hotkeys. But you can use some functions. So for example, I'm going to take this. Let me make a big circle on my screen. I use my paintbrush tool. I'm going to make a big circle on my screen like that. Okay. I didn't want that circle. So a shortcut key for undo on this PC is Control-Z. It just undoes it. And that goes back and back and back, and that applies to everything. So I'm going to make one circle. I'll make an X. The X is 2 lines. So if I hit Control-Z, it's going to take off the third line. I mean, the second line, the first line, and then my 0. So you can use some keys like there. Some are different, and I hate to go through like on all of them, like cutting and pasting stuff. You can certainly do that as well. Browsers have different functionality in them based on what browser you use. One thing might mean another, but if someone is using a different type of keyboard or a Mac, or if let's say you're looking at it in a virtual machine, one keystroke might be a controller of getting into the virtual machine, whereas if you're in the virtual machine, it might mean something different. So I don't want to go into real specifics on there. Let me just address that. Most of them will work. You can go through the common ones, but hotkeys for like order entry and stuff are not available in this yet.
Dakota, I see your question. At the time, we cannot Control Z on some trades, but if you use that feedback menu, as we've mentioned, someone will take a look at that. Great question. All right, that's all the time we have for group coaching today. Thanks for Coach Robert for walking us through those new TopStep X updates. Each time we have TopStep X updates coming in, we'll probably do another one of these sessions. You can also check in that menu on your TopStep X platform to see the roadmap, what's coming out, suggestions coming in. Everything is available to you. We're trying to make it as easy as possible and as transparent as possible for everybody to know exactly what's going on with the TopStep X platform. With that, again, thanks, Coach Robert. Thank you for all your questions. Coming up next, we have Market Stalking with Dee. She's going to be joined by Eddie and Robert. You got 2 hours of Robert coming at you. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Cami Capital. Stick around. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
welcome back to Market Stalking with Deeyana and Coach Rob. And a good day to you, Deeyana. How are you?
I'm pretty well, Eddie. Thank you. How are you doing today?
Just sitting back here and watching the trades here. Really, some opportunity picking up here now in the NASDAQ and the S&P, but I'm sitting back, I'm driving, and we're going to see if you two have any opportunity to trade. Coach Robert, thank you very much for that tutorial. It helps so many, and I enjoyed watching it. I did learn a bunch of things, and I appreciate that. But Coach Robert, what are you looking at to trade today?
Well, I'm just going to stick with it. Well, hi, Eddie, and hello, Deeyana. Glad to be here with you guys again. It's always a pleasure. I'm just going to try to stick with the Dow. Did nothing today. You all know, we had a pretty crazy morning, really busy on the back end of things. Things have seemed to settle down. So if we get some movement going on here, we'll jump in, take some large scale trades. We're going to be going big on this. So we'll see what happens. And I think Deeyana's going to look at oil. That's right,
Robert,
gold, excuse me. Yeah.
Robert, going big. What is going big when you say going big?
Yeah, I want to know too.
Well, it's 150K combine. I just started. The first time I traded it was yesterday or day before, and so you can max out on 15 contracts. I will not be doing 15 off the bat. I am not one of those type of traders, but I will go up to 15 and see what we can pull out of it. Right.
All right, cool.
So you're not pulled. You're working up to the full pull.
He's going to scale. He's going to scale like a
I'm
fish.
just more risk averse. Exactly. I'm not going to throw my entire boatload to the way. Hey, my car can do 120 miles an hour, but I only do 70 at a time. Right.
Why? If it does 120, do 120, man. Come on. Drive like you stole it, okay? Drive like you stole it. Deeyana, you had some trades this morning, and real quick here, we got some buyers coming back here in the S&Ps looking at the 58.87. Buyers back in the NASDAQ, 18,552. And, back on the sellers. Sellers have taken control here in the crude. Crude right now, 81.66. But you had some trades earlier this morning. You want to share those?
Yes. Yeah. So I did a London trade on gold, which was effectively a sustained auction all the way up to the average daily range. It was a pretty strong move for London, so that sort of put gold on the map for the day for me, even though I took a break after this trade. And then I came back to miss all of this. So I missed everything. I had some errands to run, and then I got stuck in London traffic, which is always so brilliant. She said, ironically. So the trade that I took in gold on my live stream was a value acceptance trade as a continuation, because we filled the gap all the way down. And then I was looking at a tiny little supply on a 5-minute chart to take another short. And it nearly got to my target. I started experiencing some technical issues, so I couldn't really flatten the trade, but never mind. But my combine did very well, and I managed to get out of that. So it was a pretty decent day. So I don't think I'm going to be doing any more trading actually now. Like I said, I'm dealing with some technical issues in one of the platforms, so I've got to sort that out. But yeah, so that's probably it for the day for me. But looking at this Dow trade that you mentioned, Rob, it's actually a very interesting trade because we have a P-shaped day, which means some kind of short covering by the institutions. And the area that we're located in right now is both the session VWAP, value high rejection after the market went through the value area, and now we're actually testing the initial balance high. Whenever we test the initial balance high on a P-shaped day, that can actually be a pretty good trade for a continued long. I don't like going against P-shaped days because that never ends well, because it's the institutions getting rid of positions, right? You really don't want to be against those kind of moves. So yeah, if you get a pretty decent rejection, this is a very nice area for a long intraday.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I plotted the overnight high on there. I do have a long target above. If we get out and up and out of these things, I'm not going towards that area, so to speak. But if we get out of this overnight high, we did break through it one time there and it just popped up for liquidity and came back down again. See, I just saw my chart over there. Yeah, it's right in this area. I'm just gonna say this area, but the area is 39822. The overnight high is a little less than that, but I would like to see it come up and out of that area, show that it's going to stay out of the area a little bit more, and then I will go toward my long target, which I have above, and the target is between in the Dow, so it's 39854 to call it 874. So that's just a target area. It's a target zone, so it's not going to be like specific. If it pushes hard, I'll give a little more room, but if it slows down, I'll just pull it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I look at targets as well. I will have a loose sort of area that's like between sort of 50 and 80 ticks, and then you see how the price behaves, and then you make up your mind what to do around there.
Robert, let me ask you, what's your VWAP on the Dow? What do you got the VWAP at there right now?
I don't even have VWAP on my chart.
I do. I have a session VWAP on right now, which is 39768, which is kind of where we are right now. That's the session VWAP. If you want overnight VWAP, just give me a minute.
I have 758. So we're basically in the ballpark here.
Yeah, it's going to be similar. Yeah, so the overnight is slightly lower, 765.
Okay. See if we can keep that, keep the market above that. Looks like it might be a nice line of support. If you were watching NASDAQ and S&P earlier, we established a new low here in the S&P 5283. We did see a new low here in NASDAQ 18529. But as it tagged that bottom, it took a huge bounce. It didn't stick around there for any time. And then we saw the buyers coming in. That was a quick turnaround. I've got my 15-minute candlesticks, but that's what I saw in those markets. But D, you're going to be looking, well, actually, if you are going to be trading, you mentioned gold.
Yeah. So gold is still on this rundown. We did hit some demands around 2172. Just slightly above that. That was a London demand that was actually created in the Asia session. I don't really put too much stock in the overnight areas that were created, but obviously we had a pretty strong move out of there. So we have to at least look at it and see whether there's any trades there. But if I was going to do anything at this time, it would have been another short exactly where I went short on the stream that I had. So somewhere around 2177.7. And now we're seeing another little sell-off. Gold has been moving post-settlement recently, like it used to before COVID. So I am seeing some normalization in gold that we haven't seen in a while now. So very happy to see that the range has climbed over the 200 tick mark. That's always a very nice range to work with, because it means that even if you're late in the trade, you still have like plenty of space for another trade opportunity to work out. So that's always good to see. For a while there, we were stuck in a range of about 115 ticks, 120 ticks, which is pretty low for these sort of markets. So yeah, it's good that it's moving. But yeah, at this time of day, I probably wouldn't expect 200 tick moves. So maybe like a scalp here and there, because it is post-settlement, so everything kind of dies down. Although there's, the volume is still sort of kicking. It's not completely dead. But yeah, right. So I might choose gold if I see like a scalp opportunity. Maybe if we get down to this demand area at 2175, and then maybe even lower than that, just to kind of catch it, or maybe like a range play.
Okay. Are you looking to catch it as a sale or a buy?
So if we get to 2173 and lower, I would like to catch it as a buy. If we climb back up at sort of this area of 2177 half, then that would be a sell. But again, probably just a scalp. I'm not saying that we're going to get there because it is post-settlement. So, let's just wait and see what happens. But gold is probably something that piques my interest today more than crude oil.
James, I got my charts up. If you could put it up, I got a question here for D. Now, earlier, if you can, there's my chart here. We saw this. We saw this.
Yeah.
And this was coming over early this morning, obviously before the open.
That's the one that I was in on.
Tsunami wave. Just gonna engulf everything. And it came back down this way. Now, my question is this area right here. This would be something that I'm not really too interested in. Let's see if we can get this.
What's
out.
that area, Eddie?
So let me just show you something very intriguing here. So I have the average daily range high, which is calculated at market at the daily start of the daily candle, right? So it's nothing to do with repainting or doing weird stuff. No, it's just there as a level, as an average range that we might fill. So the funny thing is that it was at 2196.4, and we did overshoot by about 40 ticks. So it came there, it created a reversal pattern after it exhausted the average daily range high, and then it went straight down from there. And then what I found interesting is that we had a gap fill, which I wasn't there for. It was a pretty obvious gap fill down to value area high. So if I was at my desk, that was another trade that I would have been looking at. But then the next one, you were talking about, not being interested in anything here. Well, if I show you my average session range low area, so I'm just going to clean up the chart so you can see the yellow little dotted lines. This is where it was. It was at 2173.4. It's the average session range low. So that takes in just the session ranges of the previous 10 days and then plots them on the chart as potential areas of reversal. Now that one overshot by about 12 ticks, and then we pulled back from there by 62 ticks. So when you say, I'm not interested, I was very interested in that area. Unfortunately, around about that time, I started having platform issues, so I wasn't able to pull it off on time. But that was an area of a high probability reversal for me. So that was definitely something I was looking at. It's very interesting how these average ranges are so awesome for, people say don't catch tops and bottoms, but that's exactly what I do. It's like, but it's not like, oh yeah,
well, if you can do it
this way. Yeah, so it is a measured move of sorts where you expect the market to exhaust the movement at that point. And that's a much better way to catch that reversal than, I'm just going to wing it and let's just see how far it gets. And then we're going to try and short it. If it kind of slows down, then we're going to catch it. No, you have an actual level that you're looking for. And then all you're looking for is for the market either to start selling off or to catch a bid. That's pretty straightforward. But obviously, Dolby was saying something the other day about not trading at the levels that we have on the chart. I think that's a very big problem with traders because they have all these lines and stuff, but they never actually follow them. So they get slaughtered in the middle, and then the market finally gets to their level, but they're already over their daily loss limit, or they've lost so much cash and mental capital, and they've thrown out their laptop. and the day is done.
That's part of being patient and disciplined.
Yeah.
Waiting for the market to come to your levels. And one of the things that I used to tell my traders when I was coaching is have your levels set and have a decision, have an action when you get there. Don't have a question where you're like, okay, is this where I need to be? This way you're not going to be slight on the trigger. You've got your game plan out.
Yeah, know where you want to be a buyer and know where you want to start becoming a seller. That's like, if you get that clear in your head and you just go, I'm going to be a seller up until this area, then I'm going to see if there's a cause for a buy because we fell so much. And there's also like a timing thing when the market has an extended move. At some point, that trend has to come to an exhaustion, and it usually pings back a little bit. It doesn't mean that it's going to ping back all the way because we had a V-shaped reversal, which was ridiculous. But at the same time, very much within the average daily range and the average session ranges. So nothing unusual. If you know where to look, that move would have been pretty obvious, and the sell-off from there. So that's my take on it. I think it was actually a pretty normal day for the way my methodology works. But I can appreciate that it's pretty scary when these things are happening. I mean, look at this thing. So you just whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
I can feel that. I can feel that breeze. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, ah.
Well, see, I mean,
like
we're two different traders, and this is what we look
absolutely.
for. I look for an action right away. If I do see an opportunity, I'll jump on it right away. But some of the traders, as Deeyana, she has certain levels where, once that level's hit, then it's like game on. So I mean, we're all different here. And Robert,
Like think
what's your
about
take?
like
What's your
being a robot. If you were writing a code and you go, well, I don't like. How would you write a piece of code? How would you say to the computer, I don't want to get involved here. I want the market to hit this price before I start looking for my trade opportunity in the direction that I think should happen at that level. So if you start thinking of like a machine, things become a lot clearer, right? So effectively, you're just going, I will not trade until that level gets hit. I will not trade until that level gets hit. And then it gets there, and you're like, right, now we look for an opportunity. Anything before then, you're just going to get cut up. Unless you're very good at scalping. Like I know Eddie, he's extremely good at reading the ladder and getting, that feel for the movement. I'm okay at it. But if I had to rely just on that, I would probably suck. And I wouldn't
So
want
what
to
you're
be a
saying,
trader.
yeah, Deanna. So to summarize all that, what you're saying is have a plan and follow it. Would that summarize pretty
Absolutely,
much?
yeah.
And then
But
also
be a
be
robot.
be
Not be
able
a
to
robot.
change it if yeah, yeah, exactly. And then hey, if it goes to this level, I'm not entering my trade. Great, I'm in my trade, and it's around here. Ooh, it's not what I wanted to. Let me get out, and now I'm going to flip my bias because my market structure changed. And it's like, well, I was thinking it was
Exactly.
short. Okay, it really wasn't, or maybe you got a little bit out of it, and it's not looking right. Maybe you stopped, maybe you took a profit before before it got there because you saw something change because you've been short, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden market sentiment changes, and now you go, all right, well, now I'm in a long bias, but I'm not touching it until it gets to this level, and then you
This
follow your
level,
plan, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's 100% correct. I mean,
Yep.
we know it, and they just follow the levels. Like obviously, we all assume that we have the statistically tested levels, at least partially, just like visually
Mhm.
sitting there, turning up every day and going, yeah, okay, so does this work? Like, does VWAP work in NASDAQ? And how often does VWAP cause a reversal? Go back, have a look. It's really easy, you don't even have to be in active trades. It's just literally a visual scan. It's good enough to get you started. Like if you are somebody who's still relatively new and you can't quite you're not profitable, you want to be profitable, you don't know what's going on, that's where to start. Find a level, see how often there are reactions from it, and what sort of reactions, and try to come up with situational awareness around that particular level. It's all it is.
right?
Just probabilities.
Don't be a deer in headlights.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us do tend to forget and find ourselves in that position where, oh my God, the market's here. What do I need to do? But it's like driving on a highway. Of course you're looking at the car in front of you, but you're always looking like 100 yards, 200 yards above, ahead to see if the brake lights are coming on. Oh, we're going to have a stop up front. Have yourself prepared before you get to that position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Robert, how you doing over there,
Exactly right.
partner?
I might, I'm getting tired of looking, jumping into these sessions. I don't get many of them, and when I'm here, markets don't do anything. So, yeah, we just have to sit and wait. Sometimes that's part of the game,
Yeah.
I did update something on my chart just so everybody knows what they're looking at. I put the volume profile for the entire day, so starting at 5 p.m. Central all the way to the current candle, and then I also put a second one on the chart starting at the U.S. Open all the way to the current candle. And there is a slight difference. There's not much, 781 to 786. It's not much of a difference at all. They're pretty much close enough. What I look for there is to see if all of the information from overnight, those same levels that were heavily traded, hold true for the US, or if they're below it or above it, or if they're very, very close together, and how that happens, and how much further apart they are. Because that may tell me something, say, well, the overnights, they're kind of holding on to that area. That's where most activity was, may want to come down to there or up depending on which side it's on. Right now, they're right next to each other. It's trading around POC. I have two pretty much hard, fast rules. One is never, ever, ever, never, ever trade the first 30 minutes of the US Open. My rule for myself, doesn't matter what anyone else does. And second rule is don't trade when it's bouncing around the POC. And yeah, and that's happening right now.
Control,
So
right.
it's
now,
a
Robert,
point
why
of control.
do you
Correct.
wait that 30 minutes? What have you found out that it's better for you to not trade that first 30? Because I obviously I'm a scalper here, and you're going to find most of the time a decent move if you catch the wave the right way. But what has held you back from trading that open?
Yeah, good question, Eddie. And it's again, it's specific personal preference of mine. And let me clarify, I did not do that. I was trading the U.S. Open when I first got to futures because I was trading opening range breakouts. So that was kind of my baby. And I was also trading beyond there when it was too fast, trading the fades from the overnight close to the open today and trying to get that fade. It just didn't work out for what I was doing, for the style, for my mentality. NQ, it's a beast. You throw a couple contracts on there and you are wrong. You get filled 2-3 points away. You're already down a couple $100. And it goes 3 points against you. You're down $500. You're done for the day. So for me personally, I found that it just didn't fit what I was doing. And I was losing literally like 80% of the time when I was trading the US Open. As soon as I shifted to not doing that, I had a much better probability, much better success rate. So that's a decision I made.
So I have a similar rule. So I actually don't trade for the whole hour before, and even sometimes before the initial balance gets extended, before the first hour of trading actually gets extended. I find that when that first hour gets the extension, everything becomes a little bit easier and more fluid. Until then, it's still just market makers, which is scalpers' paradise. I mean, I can see why scalpers like Eddie would love that sort of price action. But I'm looking for slightly bigger moves, and for me to be involved in chop and noise without clear direction, it's not really a good thing for what I'm trying to achieve. So therefore, by waiting for those larger reversal points, you can get the moves like we had on gold, right? You can get these big areas of like what this drop was 273 ticks. Okay, that's the drop from the average daily range high. So obviously, I don't want to get involved in the noise and get caught up, and then to get my opportunity at the time of day when I want it, and then to just go, oh well, okay, never mind.
Can
So you mean
we
the
get
market
a poll?
doesn't do what you want to do when you want it to happen, right, D?
It never does.
Exactly.
It never does.
Yeah.
Let's get a poll up here. For those that do trade that first half hour, do you trade the first half an hour of the opening? Yes or no? I want to see if we can get that up here in the chat.
It's a very good poll, because one thing that I can tell you is that whoever comes to me for coaching, when we look at their stats, most of their losses are within the first half hour. Usually within the first 5 minutes, they just get absolutely smashed up. They're like, oh, yeah. And then we go back through their trading, and we realize they actually do much better after that first hour, sometimes after the first 30 minutes. It depends what sort of product we're talking. Equities generally find the direction after the 30 minutes, which is why I can see why Robert likes to trade after that. For some of my markets, it's more like an hour, and then we get the proper direction or reversal. So as soon as we look at that, it's like, that's pretty really revealing that most people lose a lot of money.
You get the true
in
movement.
the first 30 minutes. Yeah, exactly.
The orders are
See, I mean, that was
too.
like on the trading floor. On the trading,
yeah,
on the trading
Go ahead,
floor.
Eddie.
The opening would be totally chaotic, and it would take about a half an hour until you got everything straightened. But I understand what you're saying is there is a lot of noise. We mentioned that before. Like they say, let the dust settle, and you'll be able to see the road much clearer. And that's exactly what traders do need if they're not seeing success when they're trading the open. And right now we've got 200 and some votes here. And it looks like, it seems like almost double the traders do trade on that half an hour opening.
So why don't we do a poll, another poll? How well are you profitable trading the first half hour?
I was just going to get to that to see if you are. That might be the fix. If you're digging a hole right away, first couple trades of the day, I mean, the mindset is sort of out of focus. Now you might be looking for revenge trading. You might get a little bit more reckless. And this is probably what throws a lot of us off. So if we could close this one, we've got 62% yes, 38 no. Can we put another poll in there, Deeyana's poll?
And I agree with that, Deeyana, because it's do you trade it and there's a higher percentage. Are you profitable when you trade it? Be honest. Whoever's doing this poll next, be honest, because the majority of traders are losing. You listen to professional traders all over the place here. Majority of traders are losing at the start. So why do most traders want to trade the start? I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, if statistically looking at it, hey, I'm getting destroyed, and maybe it's just me, but apparently we're looking at statistically traders are losing. You can increase your probability of winning.
There you go.
Or probability of not losing by not doing certain things. I don't understand the reasoning behind it sometimes, but it is what it is.
I think it's mainly excitement. Yep, I can see it.
It is. I agree with you completely. Yeah. Excitement, markets opening. It's like if you went to the horse races and sat out the first 3 races. Yeah. Like, it's like, I got to get in. I got to place a bet. I'm not here for the food. Well, maybe I am, but
I would be there for the food too, Eddie. I'll be right there with you.
The food is probably pretty good. But you're there for it's like when I went to Vegas with the team. I couldn't wait to jump on a machine to play the slots. It was like, all right, I got to do this. It's this priority, blah blah. And and it was, I'm here in Vegas. What do you do in Vegas? Well, you eat well and you gamble. All right.
Yeah.
And that was another thing too. It's like, is it the right time to put a trade in? And we're going to find this out. And let's see here. We've got 222 votes, and it's almost a 50-50. Deeyana, are you profitable within the first half hour of the open? 55 no, 45 yes. So
I would challenge those numbers. I would challenge those numbers.
As far as how would you challenge it? What would you say?
Challenging if you open the first half. I would challenge those numbers. I would love to see some statistics on that. Take all the trades and say, I want every trade that happened in the first 30 minutes. And of those, were they successful? I would love to see that as a stat.
Yeah, somebody's saying, ask Mick.
Maybe we can sort of look into that. I mean, that might be something that a lot of us don't realize. Oh man, I dug a hole so early in the day. Michael says, they're looking for the quick hit right away. Of course, the market opens, and like Deeyana said, we get excited. My hands on the mouse. The markets are moving. I want to be a part of it, and then we get the fear of missing out.
Riled up, don't they? They're like, oh my god, But most of the times I will miss that first move. I would just let it go, and then if there is a follow through properly, there's like the trade location matters a little bit less in a proper sustained auction or in a proper reversal. Like if you see here on my charts, like wherever you got involved in the reversal, you would have been fine. It just doesn't really matter. It was just going down, down, down. So maybe you got a little bit cut up here, but again, this is the initial balance, so a little bit spiky, and then it carries on, right? So I don't know. It's I in my experience, I would go with Rob. Like somebody said, Rob says you're lying.
No, I am not challenging and saying anybody's lying. It's I just
somebody put
statistically speaking. Right. I'll throw myself under the bus on this and say when I added my own strategy to trade the NQ for a few years back, and I was losing a lot. I'm like, I'm not doing that great. What can I do? And plotted out all my trades. And one thing that stood out to me like a slap me right in the face was that when I was taking trades based on what I was doing that were more than 20 points, I was losing 80% of them. So the first thing I did was no longer trade over 20 points. It was just a simple cut it off. Doesn't mean I'm going to win more. It's just going to increase my probability of not losing as much. So I don't trade over 20 points when I'm trading NQ. It's a calculated move. If it's over 20, I skip it. Again, that's just me. So in working with thousands and thousands of traders and coaching and individual coaching and my external stuff that I do, I would beg to differ that traders, the majority, are successful in the first 30 minutes. Can you be? Absolutely. Sure, there are I did it myself. It's okay. It's not a judgment thing. I'm just saying, let's lay it on the line.
I have about 3 setups where I can justify going in right at the open or within the first 15 minutes, and those are like very, very specific levels that are statistically tested. for that kind of a move. Like typically, if we're opening somewhere near the value area but slightly outside of it, there's a pretty strong chance that the market just bounces away from it. So when you see a price action in that direction, obviously you can take that trade. But again, you still need some kind of price action in the first 15 minutes. I always remember when we had the Topstep radio back in the day, and Eddie used to say, "Oh, crude oil, is opening. Watch out for that head fake." That was always something you said. And then I started watching it, because I used to get caught up at the beginning of NYMEX back then, because I was like, oh, I can see supply and demand. The NYMEX open starts and it just totally random. And then I started noticing, I was like, actually, head fake, he's right. Like 7 times out of 10, the first candle will be a fake out. So I was like, interesting. And it just stayed with me over the years not to go immediately with the direction that especially crude oil gives. It's notoriously unreliable in the first sort of 30 minutes to up to an hour, to the point that if I see something like the value acceptance, which is a special situation trade that should have a pretty high accuracy, on crude oil, it's actually not a very high probability trade when it happens during the initial balance. So you still have to wait for it to finish doing whatever it's doing, and then if there's still cause for the value acceptance setup, you can then action that, but not before the initial balance madness is over. So that's just my take on it. So I'm totally there with Robert.
So I'm the odd man out. I'm the odd man out.
Right.
One thing though is we see this constantly and consistently with when the Feds speak, when we've got a good economic number, an important number, how we do see that all of a sudden the market it'll run north, and then it'll pull back. You'll see that wick, and then you're going to see the true move where the market really should have been. And one of the things that really sort of put me on the sidelines was the EIA number. When I used to trade crude, it's like, oh, they're looking for a draw. Okay. Oh, they're looking for a build. Oh, okay. And then all of a sudden that number would come out and it would be exactly the opposite. The move would be, if there was a draw, we'd see the move run the wrong way. And it got to the point where it's like, you know what? Like we used to say, wait a minute until the number, comes out.
Yeah.
And then you could trade.
Exactly.
We don't have that rule anymore. But it's a good rule.
I used to like that rule. Yeah, I used to like that rule, and I still follow it to this day. I don't trade into the inventories, and I don't trade for at least 4 minutes after, because there's just no point. It's like, you're just going to get caught up in the whipsaw, the storm in a teacup, like I like to say. And and then the real trade comes, and you're out of funds. You're like,
you're chasing the market like a moron. And I mean, I've caught myself doing that. Oh goodness, wrong way. Okay, let's correct it.
Then you get really angry, and then you're like, "You bastard! Now I'm gonna get you." And of course, then it gets you, and then we're all very angry. And somebody asks you how you're doing. Leave me alone.
There you go. You've taken yourself out of the equation. You've taken yourself out of the trade. You've taken yourself mindset out of the game. And now it's so early in the morning. You've got that whole day ahead of you, and you're not thinking correctly. You're off. You're veering off track.
Yeah, that's always my slight problem because I do trade London, not every single day, but DAX has been pretty liquid recently, so I have been trading it. And every time I'm doing a London trade, I'm like, oh God, if this doesn't work, like I'm just going to ruin the rest of my day. Because obviously I get up early. I get up around 7:30 usually, and then sometimes that if the trade doesn't work out, I'm like, oh God, am I going to be on tilt? And usually I used to like going to the gym and just getting all of that extra emotion. Never mind if it's a winning trade, losing trade, it would just be like 2.5 hours of just me lifting some heavy stuff. And then I'll be ready for the next session. And I think that's one of the best ways to deal with negative emotions. If you can exercise, just try and get it out. John always says, get rid of the venom. And the best way to get rid of the venom is to just go lift some heavy stuff.
you have to think that way. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to. The thing is, it's so hard to clear your mind once you've sort of hit that wall right away.
Yeah.
And you've
Very
sort of
hard.
got to, as a professional, tell yourself, all right, you know what, let's close it down, double check. I've got no positions on. Take a walk around the block, go walk the dogs, start dinner, do something, go to the gym. The thing is, and I'm always saying here, we're here to be traders. We're not here to fight the market. Of course, it's a battle throughout the day, but you'll know when your day is a good trade day. But when you're fighting it, you're seeing that the P&L go negative even deeper, the hole's getting bigger and bigger. You've got to. This all comes full circle with management. You've got to manage your account, obviously. All right, you've got to manage yourself, obviously. These two things very important, and you're going to catch yourself. And I'm really glad that we sort of came into this topic about trading right away, because that's something that some of us don't realize could be the problem.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
Eddie, it's a comment there. It's also about being dynamic, right? In the instrument you're trading, and the size account you have, and the risk that you have left. If you're on a small account, let's say 50K combine, and you're behind the 8 ball a bit, you're getting close to your daily loss limit, be dynamic. Maybe don't trade NQ when it's flying around. Just make that adjustment, right? That's all we're trying to do here. If you have a larger account and you are able to trade those high volatile areas and scale in and scale out, and it's working for you, congratulations, all the power to you. And I'm not saying it's right nor wrong, just the statistically looking at it and then personally looking at it. So statistically, this is what happens over time, over certain numbers. Great. I don't want to be that bad number to start with. I might go that way in the future because I like the excitement. I like the way that things are moving. I want that feeling. Got it. Understood. But let me figure something out that's going to work potentially in that environment and adapt accordingly. This is all we're saying here. Just trying to share our own personal experiences as to how this worked. There are lots of variables. There are lots of other opportunities. And we had the news. Remember in Topstep, we didn't allow you to trade through the news, right? 1 minute before, 1 minute after. That was a rule before we switched over to one step one rule. Don't trade around it. We had your best interest in mind. Why? Traders were losing a lot. The news is volatile. Slippage is unbelievable. The moment we took that rule away and said, fine, you want to trade around it, do for it. Everybody blew their accounts out. That's got to tell you something.
Gamble. It's a gamble.
So now we specify news is coming up, TopstepTV, 9 o'clock. Hang on. We're going to recommend being flat. Do what you want. We're going to recommend it. Based on past history and stats, you're probably going to have a problem with it. So you can listen or not. Totally everybody's decision, everybody's prerogative. No problem. But X amount of people go in, oh, wow, that slippage is horrible. Blew my account. Like, we told you. It's like,
don't trade.
It's hard to understand. Right. It's hard to understand that. It's like, if you look at something like, man, every car that goes over 200 miles an hour on the highway, there's like 80% of them crash. I'm not going over 200. I want to have that statistic on my side. That's all we're saying here, folks.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody has a question. Do you ever follow Tom Hugard for Trading the DAX? I mean, I've read his book and I know of him, and I've watched a lot of videos where Tom was trading live, and actually one of the companies that I kind of collaborated with, it's Trade Day, where everybody knows them. Steve Ward, who is with Trade Day, he's their psychologist. He actually works with Tom Hugard quite closely. So Tom is quite a character. He's he's like such an amazing guy, and he never, he has losing days, he has winning days, and overall he's profitable. But the way he trades is not necessarily how I would trade, because he is more of a scalper, and some of his strategies heavily rely on sometimes on momentum, where he just keeps it going and going, and it doesn't really happen that way in my markets. So DAX, I also find that it can go on runs, but I wouldn't necessarily follow Tom for like a trade idea. I might pop in if he's live or something. I'm not sure he's been live recently, but I wouldn't go, oh, what's Tom saying? And should I just include his levels? So I don't follow him in that way, but I have immense respect for Tom Hugard.
I got to check that out. I have not checked that out.
He's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just change your style, right? You can not change, you can match your style.
Yeah.
You know, you can look at really good traders, and one buys and holds. One's short only. One is nothing but a bull all the time. One is a scalper in and out. One uses certain, and one of those is going to resonate with you. And if it works for you and it hits your personality and your character, and it goes, wow, I really like this. You start having success with it. By all means, go that route. Absolutely. So, and I agree with you, Deeyana. I think Tom is really good. I find it hard to trade his way just from my brain works. That's got nothing to mean that he's good or bad. Right? I love the way he does things. I'm right with you. I just can't do it.
Yeah, same. I mean, we're all different people, so this is why you can see that so many of us here, we're all different traders. We all have slightly different styles. Like even Hoagland and me, we are both using TPOs. John is my mentor and I've learned a lot from him, but we don't trade the same way. It's not like, oh yeah, but John knows me very well and he does know a trade that I might take. So that's and it always surprises me. He's like, oh, I bet Dee had a great day, and I'm like, oh, no pressure. Oh, God.
Yeah, once you get to know someone like that, you can kind of pick it out. It's like, hey, this looks really good. I'm not going to do this. I've seen that before. Coach Dakota is amazing for those overnight trades. And I would go like I'm up a little bit later, and I go, oh, look at that over there. I wonder if Dakota went short. I'll come up the next morning, and there'll be a post like, yeah, I went short from this number at this time. I'm like, I knew it.
Yes, I did a trade last week, which was very quick, and it was timed pretty well. It was a gold trade, and it was after hours, effectively, because I was stalking it all day, and it just wasn't popping, man. Just wasn't doing it. And I thought to myself, this is going to be one of those days where they, close for the day, and then the markets reopen, and they're just going to go for it. Because that happens in gold sometimes, because Asia, China in particular, they like to buy gold. And I had a level, I had all of it, like just, planned out. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to try it. So I got in, and literally within like 10 minutes, it just whoosh, it went, and it hit my target, and then it pulled back quite a bit. So I was like, whoa. Okay. And that was my first sign to start looking at gold more, because it was like, oh yeah, it's come back, right? So we've had lack of liquidity, we've had like lackluster movement for a long time now, like a couple of months. But as soon as I saw that, I knew there's going to be some volume in the coming days. And sure enough, here we are, over 200 ticks for the session. That's a really good range. And yeah, I've been pretty happy with gold, much more than crude oil, which is still stuck in 100 tick range. So it's like, whoopee.
Right. It has been. Crude has been doing it. But that's another thing, too. The market's forever changing, and we're always talking about adapt, adapt.
Yeah.
And, when I was first trading gold, that was completely new to me. Not completely new, but I was really never trading gold. And I just sort of figure out the characteristics of how it reacted. And we're doing that with Dow now. We're finding out that some of these markets are giving us bigger opportunity, more opportunity, not to say more volume, but, we're looking for movement. We're looking for range, big ranges, so we can trade. And markets turn themselves over.
All right, so I'm going to do a practice account, a little short trade on gold, because it is in that range. It's hit that supply that I was looking at earlier, and it's going to turn around. So yes, it's after hours, but let's do a practice trade. So I'm just going to grab my. Here's my.
So you're going to go
with combines. So that's.
You're going to go long here, right?
I'm actually going to go short here, because we're at the top of the little range, and we're hitting a supply. And that's usually a sign to go short.
All right.
Let's do that. Not much risk, just $180, one lot. So yeah, that's like a little scalp from the supply. So I'm going to put that on my chart. So it's 78 even.
So you're short, it's 21.78.
Even.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get some sellers in here for Deeyana.
I hope so.
Trade.
It's
feasible.
not
Now,
going to be
looking at
wild.
the
It's quiet. So it's going to be like,
well, just looking across the tilt across the board here, it's pretty much on the fence. And what I mean by that is very close to
yeah.
50-50.
It
52%
usually
short,
means
48% long.
it usually means change of direction.
When it's 50-50, yeah. Well, it's been like that for, I've been watching it here. It hasn't
Oh,
really
it's been
changed too
stayed
much,
like that
but
for hours, is it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Usually, if we're in
Change the
the
direction
active
about which direction
market,
and how soon.
yeah. So whenever I'm looking at the markets and I see tilt at 50-50 after a good directional move, there's a pretty good chance that it's going to reverse. That's something I've noticed recently. So yeah, I have been keeping an eye on it. So I don't know whether it's going to be useful or not, but it's maybe something to have a look at. It's just like an oddity of top step tilt where a good directional movement happens, and then we get a little bit of pause, and I look at the tilt. If it's at 50-50, it's almost guaranteed it's going to go back the other way. You're going to get some sort of a pullback because it's like that amount of people looking at price action using all different strategies, everything. So all of them can't be that wrong because everybody here has got a decent level of skill. Doesn't matter whether you're profitable or not. You're trying, right? You're trying to figure out what's going on with the markets. So this is what TopStep Tills does for us. It gives you, it aggregates all of that knowledge into a very nice little indicator.
right. We do have you're right here, Bob R. Gold right now, 73% long, 27% short.
Oh.
Yeah, it's.
So am I doing a Michael Patak here? Going with the
but you're in the right position here. I mean, we're
yeah. I mean,
gold
it's
right
a
now.
nice little area. Yeah. It is where we stopped. So this is where the value acceptance kind of happened, and then we hit up against it twice, slightly going higher on the last run. But generally, this whole supply area from, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, so from 2178.8 all the way up to 2180.3, that is the area that was reactive. So that's where the range is now established, which is why I'm doing this little scalp.
I'll take it here a little bit lower here. Keep an eye on that. But yeah, that's the only one that's really a bit skewed. I'm sorry?
It's Dolby style trade. You find a little range, and then you trade that.
You need a team of cheerleaders to move the market. So
yeah,
grab your pom-poms and your megaphones and start cheering. But one thing, I was going to mention Dolby Time. He did show his trades for the day, and there were a sufficient number of trades, but they were all base hits, and they were adding up nicely, and that's how I trade. I look for whatever the market's going to give me, whether it be a $50 winner or a $500 winner, which I don't really see too much. I never really see those big winning trades with my style, which is fine with me.
Yeah, I think it's to do with time. I think it's to do with time because you stay in for a short period. You're looking for that almost like a instant move in one direction, then you're done. So obviously that's going to have its limitations, and it's typical scalping thing. So you would need size just to get there, right? Because you won't be able to do that on a 1 lot or 2 lots if you're looking for bigger monetary values, so to speak.
Right.
So this is why scalpers trade with size, and then they get a few ticks here, a few ticks there, and they do very well at it. But I can't trade like that. I would rather do like 1 lot and then capture 60 to 80 ticks, and then I'm happy.
That's it. You nailed it, Deeyana. Whatever makes, well, here's the thing. The thing is, you got to do it for the account. Sure, we want to be happy as traders. We want to be successful. We want to know that we're doing right. But sometimes we have to think of it as us being the CEO for our company. And I stress that point too, that the account is your business. Whatever's good for the account, whether you got to call it a day, oh no, I want to keep trading. Is it good for your account? Are you seeing things correctly? And those are decisions that you have to make. It's going to keep you trading
we
for
did a
tomorrow.
fun, absolutely, we did a fun little sort of a sarcastic email for the Easter sale that we're doing on the method. And we went down the route of let's ruin the fun. And you're going to be very bored, and you're not going to have any excitement if you sign up for this method. It's like a very fun thing to write. Because hold on, let me just drag it up. It's like, we know you've been absolutely
forcing
loving
everyone-
the non-stop excitement of your trading life. You wake up, coffee in one hand, wild-eyed as you look for that adrenaline kick from the markets, just like a true Easter bunny hopping in search of hidden treasures.
As
And
long as
before you
that
know it,
adrenaline
you're
kick
down
doesn't catch your
$1,000.
crotch.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And before you know it, here we go. You're down 1,000 on the day, and then you spend the next 7 hours trying to dig yourself out of a hole. What a ride! Woohoo!
Woohoo!
So it's like, but guess what? We're about to ruin all of that fun for you, and here's why: you'll absolutely regret signing up. And then we kind of just go on with how boring your life is going to be after that. It was just like a really fun play on kind of like, oh, you won't be blowing up challenges in extra phase in 3 hours or less anymore. So you're going to be
Are
trading
you
like
going
a
to
snail.
force
It's
everybody to
gonna take
trade
you-
grains or cattle or hog or something? Is that what you're going to do? Force them to trade it?
Oh,
Cover
absolutely.
Yes. Wampum. I'm going to trade wampum.
Yeah. But let's
All
trade.
right.
Let's
All
trade
right.
bonds.
All right.
Trade James Bond. James Bond.
James Bond.
All right,
Yes,
my
shaking
brothers
up
and
that.
sisters. Deeyana, thank you very much for being with us here today.
Thanks, Eddie.
And
It
as
was very fun.
always,
Yeah.
I enjoy your company and your trading.
Me too.
And
Yes, I love it when you're around, Eddie. It's awesome. You always have good jokes.
I'm like, yes, I'm sort of like a pet. I'm when the pet's around, it's a good time. But a mascot, I should say. But anyway,
Yeah,
Robert, thanks
yeah.
for being with us here. A mascot. All right. We will see you again. When we got you again
Tomorrow.
here, we've got you back
Tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. Deanna's going to be on for Fast Markets.
That's
Don't
right.
miss that. We've got a lot of people. I'll be here. Robert, Dolby, Hogue, Andre. Boy, you've got a good
Yeah,
company of
full
some
house.
good-looking guys. Yep. All right. Robert, thank you very much for being with us here. We're going to take a break. And as you've been waiting, yes, indeed, Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Cammie. So until we see you again, Dee, have a great evening, great morning, great afternoon. See you tomorrow.
no. Welcome to Power Hour. We got the man in the middle, Eddie. And then on the other side, we got Dolby Time. What is happening, fellas? How we feeling today about this trade, guys?
Slow. It is a slow day. Slow day.
It has been early enough. We had some opportunity. There's some opportunity now, I guess. You know, I was talking earlier with Deeyana and Robert, and D-Time, you showed us your trades for today. How many trades did you have today? And were they 1 lot, 2 lot, 3 lots? What were they?
I mean, here's all my trades for the day. I went on like a streak of losers because I was just hitting join bid and join ask because I was tired. So that was stupid. So don't do that. But when I was actually paying attention and trading my strategy, it's like, yeah, you know, I'll have, you know, maybe anywhere between 3 to 15 YM on, and, you know, I'm looking to peel trades off. But, you know, when I had that little set of winning streaks, I think the most I made was 720 and like 550. But I think the average really, that was 318. Sorry, let me go to 326. Everything was between 50 and like $200, 300, 50 and 300 for just, you know, base hitting and taking profits. Yeah.
Right.
It works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it adds up.
And how did it work out for you?
Great. You know, should have hit the lock button on the account. But we're doing fine. We're doing fine. We're down like $300 from, you know, the account highs for today, so it's not a huge deal. But we'll find some markets to trade. We'll find some good stuff. The market I like the most right now is probably the NQ. That has the best range to trade, in my opinion. And we'll see what ends up happening there. But I can just draw a little circle around it. It's just this basically. We got this kind of action right now in the NQ, and this is pretty good because you can just, you know, try to short up here, and then, you know, try longs down here, and they've been paying pretty good. If you can hit it, it's just not extending all the way down, which in my opinion has made this a little bit tricky because I had tried to work some orders around like, you know, 560. And I was trying some longs at like 532, and we just weren't getting enough depth on those pull downs there to get filled. But that's what I'm looking at is NQ right now. I think that has the best opportunity today, unless the YM or something can try. But everything's range bound. Everything is very, very range bound. So good time to practice range bound trading.
Absolutely. Eddie, what will you be trading today, and what account?
Well, you know what? I am pulling off my 150K XFA due to the fact that I don't want to risk it. That's my baby right now. So I'm on my 50K combine. I'm up on the account about $771. So I've got a little play there that
Very nice.
If the market wants some of it, it can come and try to get it. But I don't know what should I trade here. What's a good suggestion? I mean, I'm usually trading gold. I'm seeing some action NASDAQ, S&P.
NASDAQ, maybe S&Ps if you'd like. But yes, it's been generally slow for the day. So I think you're making a wise decision going over to the 50K. Real quick update. We got minus 8,000 in Delta. Thank you, John. Minus 8,000 in Delta for the ES. Something we'll keep track of throughout the day. Eddie, it's your choice, but something maybe a little bit more, you know, calm, tame on a day like today. Maybe ES. What do you think?
All right. You know what? ES is my secondary. Okay. So let's see here. What can we do here?
Nothing on tilt.
Let me pull this up here.
Got it.
Changing my dome. All right.
I think there'll be some good range trades to be had today. It's not the most exciting stuff, but we got YM pushing, and that's pushing the high of its current range on the 5 minute, even the 15, half an hour. Can you give me a half hour range? Yeah, about a half hour range there. So that's pretty powerful stuff in the YM.
I'm going to go short here. I'm going to go short 3. I'll put that on.
Price. Okay.
And let's see here real quick. Let's open this up a little bit. I am short at 52.86. 52.86 here. 50.
3 times.
See what happens here. And I'm going to be looking for a small profit. Got a 3 lot on. And we'll see where we go from there.
Very good.
Nice. Nice. YM is starting to push. I actually might even take a short in the YM. If we can push a little bit higher. It has been pretty bullish today, but it's rejected fairly consistently off of 39,804, even like 39,800 and a little bit of like below that. So we might try to run stops to the upside and come back down again. So we'll try to play that short side. We just need to get some orders in for some shorts up here. So we can do that now. We can let's try 2 here. Goes with YM. The volatility is pretty low, so I kind of like starting with 2, and then let's see if we can get 810. That's pretty far away.
Okay.
Try 2, and then we can go with bigger size up here, and try 5s. Why'd you reject my order? Oh, because I'm like maxed out of it. All right, there we go. Cool. Let's see if we can. We'll set this up. And I think ideally what we want to do is try to like accumulate an average around like 39,809 for a short. And so like the shorts at 798 are going to will accept the most risk, but they'll try to take opportunity if it gets filled and rolls over early. So we're hoping for like a stop run just over 39,797 or whatever. And then if it ends up rolling back over again, at least we have 2 contracts that hopefully got filled, so we can participate. If it keeps on going up, then we'll keep on averaging down into the short side. You'll have better and better price, and then ideally we're accumulating a short that is at the top of this range that we have, like on the 30-minute is what we're trying to do. So this
I got stopped
the
out.
rest of the day. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay, I got stopped out here, so I will take another look at this. It's a quick stop, not looking for much.
Gotcha.
Took me for a deuce, which is fine.
Yeah,
take a step back, reevaluate.
Because I'm also trying to work longs in NQ, but shorts in YM. Weird time to be alive. But we'll see how this plays out. But we're pretty close to getting filled on some NQ. Yeah, NQ shorts, or sorry, NQ longs. We're probably only like 10 ticks away from getting filled on that, which can happen lickety split.
Yep.
So for NQ, it's just the same type of trade. So it's a range trade, but we're going to try to get long, and we want to see if NQ can run stops below 18,530. And if it does, then we're going to hopefully get, filled on all of these contracts. That'd be 3 all day, and then have it push back up to like the middle or maybe back to the top of the range. So that would be like 18,560. So we're kind of playing like a 30 point range in the NQ. So we'll see what ends up happening here. NQ typically does like really deep runs when it breaks out of the range, and that's kind of why I've avoided trading the YM. So let's see if it happens again. Because sometimes, like, this range is relatively tight, and then the stop run could be like down to like 510 or something, and then like whip right back up and then be back within the range again. That's kind of why I find NQ to be a difficult trade, but it's power hour. We got to find some stuff to trade, so this is the one that we're going to do. And it looks like for YM, I had those short orders floating above, and those didn't get filled. So we'll keep them there and switch to the Nazi and see what we can do here. So we'll see.
Short here.
Very close to getting filled.
Eddie's taking a short.
Yeah, working 52.85, short 3 here. I don't know. I just feel like this market it's a little heavier here.
I see it. Yeah.
Short profit, base hit.
There we go. Nasdaq starting to sell.
Yep. So we're long 2 right now. We'll see if we can grab some more. So we have 2 now. Total risk is 335. If we get filled on this third one, I'll probably push it to like 500 or so. And momentum is like whatever, but I have like an impossible time reading the Nasdaq ladder momentum. It seems so confusing to me. So looks like we're about to get filled on this last one. Maybe not. We'll see.
But I'm heavy sellers here. Help me out.
A bit.
Help me out, baby Jesus.
Trying to push.
Oh,
Trying to push.
nothing. NQ.
Push.
Kind of
Push.
negative
Negative
right
delta,
now.
negative delta ES, negative delta NASDAQ, positive delta YM, which makes sense looking at the charts.
Huh.
I know.
Strange.
The YM, man.
Weird.
It's crazy, man. Crazy.
Weird.
Well, show me some love, market. It's some here.
Yeah, slow times. I for sure would have been done if this was like a personal trading combine or personal account. I probably would have wrapped this up at like 10 or 11.
Yeah.
All right. So we're about to get filled on a third. Okay. Not yet. I should stop saying that until it actually happens. Yeah. So,
oh boy.
YM's trying for highs. NQ's trying for something. It's trying for something. We don't know what it is. Dre, what are you drinking there?
The buyers licking their chops here in the S&Ps. Stop
That
licking
is
your
my
chops.
tea. That's my Earl Grey tea. Third one of the day.
Ooh, nice.
You know what? I was trying these Celsiuses. These are pretty good.
Oh yeah,
those go.
They sell some on Amazon, and it's essential energy, accelerates metabolism, burns body fat, and adds hair to the top of your head.
Whoa!
Can't beat it,
I
man.
need to drink some of that. Then
You need to get some Celsius.
that's why I'm wearing this hat all the time.
Same here.
Good head.
I got it. It's the Oasis flavor. Tastes like sand and cactus.
Rips loves them.
Yeah, it's like is that suntan lotion? Is that the flavor of that one?
Little suntan lotion.
Smells like a beach.
I can't hear it. It's an Oasis.
Oh, that's
Oasis
true.
is,
Sorry,
you
not a
think there's a beach there. You think there's a beach. It's not.
Eddie found the fountain of youth, it sounds like.
Like it.
Did I?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah,
I
Rips
still
is
feel about
actually
80.
349 years old. I don't know if you know that. It's all
But
the
the
Celsius,
Celsius,
drinks.
though.
Yeah.
300
So good.
in dog years, right?
Yeah, good momentum so far in this NQ1. It didn't rip to the downside, so we're staying alive for a little bit longer in this NQ1. So a couple
Yeah,
levels.
this is a tease so far.
It really is. It really
Yes,
is.
it is.
It really is. Switch back
Take
to
a long with you.
YM. I might get filled on these YM shorts and get filled on NQ longs. This is so weird. Okay, is that you or is that me? Oh, that was me and YM.
Upticking.
Okay. All right, I got positions everywhere now. Okay, so now we are short 2 in YM and we're long 3 in NASDAQ.
You trading tramp, you.
Really am.
Uh-huh.
Really, really am.
All right, still selling in the NAS here.
Well, it needs to stop because I'm bullish.
Did we
Yeah,
close
so here-
early or something here? What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did we open?
How did we do something?
Dude, Tyler.
Oh,
All right, well,
somebody
NASDAQ
got
started to
sold.
sell off. Yeah.
All right.
S&Ps might follow with.
Come on.
I'll stay in bid.
Come on, chip away. Jab, jab, jab. Jab, jab,
Get
jab.
back up. Get back up.
Jab, jab, jab.
Go back up.
Yes.
Please
Please.
go back up. Please, pretty please.
Don't
So we'll
worry
see.
about that.
Well, I have to.
No. We'll see if this ends up happening where like NQ, really stretches the range and then just gets back in again. It's one of the reasons why I stopped trading NQ. Let's see if it happens. Maybe my YM trade is helping me here.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
some,
I got
got some
filled
heavy
perfect on that
volume
one.
there.
You see that, Eddie? The 450
I got to
lot.
get through a 232 lot here. There we go. Come on, baby. Oh, that traded. All right. So took a small profit. Now I'm down only $91. All right.
Nice.
I'm cool with
There you
that.
go.
Patience.
Is NVIDIA just like melting down right now? Because that's typically what ends up happening if NQ is having a hard time.
I'd like to see. I mean, we haven't seen this since probably this level a little before 1 o'clock here. I know it's not too long ago, but it's held pretty good here as far as a bottom around the 85s.
So
Oh, here we go.
We got
Now we're
melted We got melted in NQ.
Let's see what we got. I'm gonna put on another short here.
Yeah.
See if we can make some profit.
And you playing the momentum?
But our YM is chilling.
We haven't been there in a while. I'd like to see if we can get there again. Give it a run. Give it a run.
Nothing in tilt.
Yeah, so now we're just short one in YM, but we got filled really, really good in that trade. Really good.
Yeah, I do have some bigger bids here. That might be a problem.
Yes, we do.
Looking at the dome here. Oh, they're trading out here. Clean them up. Let's go.
Yep, gonna take some energy. Take some energy to get through those, but we've seen it before. John just updated me. Minus 9,300 ES.
Went the other way on me here. Yeah, those sellers are battling it out. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, so if we get back above 18,529 in NAS, that pretty much just reinforces the fact that my system does not really play well with NQ. But we'll see if that ends up happening. Very, very tough to trade ranges if it keeps on just running so far past out the range. But YM is nice. I wish I added some more. Where's Hogue at?
There it goes.
Yeah, right. You always have too much on when it's going against you, and not enough when it's in your favor.
Nice job, Dakota.
Feeling that.
Oh, and it's a beautiful day. My goodness. Nice.
Still selling.
But NQ still going?
Yep.
Wowza. We do have some downside levels for NQ. Like we could maybe look at, 18,500 for a potential bounce. That also runs up against some older levels as well. Particularly March 13th. That could be resistance becomes support, as well as March 22nd could be just supporting again. So I'll keep an eye on that as well for another possible long trade in NQ. I still want to keep the YM short. I'm going to see if we can work this for the rest of the session. But lots of trades on the
flat on the ES, Eddie. I'm looking to get in here.
Now, still short here, taking some heat, but we're okay here. For duty and humanity.
Actually, yeah.
I mean, how's the ES moving compared to NQ? Oof.
It's definitely stronger. Staying bid more, much slower than NQ2, obviously.
Yeah, I still got to clean out some bigger bids on my dome here.
Yeah, we got 100
I think I might
working.
move up, look for a smaller profit.
We got 100 working at 520 in NQ. And then some more liquidity down by like 510, 509, which lines up with some other support before. And then what about 500s? Nothing down by 5. Oh, yeah, 566 at 500. So there's definitely some liquidity below 520 in the NQ. So maybe it makes a run down there and sucks it all up and then shoots higher again. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, buyer's getting a little strong here on me right now.
Trey, any trades for you today?
Nothing. Looking to get long ES. No, not at all today. No.
Haven't missed much. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
I agree. Maybe tomorrow. But yeah, today, a lot of chop.
Yeah. So tomorrow, what? We think even worse than today? Or more the same?
Eventually the market has to move, right? I mean, Monday and Tuesday, not a whole lot. We got 2 days left in the week, so maybe the liquidity will come in. Eventually. Like you said, Dolby, you can't stay in this range forever.
Nope. No, we cannot. I wonder how many people... Oh, I mean, NQ is 50-50 for tilt.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Rip.
Come on. Come on. I should just scratch this trade. Who got filled?
Not me.
Nope.
Is that you?
Not me.
No, I'm flat.
Wait, JD? Who's still plugged in?
Who's trading?
Who's plugged
Oh
in
yeah,
right
so
now?
that was me, guys. I'm like at 23.5.
Oh, nice.
Hey, JD, what's going on?
Welcome, JD. Welcome.
There he is.
Making lunch money.
Man, I just got like
Nice fill.
Yeah.
no read on
Oh,
this.
23 halves.
I'm not liking this
in-
trade.
In NASDAQ.
In NASDAQ.
Gotcha.
You're long?
Long.
Yeah. See, like,
might
if we
be
go to
the
like my
play here.
chart, yeah. Oh, my charts are blurred. Let me change my resolution real quick.
What do you got?
It should be slightly better. But this is like the shape that I was talking about that really drives me crazy with NQ, and why I find it so difficult to trade. So here's our range, like our consolidation that we want to trade, and like what you want to do typically is, is there arrows? There's an arrow somewhere, right? Yeah, these text box is like go long bottoms. Right, like this is like what we want to do is go long bottoms, and we want to go short the tops. But what makes this the Nasdaq so tricky is this tail. This tail, it just kills this strategy. This dumb little nub right here is what makes the range trade in NQ very, very, very difficult. Is because this is where all your stops are. Like all your stops want to be right below the range, and then NQ has this habit of just pushing a little bit extra and like sucking up even more stops and then getting back up into range. And so for me, it's like if I wanted to take this, I'd have to like put entries kind of like even further outside in anticipation of NQ breaking out of that range and then coming back up and in again. But now see, like NQ is going back up. So like my trade wasn't wrong. It's just hard to accept so much risk in a position in the NQ. And see, it's just, 1 minute range and just reversed. Yeah, it's very, very frustrating. Whereas like other markets, like this range tends to be much, much tighter. So you can get away with that kind of trade. That's what you do in crude oil. And that's like, what you can do in even like even YM. So tricky stuff. Yeah, like Michael, I agree with you. It's like, you do have to set your buy limit normally where your stop would be. It's just you have to like adjust your expectations for like what market you're trading. And NQ just has a habit of just extending ranges further past what I'm comfortable with. So what I would do if like NQ was the only market on earth I could trade, I'd probably go down to like 1 or 2 contracts. And then that's what I would do is like I would place those entries outside of the range and then have my stop even further outside just to like, kind of buffer that volatility in NQ.
Come on, baby. Give me a little profit here. Just a little one.
We short from Eddie. What price?
Let's see here. I am short from when I was a little boy, and then I grew. All right. I just got hit, and we're new lows here in the S&P.
Here's the stops.
So I got a nice trade off here, and we're going to see what we can do again here.
Wow, YM just ate it.
Yep.
Keep a move here.
Absolutely ate it.
Yeah, see if we can.
Yes, NASDAQ.
Oh, nice. There we go. 191 in profit. Caught another scalp on that, and it's still moving. New low here in the S&Ps, and I'm content. That was a lot of heat I took before I finally got filled.
Yeah, and I'm moving my stop down in my YM short, so I'm plus 200 in YM no matter what, and that will cover most of my losses from that silly NQ trade. But we're gonna let this run and kind of. I might get stopped out. It's really whipping around right now. Really whipping around.
Big bounce off that bottom. Yeah.
Oh, that's that level that I wanted in NQ. Wow. Oh my god, can I just buy it right now?
500s.
Yeah. There's that 501.
Somebody came in and cleaned out a lot here.
Yes, they did.
That's why I'm seeing this big move downside.
All right, we're gonna see if we can get one in NQ.
Here we go back again here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. I don't want to be long one and short the other, though. It's so confusing.
Yes.
So I got to pat myself on the ass with that trade because I was very patient. I wanted to scratch it at one point. And actually, before I could, it took that dive. That's all right. I'm good here.
Okay, so there's
191 on the day.
500. Yeah, interesting level in the NQ right now. If we can, 5 minute, if we can consolidate a little bit around here, like it's not even like range bound yet on the 1 minute. If we can print like a couple more 1 minute bars within this range above 500, I would be interested in getting long. And my YM short is my stop is just above the last 5 minute high. So we'll probably get stopped out of this one. Unless this really just tanks, in which case I think we can test new lows of the day for YM. Because that would be range to range, right?
Yes,
so if you are trading like a range, so if you're short the top of the range, the target should be like point of control in the middle or like the halfway point, and then the bottom of the range. So like sometimes it can be like hard to believe. Like
here's your level.
Like in crude oil, what, for 500s?
Yep.
And
we're going to tag a new low here in the Dow.
Here we go. We're selling.
There we go.
Yeah, this is just melting.
It's taking a big bounce off these bottoms. See, I'm hands off here right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, I was leaning seller. Let's see, S&P.
Someone really came in.
What is the tilt on the S&P right now?
I got 53% short.
Wow.
I know. Would have expected more.
Okay. Oh.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I've locked in 260 in Dow just by moving my stops down. So I'm just going to walk my stop down in this Dow trade. The momentum is really pushed to the downside here. But what I was going to say before, it's like if you look at like say a half-hour range or a 1 hour range, and this happens a lot in the crude oil, and you look at the chart and you'd be like, there's no way in hell the market can go from bottom to range to top of range and then like back down again. And I find that more times than not, like if the market's done it once already in the day, it could probably do it again. And so even though it might seem really, really far away, in the grand scheme of things, going from range to range is like very, very doable. Regardless of how big that range is, it can totally happen. It can totally happen.
It's not that far away.
It's really not. All right, I've locked in 310. We're just walking the stop down still. I mean, it's paying for that Garbo NQ trade I took, basically.
Still selling ES.
And yeah, we need to try to find some big levels here for NQ.
Oh, you got any levels?
Hogan's in chat.
Yeah, he is. Oh man.
Man, what? Okay.
5275.
Wow. I might get filled. I might get my whole damn thing.
You're hammering this.
They really are. Just crushing these markets.
Dow getting rolled too.
The whole thing, yeah. All right, now I'm locking in 375. Just walking this down. Locking 390. Can we get to 4?
Dolby time.
All right, locked in 4.
Dude, that house account, Dolby.
I wish I was in the house account.
Dude.
Yeah, so so talk about good short location. My short for Dow was 39,798. I got filled perfectly and took no heat, and it rolled right over. Zero risk taken on that trade. All right, now we're out for plus 400. And so we got some of that back.
Right. I'm back.
Okay. What's up, Eddie? Dude.
Boy, that Celsius goes right through you, man.
I'm gonna try to buy this.
Oh, do we try longs now? All right, let's try a long.
25 minutes left. We Eddie, if you see those MOCs, but you know they're going to try to come and buy this eventually, right?
That's what I'm trying.
I don't know.
All right.
What should I do?
All right, I'm going to try a long, actually. It's not a great entry, but we're going to try one contract and see if this reverses. So we're risking 255 to see if we can get a full-blown reversal back up to like 529. And maybe we can add one further down on the pullback if it does. What is that?
Eddie.
What was that little?
Mwahaha. No, I'm just sort of looking here at my. I got about $1,000 profit on that 50K, and
Nice.
I'm laughing about it because it's like I'm a third of the way of passing my 50K combine, and
One day.
you know it could be. You know, I'm not going to rush it though, but 1/3 away from passing it, and that's why we sort of say, hey, you know what? Trade the 50K. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. And this is giving me some confidence here. You know, even though I put up about a little under 200, I'm still moving towards the profit target. And if you sort of put it in that perspective, hey, 1/3, it definitely builds confidence.
Kevin, I don't see anything wrong with being long one and short the other. They're two completely different markets that behave completely differently.
What are they saying?
No, it's just like, this is some monopoly trading. It's a bad example to set when traders should be sitting on their hands. Yeah, you should be sitting on your hands. So sit on your hands if you want to, and then, you paper trade off of us or do whatever you want. But, there's plenty of traders who are profitable who trade like this. So it is, this is what it is. I feel like, I'm explaining all of my trades. You can see my P&Ls. I'm extremely transparent of the reason why I'm taking these trades. And I always don't take my trades. Nobody should be trade copying me. Nobody. If it's take your trade and then you can manage it from there. But this, honestly, I find other people trading, like when I watch them, I think it's really, really useful because you can kind of like compare and contrast, your system and method, against yours. What are other traders looking at? And it's important to know this too, because we are all trading together in the same market. So if I know what Hogue is looking at, and Eddie and Andre and everyone who's on Topstep TV, then that helps me anticipate price movement at certain levels. Because someone with this personality type might be doing this at this level. Exactly. And so if you can get a confluence of different traders at certain levels, and you can kind of get an advantage of what traders are doing. The other thing that's nice too, which I do recommend doing, I don't recommend it, but get a practice account. Get a practice account and try doing reversal trading, where all you get to do is hit the reverse button, and that's it. And you will lose money, guaranteed, pretty much guaranteed to lose money. So do it in a practice account. But what you do is you get yourself in a lot of different positions in the market that you normally wouldn't be in. So you get to look at the market from everyone else's perspective, because typically when you are trading, you are only executing your system as you should be. And so you only look at the market through that one system. But with reversal trading, you're forced to be in so many different trades that it kind of opens up your eyes as to what other market participants might be feeling at that moment while they're in the market. Do not recommend.
I did go short here. Took a small profit.
Yeah, do not recommend for trading combine.
And I'm short again here at 75.
Oh, nice.
So looking for a quick. I'm looking at my dome. My dome looks pretty strong right now, and I'm just like I said, I'm just looking for a small profit here. It might be taking some heat, which I don't want to again. But hey, we're here for the fun.
Yeah, we are. Hey, real quick, hey JD, if we got those quiz winners, let's do it, because we got about 21 minutes left in the trade. So let's get those quiz winners out.
And here we go. Today's top quiz winners. Let me resize that just a little bit.
Come on.
There were a few I liked on here today.
What were they?
Like Jack is the man?
Yeah, that's the big one.
Is that
I gotta
your favorite?
remember. You got Jack. Where was it? There was Brazil bid lift. That's pretty funny.
Nice.
Oh, nice. That is actually good.
Yeah.
Nice. Congrats. Jack is the man.
Big nose, hairy
Okay, I
back.
got stopped out here. Stopped out.
All right, gonna take a long here.
Still
Is
up
it
on
time
the
for
day.
Is it
Raise
time
again on
for
the
the great
market?
reversal?
Might be, yeah. Long one from 76.50. Plus one, 7650.
Buyers coming in strong here.
The great reversal. Is it time?
I'm going to go short. Going short once more here.
It's the great reversal.
Eddie's letting him
canceled?
rip. There we go.
Yep.
I'm having fun.
That's
I mean,
play.
I don't get to do this with you guys. So,
Get in there.
Do it. Just do it. I mean, honestly, it's like liberating, and I feel like I've learned a lot about myself as a trader by doing this, because you just get in there, you start placing some trades and seeing where your comfort level is at, and having a good attitude, staying positive. That's all part of trading well, and having a good time. If you can have a good time while you're trading, that's really important. So you'll be in a better mindset. Positive mental attitude. Isn't that right, Eddie? Right.
PMA, positive mental attitude.
Yeah. It's like
Napoleon Hill.
Yeah, we want to trade and have a good time. We don't want to trade and be miserable, because all of our trades are not going to be good. We're going to take a negative view of our trading before we even, put the trade on. So, try to stay positive.
Speaking of staying positive, we got a couple trader wins from yesterday that we never got to share.
Oh, yeah.
There's one from Trader Patty.
What you got?
Trader Patty, whose user handle I just noticed and I won't say out loud, but
wow.
NQ,
Wow.
worth profitable day. Way to go, Trader Patty.
Next.
Next.
Oh my God. Oh, wow.
My MuleFX is ready for his first Top Step payout. Looking forward to seeing this trader get their first Top Step payout for sure. And one last one.
Oh, nice.
FX made 800 on Globex. These are all from yesterday, by the way. Well, this one's actually from Sunday, it looks like. Sunday night, Globex Open. Thank you, Top Step. No Jeff Fox.
Yeah. All right. Long 2. NQ.
I just cut another scalp here, back up.
Nice.
I'm up 316.
Nice.
The day here this afternoon. So that puts me over a G4 a little bit better than a third. Yes, I did cover WIT. And I think that's going to be it. 316.
Nice little day. Nice little hour.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
listen, we make money on Power Hour. That's what we try to do.
Well, we got about another 7 minutes, and we'll find out what the final initial balance MOC will be. Give us a little idea. So what's, guys, tell me here. I'm new here to this Power Hour stuff. Yeah. What do I got to do to get that last minute chunk of change?
Huh. Don't be time. I don't know. I guess
NQ short. Stopped out of this NQ short, so now I'm only up 442.
Wow, look at this. Going to be a new low here in S&Ps.
We're going to give it another shot to the downside.
I'm so done.
It just looked like the dome. The bids were really weak. At least not that weak, but it sort of gave me the inclination to go short again. And we're moving even lower. It's running here. I'm content. 316. I'm not going to risk it here because I've seen that bounce off the bottom too many times. So that's my wheelhouse. $300 a day for 50K. That's all you need to do, man.
Yeah, and we're like in a real big 4-hour range in the Dow. Really, really big 4-hour range in the Dow. Yeah, I might be done with NQ for like ever. This market is so annoying to trade. I don't understand it. I have to spend a lot more time with NQ. I just like my hit rate on it is really, really bad. Really, really bad. So we should just avoid it.
I think just coming off the new low here in the ES, 5270. These buyers are battling hard because you got some big offers here. They were much bigger than the bids here, but see, good thing I didn't. Good thing I didn't because buyers are sort of running the show here right now.
Yeah, that's where I got
See how far they
I know,
can go.
Isaac. I know, Isaac. You're right.
Are we updating our positions here or our P&Ls? No. Yeah.
We're getting to it.
Okay.
Tilt.
Just take mine,
long.
Andre, and we'll just call it flat.
Yeah.
What are friends for, man? What are friends for?
Yeah. We have 14 minutes.
SS, I am trading the ES. SSS. ES. Because my gold was the puppy looking for a tummy rub, and I didn't see too much opportunity. Just here for fun.
Yeah. No, there's no fire drill today, and the markets are closed on Friday.
So, what do you think?
It's a hard Sudoku right there. It's a hard one.
All right, 4 more minutes here. We'll see what our initial balance MLC is. And I'll get myself ready for... What do we got tomorrow? Get some...
Who knows?
Some juicy juice?
Can't imagine.
No? Crude oil inventories? 7-year note auction? Waller speaking? Really, not too much tomorrow, folks. So we got that out.
It's like we just want to run stops. That's probably it. So maybe YM even goes below and hits like 39,682.
Yeah. I mean, since we broke the 500, or you said YM, I thought you were talking about NAS. NAS, we broke the 500.
No.
Yeah, YM is staying offered.
So now are we bouncing?
I know. I already fell for it once.
We gotta get Andre back on board here. Come on, market. You got a position, Andre?
I don't. I'm looking to take a long, but it's 2 days in a row now. I've gotten plus money being long.
You're long in what? NASDAQ or ES?
Yes. That's okay.
I mean, but look at that dome. Look at the offers, and then look at the bids.
Let's see. If YM can get down to 39,682, I will take a full 15 on that.
Okay.
So let's see.
For those that don't know the DOM depth of market
ladder.
I mean, that's something that we're might be making a new low here again.
Here we go.
Yeah, size was there.
All right, I'm 15 in YM.
YM selling.
S&P selling out new lows.
NASDAQ staying bid. You want to sell some? Maybe NASDAQ's the sale.
Let's see. Doesn't feel great so far.
50 seconds. Yeah.
Mm.
30 seconds till 250.
Cool.
Yes, watching for that initial balance, and we'll get that out there as soon as it hits the wire.
If it's buy side.
Please be buy side. Well, it's like not what you need to be saying when you're like.
I know.
It's like the opposite. Yeah. If you have to say please,
See, Andre, looking at that S&P dome right now, it looks like it's evening out a bit as far as bids off.
What the hell was that? Oh, I got teleported on down.
250. What do you got, Eddie?
Yeah, it's still it's still a little size there at 68.25. See if we can take that out. They keep adding to it.
They do.
Now there's 300 there.
Nice 13.
68.25.
Johnson.
Little speed bump.
14,000.
All right, 400 there. 68.
4.9 billion. 4.9 billion sell side. I'm seeing here.
There it is. You get that? Where'd you get that?
Chat.
There it is. Okay, coming out here. Market on close, yes, imbalance 4.9 on the sell side. We'll post that here.
There you go.
Yeah. This would have been a great day to just hit the lock button on the account and then just be done with it. Would have been a really good day.
Perfect use
so
for
I'm
that
down.
thing.
Yeah, I'm down 424 now. So really big
Overall?
P&L swing today. Yeah, it's not good. I'm so burnt. Just taking trades all day.
Yep.
It's all good
That's
though.
15,000.
9 minutes left. I mean, YM did a really good job respecting its levels today.
That short was nice.
Yeah. And then my long was just over leveraged, or else it would have been decent. But is it starting to rally, or what's the deal?
I mean, eventually they come in and say, hey, these are cheap prices.
Boom. There it is.
It's even Madden agrees. Eight minutes.
See those bids now.
Yeah,
S&P
they're
bids in the
stacking, right?
dome are strong. Yeah.
They were earlier, too. They all got filled, remember?
Yeah, they got clean, but
short.
the 68 halves still showing about 300 there. And then there's 400 right below that at a quarter. It's going to be a tough one to get through here. We'll see if it stays
watching
there.
here.
It looks like it's staying there pretty good.
Let's see if they trade.
Honestly, I can catch some bids in YM.
All right, we're getting close here, Eddie.
Yes, sir. There it is.
We'll be looking to take a long.
I missed by like a tick, but yeah, I wanted 5 at 685 in YM. We still might get it and even flush a little bit. But like buyers have come into this level a lot recently, and I don't think there's enough news to really make a run to the downside. Unless, it's just
stacking
statistically speaking.
Correct.
Donald's got a question. Question on the MOC: do they provide the number by product versus overall market? I'm not sure on that.
Good question.
Yeah. If you do know that, post it in the chat.
They separate it by stock sector. It's not a futures
Stock
imbalance.
sector.
It's the dollar amount of stock that needs to be bought or sold on the New York Stock Exchange at the end of the day. So it doesn't have much to do with the futures markets other than what sector they will be buying the most amount in. But what we're giving is the overall number, the overall MOC imbalance.
Thank you, John.
All right.
I think I'm out of trades.
Like out of trades or out of trade ideas?
I'm out of ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I really just have to do a better job just like separating like the entertainment factor of Topstep TV and like managing the account. Because I should have just hit the pause button on this account and switched to practice. If I'm like actually trying to pass this account like on TV, then I for sure should have just stopped. For sure. But lesson learned.
Yeah. Things we do. Here comes some sellers.
The things
got
we do.
about, yep. There's 15 seconds till the final liquidity injection at 55. Buckle up.
Buckle up.
Buckle it. You on the horse, Andre? You got a position?
I am. About what are they doing? They're going to sell.
No, here we go. Here,
No.
come on. Ooh, steep.
Hammering it. Yep.
Still showing size 58 quarters or 68 quarters. I'm sorry.
68 quarters, correct.
Yeah, 68 quarters, still showing around 400. Come on, baby. You're long, right?
68. I'm not. No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I got one
See,
long
straight
working.
up.
I'm working along in NQ right now.
Okay. Where do you got that long at?
456, 70 and a quarter. Sorry, and 3/4. 456 and 3/4 in NQ. So we're just going to see if this is just going to bottom out in reversal. Maybe we can catch a rally end of day. I mean, maybe it just really rolls over hard and I just eat another 205 in losses, but I think the risk reward's pretty good.
Here we go.
But
Oh,
also,
flush.
I'm also reading them
Flush.
terribly.
Yeah.
A little flush.
Hands off. I'm hands off. I want to get long.
68 quarters. Yeah, cleaned it.
Move through them.
New lows, S&Ps.
New lows. Yeah, I'm looking to get long. Idiot. Come on.
Watch the
Easy
bounce
market
off
to
the
get
bottom.
frustrated. Yeah, easy market to get frustrated
bounce.
trading for sure.
See if we get a pullback for you.
Oh man, we just haven't seen sellers come in this hard in a while. But
Yeah.
all my longs are just getting scorched at this end of market.
Short was the play.
Bleh.
Yeah.
Just how do I just do this? Yes, lock me out.
Yeah,
There you go.
another thing
Hold your
too
time.
is
Station. We're done.
Hammering this.
new low.
We are done.
New lows.
Yeah, brutal. Brutal.
One thing too is the woulda, coulda, shoulda, which I'm not worried about. I'm happy with what
You're
I've got.
short.
I mean, it could have been a big afternoon here for me.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Should have been, could have been, would have been, but I got my target. I hit my target. I considered a victory, and I'm not going to risk it.
No.
All those bids got filled. And they followed through.
Yeah. Yes,
So,
they did.
I mean, my trade idea
They
is
got
wrong.
slammed.
Yep. Hands off. Hands off.
And they're still running. Offers are still strong here. Let's see if we make another low.
Here you go. 500 on the bid. 64. 64 on 500.
I see that. Yeah.
Filled.
Oh, wow.
Filled.
Yeah. Yeah.
Size
Sellers are aggressive here.
Yep.
We got about 3 minutes. Yeah, Travis, it would have been, but I'm happy. I'm not saying, oh my God, I could have had that. That's how you blow confidence on a decent move or a decent trade, even though it's small.
Yeah. Another 500 lot here, Eddie.
Really? Yes, it is.
63.
532 at 63.75. Wow. Let's see what you take that out. Buyers. Let's see if they can distance off the bottom here. Well, we got about 2 minutes, inside of 2 minutes here. And get it out.
Longs are getting smoked. Longs are getting smoked.
Wow.
Yeah.
Getting close. Knocking on the door. Minute 13.
Maybe the overnight is when the longs will come in. Slow markets with Dakota.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that someone's going to find value in some form or fashion.
1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. That's what the
Hawks
hockey games. Yeah. Playing Calgary, right? The Flames. He used to yell like a minute 10 before the end of the period. He'd yell,
Look at the size
how much
committee.
time left in the period? And he'd come over the PA, 1 minute left in the period. And he'd go, thank you.
Right.
All right.
Man, what a move. What a move.
What a
in
move.
NQ.
Man. All day.
600 at 63.75. Oh, well, they got it. They took it. Gone. Gone with the wind.
Right.
Traded. And now look at it.
Wow. Look at those 1,000 lots.
Look at
Those
the
2,000
bids.
lots.
See these bids?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, 1,000 lot at
Decent drop.
2,000 lot at 65 even. 1,000 lot at 65.75. He's moving
Look
it
at
up.
that. Yeah,
1,400 at 67.70. They hit that. They trade that. My goodness. There it is. And that's what
job.
they call the closing bell.
Whew.
Wow. Well, I enjoyed my time with you too.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It was
Batman and
definitely
Batman.
educational. Definitely educational. Brutal day. I mean, I hope Chad at least learned something. It looks like YM is now like reversing. What is NQ catching a bid too? Yeah, a little bit.
Yep.
A little bit. Yeah. Very, very tricky.
Size, Andre. That was crazy.
I know. Still 2,000 lots.
Yeah.
Man, a lot of lessons to learn.
All right, folks. Andre, Dolby Time, thanks for having me here with you guys. I am completely honored, and I hope one day we will do this again. Tomorrow, boys and girls, we do have our crude oil inventories at 9:30. Anything early here? Really not much. No, I'm not going to worry about too much except for the 9:30 crude oil inventories. We do have the Cushing inventories also at 9:30. Scrolling down a little bit, 7-year note auction at high noon. And later that evening, Fed Waller will be speaking. Not sure what he's going to be talking about, but maybe it's about his home in the Hamptons. Wednesday, tomorrow, join Hogan and myself, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time for opening call. Check this out for Fast Markets. We've got Deeyana. We got Hogue. We got Dolby. We got Robert. We got Andre. And we got myself. We'll all be participating in Fast Markets. And Ben's going to drop in for the shoulder tap. Power players, Dolby, Robert, and Stanley B. Alyssa's going to join Jack for TopQuiz. We've got our good friend David Green and Dolby for group coaching. So I'm looking forward to that. It's always good to see David here. KV Trades, Andre and Hogue for the patience with KV. And let's see here. Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, Isaac Suffren. And don't forget tonight, folks, actually right now, starting right now here, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul in our Discord channel. Okay, 6 o'clock this evening, volume profile with Coach Ray. We got bars and TPOs with Coach Vince at 7 p.m. and slow markets with Coach Dakota. So there you have it. Oh my goodness, what did I just do here? I don't know, but you know what? We love having each and every one of you here with us, participating, be a part of the community here. And we hope that you love being here with us. You know, we've got a lot of people that come and go, which you got to do, and some stay from opening bell to closing bell. So hopefully you learned something today. And if you did, you're moving forward in your trading journey. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay healthy, stay safe. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV. We'll see you tomorrow.